If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, Road Gang brothers and sisters. We are live from the House of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios, with me, the sidekick of mischief, Andre Thibodeau, with your host, Jimmy Mack.
The revolution will not be televised, but it will be radiofied.
Yeah, brother.
It will be radiofied. Here we are over in the Fastport Studios as Phone Master Dre, who we're glad to have back. We thought Madison crossed those T's and dotted those I's and did a grand old job. You're a high-flying job. And forever in peace may you wave across the good old U.S. of A. But America. We're actually in one of the hearts of America. One of the great beating hearts of America, by the way. Don't ever forget this, by the way. The Battle of New Orleans might be the ultimate symbol of America, Dre. I mean, think about what it is, dude. So what we got is we got a whole bunch of action junkies from Kentucky and Tennessee. We're going to follow Andy, kill somebody. Then you get a couple of Barataria, Cajun, and Creole pirates.
Okay.
Then you mix in a lot of people of color who are free. Then you mix in some French and Spaniards who don't like the British, because nobody likes the British, because there's a reason the sun doesn't set over the British Empire. Nobody trusts them with the lights out. And they all get together and they make a stand over at Chalmette Battlefield. A coalition of and some Choctaw Indians there, too.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
So it's the whole enchilada. It's all these people, all of Andrew Jackson's new friends, who, by the way, basically, Jackson was actually arrested in New Orleans before the battle because he declared martial law, and a federal judge said, you just can't come in here and declare martial law. And so they arrested him, and then, the judge then released him, of course, on his own recognizance, and he then went out and kept the martial law going and then went out and fought the battle. And then he comes back and he gets tried for it. And here's how the trial went. The Andrew Jackson Hotel down in the quarters, down in the French Quarter, is the actual courthouse where he was actually tried. So he ends up in that courtroom. You know what he does?
Tell me.
He rigs the game. He shows up and the entire courtroom is packed with Jean Lafitte and all his new pirate buddies, Andy Jackson and all those new sick people that rally around him. And every time the judge would go to talk, they would boo and hiss and scream. I said, fine. Guilty as charged, $1,000 fine. I mean, Jackson's like, cash your check. America.
I love coming to the show because I learn something every day from you.
Sometimes I just think I'm making it up. I'm not making that up, by the way. That's absolutely
If you do, I'm calling
true.
you on it.
No, don't
fact
call me
checker.
On it. No, it's actually the Andrew Jackson Hotel. Go down there, get a room, do something fun, just check it out, walk in there. They will tell you it is the site of the courthouse where Andy Jackson said, cash your check.
Was Blackbeard one of the pirates?
No, dude, it's Jean Lafitte.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't know who he ran with, man. Blackbeard might have been back there.
Blackbeard was like, that's not Blackbeard's area of the world. Come on, man.
Let the peg legs walk in. Come on.
Hey, by the way, veins in their neck. By the way, so the Cook County Sheriff's Office has got themselves a little bit of a post we should talk about. The latest recovery by the Cook County Sheriff's Police Organized Retail Crime, ORC, the ORC unit. Oh, my God, that's kind of terrifying.
Orc.
Yeah, it's like, what like fangs from the bottom of their mouth?
I
We got veins in our neck here in a second. The unit has them saying, no way, as in W-H-E-Y. On December 23rd of last year, ORC investigators recovered more than 25,000 pounds of the stolen protein powder called Seek, S-E-E-Q, at a warehouse in Bridgeview following a cargo theft investigation. They stole 500,000 big ones worth of Seek. The ORC investigation... Were they investigating orcs, or was it orc doing the investigating?
Orc.
Began earlier this month when a supply chain company contacted the unit, which of course is the Cook County Sheriff's Office Police Organized Retail Crime, ORC, that a large shipment of Seek protein powder was missing. They learned that the purloined protein was, in fact, in Illinois. Further investigation by ORC led them to the warehouse, and the stolen shipment worth more than, as I said, $500,000. The unit is continuing to gather information to build a strong theft case.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. If they traveled on foot, they wouldn't get far. They skip leg day.
Skip leg day, man.
Yeah, dude. No cardio in them.
Let's just kind of squat on this one.
Let's just squat on that. Let's sit on it. You know what I'm
Veins
saying? Let's
in
lunge
my
in
neck.
it.
Does protein powder work?
God. Okay, that's a hard question.
It's a loaded question, huh?
I feel like creatine and protein powder are in my way the same aspect of being like, it depends on how you use it and what you're using it for. I feel like with creatine is one of those things where, hey man, you don't really, as long as you're taking it every day, it helps in certain ways. I feel like it depends on the protein that you're using and what you're doing with it. And because with that one, that's cool because I never use Clear, and I keep seeing it and keep hearing about it. I would love that because I just want to be able to throw something in there, protein, and not have to mix it with something that has to go with fruit or something with chocolate. And it's just like, and I couldn't do whey protein because it's got dairy in it, and that messes with me. So, but to answer your question, I honestly feel like it does.
Well, because I'm asking because like they have velvet protein ices over at PJ's coffee shop,
Yeah.
And every once in a while I'm just kind of curious. I mean, and they do have less calories than almost everything they have there in regards to their frozen drink.
Yeah.
And they taste terrific. I'm just kind of curious, is it a good lunch substitute every once in a while?
Yes, I feel like if it's mixed with other things, like if you're like just it by itself, because when it comes to like liquid protein, I'm not 100% sure about that. In my opinion, I feel like if you're going to do something that's like a powder like that, do it with other things that have nutrients, like your peanut butter, your bananas, your nuts, your different things like that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is like just having like a glass of hot water with protein powder in it, probably not the way to go. But if you're actually putting it into something that already has nutritional value, it can make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hey, if you're not going to have anything and then that's your only option, then yes, please do that. But if you're trying to like meet a goal or something and you're not just doing it, you're just doing it by itself and you're not adding anything. I mean, I feel like in a way it'll do something for you, but I couldn't do it because I need more to it.
Yeah, and I just keep thinking about this. This is really directly in relation to all the friends and family and road gang members, reconstituted road gang members out there. We're always just trying to figure out ways that you guys can get. Look, I think that we should eat for refueling. So we were talking about sleep the other day with Dean. Okay, so
Yes,
Dean was on the show talking about sleep and the idea that it's like I told you about my friend who actually believes in the kingdom of sleep. Mm-hmm. He believes it's a place where you have a whole other life and you look forward to going to. But there are people like Drew Brees and Tom Brady who have gotten sleep coaches and Aaron Rodgers going back to the playoffs for the first time in a long time. How about that? Andy Rodgers making it happen.
Buddy.
Aaron Rodgers making the miracle happen.
Mushroom head.
But sleep has become a big thing. But there are people, just like people who work out because they're supposed to, and there are people who spend their whole life working out because they're supposed to. There are people who get to bed on time because they're supposed to. People who work out, eat right, all because they're supposed to. One of the biggest leaps you can make is to conceive of yourself as somebody who enjoys sleep, who enjoys eating while you're refueling. I'm not talking about transforming food into entertainment. That's not a good thing, except on very rare occasions, if in fact you are a foodie of sorts. But you get my idea here is the fact that it's like we're trying to figure out ways to make sure that these guys aren't hungry at the end of the day and then binge eating. Because while intermittent fasting is wonderful, it shouldn't be skipping meals. That's not the same thing. And any way I can figure out ways that if people can have protein powder or any sort of substitute that allows them to get a compact meal and keep on rolling down the highway.
Yeah, because I'm like, for years I've been talking about this because there's the past, since I started this gig, there's been better ways for truck drivers to be able to get that protein intake, not just with throwing it in a drink or blending it or anyway in a liquid form. Like there's different things like like Kodiak is one of the brands that like you can sit there and put it in a cup and put it in a microwave and boom, you got a full protein pancake, oatmeal, all that stuff.
Learn to ring your boxes too, man, because a lot of that stuff that has a higher protein content, they're removing sugar from it to put the protein content in it because you can only weigh so much. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a lot of that is going on. Really take a good read, especially when something's high. If you can find something high in protein on the shelf at the same time as less in sugar, you're on to something, dude.
Exactly. And I was talking to Chowder about this right when he started his journey, and I was like, man, it's the point of you getting to the point to where you're not eating because you have to, but eating to the point that you realize that is your fuel. That's what you put in you put good things in your truck, you're putting good things in your body.
Well, but that's it too, though. This is the flip on that. And I agree with that, by the way. The thing is, a lot of people... But
enjoying it and being mindful of it.
Enjoying it as opposed to satiating yourself. Like, I have a dopamine deficiency. I'm bored. I'm distracted. I've got the antsy and the pantsy, blah, blah, blah. You get the kind of nonsense. Yeah. What is it? You stop eating the crap so you can eat fuel, so you can then begin to enjoy fuel, because one of the things about getting rid of sugar from your diet is everything's got sugar.
Exactly. And was it Marshall?
Were you amazed at how good carrots taste?
Oh, dude. Carrots, and then like now I have I found a killer carrot juice because I used to love just doing carrot juice, but then I found a brand that they don't add anything to it, and it's pure carrot. It's great. But was it Marshall the other day that made a comment about being like breakfast in the morning, and it's just something that was basically like made by Kellogg's or whoever?
Yeah, breakfast is the most important meal of the day is a lot of nonsense.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it is, but it doesn't mean you have to eat it when you first wake up.
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be Cheerios, it has to be pancakes, it doesn't have to be a Waffle House breakfast. You can sit there and have a beef jerky stick, you can have fruit.
Well, that's actually better, and the British actually do breakfast better than we do, because I'll tell you this right now, guys, I don't know what the hell happened. I know what the hell happened marketing in America, but breakfast is not dessert, and we have somehow transformed breakfast into a gigantic carb bomb.
Yes.
A carb sugar bomb. I mean, and sometimes both, because carbs become sugar, but the idea is that you're basically taking carbs and putting sugar on top of them and calling it breakfast. That is not a break fast.
Dude, and trust me, I'm the one person that understands it's so hard to not to go to Buc-ee's or Quick Trip or whatever and get that brisket taco, but at the same time, you just get a little something that you enjoy, that you know that is good for you, is a beautiful thing. And being mindful where it's at. Egg
bites, by the way. I'm going to take one phone call before we go to the break, and then one after when we come back. Who I got first up on the docket?
Oh, I'm just going to do one word with you. Cello!
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 Yeah.
Got his mother covered chunk to top.
Hell yeah, brother!
Yeah, got veins in his neck.
Yeah, man, give me the mushroom cap.
Yeah, all right, yeah. What's going on, brother?
I had something happen to me yesterday that was rather strange.
Someone stole your protein?
To go deliver. No, I went to go deliver, and a damn squirrel at the facility where I was delivering at, a squirrel was eating on the wires in the transformer and blew the power and shut the facility down for the whole day.
He was chewing the actual wire?
Oh, yeah.
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 What?
You don't know how this happened.
I mean, after years of running asphalt plants, mice and squirrels, they do that kind of thing all the time because of their insatiable need just to chew.
Yeah.
And in a place like Fort Worth, there's not a whole lot of trees for them to chew on.
Yeah.
So they get in the transformers, they chew on wires. Those Kodiak pancakes, those are good.
Man, let me tell you something, brother. They are like, are you seeing all the different products they have now, like the oatmeal and the muffins and all that different stuff they're doing now?
Yeah.
God, that stuff's killer. And the only thing is the only bad thing about good products like that being taken over by corporations is they try to change the recipe. And I wish they would just go back to how it was, but I mean, mass consumption.
Still good.
It's still good, but there's stuff in there. It's just not as good for you as it was.
But it's
before.
still good for you.
Not as bad as compared
how about
to other
this?
stuff.
It's still better than the alternative.
Exactly. Good point.
And I have tried to take those Kodiak pancakes because they come in a little cup, like like microwave mashed potatoes, right? So you mix it up, throw it in the microwave, and I have tried putting them on the skillet. They're not near as good cooked like a traditional pancake.
Dude, but you done the box mix and done the flapjacks, and you don't like that?
No, I didn't do the box mix.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
the individual cups in here.
Yeah, they put different ingredients in the cup, so it works in the cup.
Yeah, I just add water, mix them up, throw them in the microwave, and actually fluff up, and they're actually pretty good. And you don't need syrup because there's plenty enough stuff in there. They taste good the way they are.
Oh yeah. I have to tell you, most people. The other thing is too. My mom, when she makes pancakes, she said, I don't know why people put so much syrup on a pancake. She said, there's a way to make a pancake where you don't need a lick of syrup. My mom makes sweet potato pancakes.
Oh.
Holy moly.
I don't do sweet potatoes for nothing.
I'm sorry.
No one asked you, all right?
No, if I asked him, I brought it up.
No. Why don't you like sweet potatoes?
Hey, dude, let me tell you something. People don't like what they don't like. You know?
Touche. Sorry. All right, my bad. This is a time of closure for me. I need to realize that other people can have opinions.
Okay, so I live in the South. I did not grow up in the South, right?
Okay.
So the whole sweet potatoes, black-eyed peas, collard greens, mustard greens, all that
I
stuff.
feel that.
I got nothing to do with it because it just, to me, all of that stuff all of the food that is strictly Southern food has got so much damn salt in it.
Dude, that's so valid. My brother started, Tim Ring, my brother started working offshore off of New York, off the coast, East Coast over there. And he worked off the Gulf of Mexico before. And he was like, dude, the way that they cook over here compared to where I was, oh, my God. He's like, I lost 20 pounds because they're not adding salt to everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't do salt, and I don't do very much sweets. I really don't.
What's one thing from the South that you love food-wise that you don't really get anywhere else? And then I'll let you go.
Well, boudin.
Which, by the way, may be the most anti-Jewish food ever invented. I heard a joke from a Jewish comedian yesterday. I couldn't stop laughing. He said, "You know what boudin is?" He goes, "It's ground up pork wrapped in the Old Testament."
I'm gonna write that down.
Fantastic.
You know how to talk dirty to me, Tin Ring. That's fantastic. My favorite.
Boudin for breakfast, man. Boudin for breakfast will do you right. We got to go take this break and do our whole, love of the country, love of the spirit, and then come on back. So Merry Christmas to you. There are only 300 plus shopping days until the big event.
Something like that. I hadn't figured it out yet.
Come on, Santa.
Love you, Santa. Get out of here, Unicorn Cornelius. He's Unicorn Cornelius, the next Santa, the heir apparent. Get out of here, Ten Ring.
All right. Have a Merry Christmas next year, y'all.
Later, buddy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. Hey, I hope that you got through last night. I hope.
Alrighty, well, we're going to come back because the dates got mixed up and a little fixer-upper. We're going to come back later on. But, hey, you want to go to a phone call there, brother?
By the way, that's on Pastor John. That's not on us. We
I
love
should've
Pastor
checked
John.
it, though.
That's on Pastor John, man. He put down January the 9th, dude. Come on, Pastor John. I guess he was so moved by the Spirit, he just wanted to do the day all over again. Pastor John, what are you doing,
man.
dude?
Help us out there. Oh, God. Who did I just talk? Showtime. I wanted to call you Pack Rat.
Showtime in the house. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on this morning?
Well, the wheels, as always, have come off, but somehow we're still rolling, man. I couldn't stop laughing, dude. I heard that joke, ground pork wrapped in the Old Testament, the most anti-Jewish food ever invented. Boudin. Just the most, okay.
I never heard that.
Good morning.
So, I got a good protein snack for you.
Okay.
Here it comes.
I get meat snacks from Colorado Craft Beef. They're meat sticks, like a Slim Jim.
Okay.
But it's all pure. There's no preservatives and stuff in them.
Well, what type of meat?
It's beef.
Oh, it's beef. Okay. You just said meat, and I was just like, what are we doing, McDonald's here?
So what it is they're a company that you can mail order. Like, I get beef sticks and summer sausage from them. But they have steaks and all that kind of stuff you can order from them.
My cousin that lives over there loves this stuff. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they raise their own beef, and they have their own processing plant now.
Wow.
And they
this
do
stuff
it
looks
all
good.
themselves. Yeah.
What's their name?
Colorado
Craft Beef.
Yeah. Colorado beef, and they got a couple different flavors. Made with 100% USA beef. Nice.
Yeah.
Double smoked,
They
gluten-free.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Have you heard of Jocko, the famous Navy SEAL?
Yeah, I actually have.
Actually,
Okay, he now does stuff with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My cousin that lives over there, she's a big health nut, and I always see her, like, that's one of her snacks that she carries on her hiking and stuff, because I'm like, well, dang, I don't have that really down here, but the closest thing I have is like Chomps. That's kind of our version of a healthy beef stick down here.
Beef stick.
Well, you can mail order them.
Yeah, I see them on Amazon.
When I run low, I will go. You just go directly to their website, and you can order it right there and get it sent to you.
It's $30 for how many are these? Is that 12?
One. No, I'm kidding.
One massive stick.
Yeah, the beef sticks are roughly around $3 a piece, but if you look what a Slim Jim costs, they're not that much more than that, and Slim Jims are loaded with garbage and sodium and everything else.
Yeah, dude. No, it's a better deal, by the way. Really quickly, before we get back to our conversation, real quick, I just want to tell Scott Cooper, who dropped in for a cup of coffee, good morning. Want to tell Lovey and Earl 504 good morning as well. We will have a wonderful day. We want the same for you. And Trucker Boson and Gina Harrison are here, and Forrest says good morning as well too. All right, back to showtime because it's time for showtime.
Go on.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, and like Andre was saying, you can order. They have, I think, 2 or 3 flavors of the beef sticks you can order. Like, I'll order a 30-pack at a time. So then I have them for a while, and I put them here in the truck, and then I'll order like 3 sticks of summer sausages will come in a box. So I'll order all that at once, and then that gets me by for a couple months. So I'll take summer sausage, and I'll slice it up thin, and then I make sandwiches with that.
Ooh, I love summer sausage.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there, man. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, the number of people who would benefit from swapping to a vegetable, some cheese, and a couple of good pieces of meat every morning for breakfast, as opposed to like the bagel, or the muffin or the donut. A lot of people could improve their lifestyles pretty immediately. Because here's the thing. A donut by itself has anywhere from 350 to 450 calories. One donut.
Wow.
Make that really clear. Right. One donut. Think about the fact that if you cut if you cut out a donut and then substituted 200 calories, it means you're cutting 200 calories a day out of your morning. And then over the course of the week, 1,400 calories are gone. That means if you're making other good lifestyle choices, you're actually losing a pound over the 3 weeks. And that's if you make no other choices. It's that simple. I mean, people don't realize it really is a matter of math. The other problem is, too, I don't know if you know this, most people think they consume way less calories than they actually do. That's a big thing, too. I don't know if you know that one. That's a big one. But, man, beef is a good way to start the morning. A beef breakfast.
Well, and another thing is, I worked for a convenience store chain for 7.5 years, and they made donuts. Well, when I first started working there, they had Crisco they were using to make them. And then they moved to other stuff. And I noticed that they became more greasy when they moved out of other stuff. And I think that some of it is we went to different oils that aren't as, granted, Crisco wasn't great for us, but it was better than some of the cheaper stuff they're moving to now that they're making that stuff. I mean, when you look at a donut and it just looks shiny and it doesn't have a glaze on it, that's not good to eat.
No, that's not good to eat. And by the way, Dre and I, every once in a while, will do a little bit of a cheat, and we'll go get donuts from across the street. They make them there fresh on the spot, and the difference you can tell between not just the store-bought, but more like a chain kind of run thing. What you got, Dre?
Well, I was going to say that same place, Showtime, has a deal for $7. You can get 2 little White Castle burger-style things. I think you get a donut and a coffee.
Yeah, they give you a coffee, 2 donut. Yeah, it's coffee, two White Castle burgers, and a donut. That's your breakfast. Good morning. And by the way, there's so much carb in that, though. Ooh. You can also just get eggs and bacon from them as well, too. Showtime, what does the rest of the day look like?
I'm just rolling west with a load on. We'll hopefully drop them tomorrow morning if the weather's still good, and then head back east for another load. So
be safe, brother.
Thank you so much, man. Good morning to you, and good weekend to you, and we will talk soon. And I mean off the air.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you, Showtime. When we come back on the other side of this stuff, guys, just to let you know, we got 2 more phone calls to go, and Dave Heller doesn't show up until 7:45. TCA, roll him up, move him out. Dave Heller's going to be joined. I think it's Dave Heller, right?
Yeah, you're
Dave
right.
Heller.
Sorry, I wasn't here yesterday.
not the fella from J.J. Keller, but the fella from TCA known as Dave Heller, one of our favorite people. He'll be showing up here. Phone lines will be open at 8:30 and all the way until 9 until Lindsay Lawler joins us, of course. If you haven't gotten a chance, the new episode of We Should Write has dropped on every single podcast platform, which means it is available.
Love it and share it.
Love it and share it and be a part of making the miracle happen. Here's another thing you can do, too. This is like a telethon or a radiothon. Get one person to subscribe to us today. Just head over to the YouTube page, hit that click button. Here's the other big thing, too. We've got a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Trust me, you're going to want to subscribe to the website starting next week. You're going to want a big piece of that action. A lot of fun stuff is coming your way. A lot of new people we're going to be onboarding in the new year. A lot of new great programming. And we've already got a Mats plan on the make and on the move. So it's going to be a very different kind of Mats. For saying, what are those guys going to do this time? They used to be at that Sirius XM booth. What are they going to do now? We're going to the people. That's all I'll say. We're going to the people. We'll leave it at that. And I'll leave it to a little fat tuba player, the Plumper.
There we go, Plump. Come on now.
He's fatty. Big fat fatty. Fatty Boombalatti. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road, 50 states, 8 provinces, 1997 they've been doing this gig from.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
The terrific touchdown Terrapin is actually in the chat as well. Good morning to you, Tara Garris. Hope you're hanging in there. Hope you're having one hell of a morning. By the way, this has turned out to be a pretty darn good morning, by the way. Dre got here early. I got him before him, but I got up really early this morning. Got an early start, didn't you, this morning?
Yes. I was able to get so much done yesterday that I was able to go to bed at a decent time and feeling... God, don't you love whenever you get things done, you get good exercise, and you're able to just be around good people, and you check off lists that you have a more peaceful mind going to bed.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, that's the biggest thing. The idea that you can go to bed feeling intact. Like,
yes,
there's still plenty to do, but I've done all I can do today. I need to get some rest to make sure I can tackle tomorrow. Is always a big place, and I'm going to enjoy the place I'm going, which is the Kingdom of Sleep. We need a little update. How you doing, by the way? A lot of our friends know that you were tossed over the hood of a car in a motorcycle accident that you were not the cause of. Somebody rolled a stop sign. Probably texting and driving with a whole bunch of kids in the car. Well done, by the way. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I could have been a lot worse. I'm very thankful for everybody that's been checking in. I'm just dealing with a little bit of the road rash feel of just eternal stuff, head stuff. But I'm very thankful I was able to get my teeth worked on. I was very thankful I was able to go to family festivities and still be with them. And I'm just having to take it easy because I'm not able to still do a few things in the gym like we talked about earlier. But I'm glad that I'm able to talk without it sounding like I'm a #1 contender in the heavyweight series.
My name is Punchy. I've been in 575 professional heavyweight fights, and I only lost 18.
I tell you what, though, man, I think I'm going to be able to whistle soon because I got a hole in my teeth. Don't show off.
Yeah, by the way, it's like, that big gap of air. What, me worry? That's right, I'm talking about Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine. Hey, let's get back to the phones. Our good friend Pack Rat's lurking around. Anybody else?
We'll get to him after. Yeah, someone that we haven't talked to in a while. But Pack Rat, good morning. Then we'll get the Hawk.
The Rat of Pack, the Pack of Rat is here. We haven't talked football in a long time. Good morning, man.
Hey, bro.
Well, it's not a good week for coaches, is it?
No, it's not, and it's a weird week for coaching too, by the way, because one of the things is that both those meetings, both the Mike McDaniel meeting and the John Hallborough meeting, did not begin with the intention to fire either one of them. I think John Hallborough wanted to get out of there. I think he realized there was no way, because of the popularity of Lamar Jackson, that he was ever going to be able to move off of Lamar Jackson. But, dude, they won football games without Lamar, and they won them really convincingly. That was the problem, dude. It's like Lamar Jackson, big game Lamar. Where'd he go? What happened?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Did Lamar Jackson have anything to do with this? And I guess so.
I think he had something to do with the decision-making process from Hallborough and Biscotti. And the thing is, though, is that that is like he is like going to really work hard to make sure he gets the right coach in that position because he likes stability. The guy who owns the Ravens is like a really good owner, and he really liked John Hallborough too. It's just I think it's the same thing like Andy Reid at Philadelphia. I think it's a matter of, you know what, dude? Maybe it's just bad luck. Something has gone wrong here because every time, the drop pass last year, the missed field goal this year, there's always something going on. But the worst thing is I really think that what he really wants to do is he really wants to go someplace like the Giants or Miami, get himself a quarterback that he wants and develop them. Because we know that McDaniel can develop quarterbacks because he did, because Tua was literally a dumpster fire until McDaniel arrived there. It was a strange day You know, there is an alternative universe, by the way, where Hallbauer still got his job and Mike Tomlin is fired, and it involves that place kicker. I think it involves that place kicker.
I'm hearing rumblings about Tomlin in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Okay. The other one that Stefanski, poor guy. Like, I mean,
perfect.
What they did to bring in Deshaun Watson. They sold the farm to bring in Deshaun Watson. Like, how can you blame the coach for how things went afterwards?
Because who owns that team?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jimmy Haslam, dude. I mean, it's like here's a guy that somehow managed to not blame himself for ripping off drivers with fuel cards. I mean, let's get real about this, dude. I mean, it's like Stefanski is out of jail. Stefanski's going to end up at the Oakland Raiders, who have the #1 pick, $100 million in space on their spending cap. I mean, dude, it's the best job. It's the best job, and that's why. If I was Stefanski, I'd be like, I get to walk into the sunlight. Because if Stefanski quits, he can't go any place he wants to go. They just basically turned him loose. He might have walked into the meeting and said, guys, I can't do this anymore. I've been really good. Fire me. Just fire me. I'll go work someplace else.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Well, yeah. With coaches being fired, there's also a lot of openings now as well. And I was talking to our good friend, the Chowder, about this. And I suggest that Stefanski could end up with the Raiders.
Oh, he should. That's where he should go. I mean, I think Hallbauer should go to the New York Giants, and I think Stefanski should go to the Raiders. I think both places would be foolish not to do it. I mean, Stefanski, the one time Stefanski had the quarterback that he actually wanted, he won games. Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that, dude. Yep. I mean, it's like literally a dumpster fire.
And the other one that's that's surprising is Eberflus gone. That didn't last long, did it?
No, he had to go. Time to go, because it turned out that Brian Schottenheimer can actually run a team and an offense. Eberflus is gone as a pecan. By the way, good morning to Trucker Bosun, who's telling our friend the touchdown Terrapin. Tara, good morning as well too. Yeah, I mean it's like it's coaching day. It's move. Here's the thing too, though, and this is part of it as well, is that sometimes you got to move on and get a fresh start. Even when you're doing okay someplace, sometimes it's time to go. It's just time to go, and I think that's an important thing as well, too. You know, I've dealt with that recently where somebody I care about came to me and said, it's just time for me to move on. No bad feelings, no hurt feelings. Everybody likes everybody. Thank you so much for your service, and I need to wrap this up. And I have no issue with that. I think a lot of people don't make that call, end up getting run out of town on a rail. I mean, you know, John Hallbauer can basically say, I've been here for 18 years, dude, and I've done great, and somebody turned around and said, well, of course he won a Super Bowl. He had all that Hall of Fame talent. They were 5-11 the year before he took over.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there's old expression. It's like a house guest. There's a time when you just have to go. Get out of there.
Yeah, you just got to go. And look, people have done that all the time. That's why it's really important, I think, every 7 or 8 years, like Lindsay talked about this too, to really do in your 6th or 7th year, to really sit down and do an evaluation of where you're at. And either decide that if you're going to stay, you need to renew your vows, or if you don't stay, you might want to start making plans before they throw you out. You know what I'm saying? It's always good to leave too early. Claire and I left a Christmas party this year too early, and we were more than pleased to do so. People are like, no, you can't go. I'm like, time to go. And we got in the car, and Claire turned to me, and what Claire said was, we left so not to overstay our welcome. I said, you're darn right we did. And I said, now they're all going to miss us and can't wait to see us again. And that's kind of the trick, dude. That's kind of life. All right, I got to let you go because I got to get to Huck. If I don't get to Huck, I can't get to Dave Heller. You know how it all works. Gary Krimble, welcome back.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Bye.
Okay, all the best, Jimmy Mack. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Toodaloo, brother.
Let's drop the Huck in the convo. What's going on, man?
Huckle-doodle-doo.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
What's going on, brother?
Well, I am finishing up a long day.
Talk to us about it.
I was able to dial in and catch you today. So, been running a lot of short nights.
Tell me
because of that.
Tell me what a short night entails, Huck. What does that mean? Tell me how that kind of plays itself out.
10 hours.
Okay.
That's I'm going to be coming in today right at tail end of coming in illegal. Just shy of 14 hours today.
Ooh.
So 10 hours is relatively short. So, yeah, that's and I'm okay with that. If that's all they got for me, I'm happy to go home.
Hey, by the way, in regards to the 10, what time do you start running when you run overnight on a 10?
7 p.m.
So the sun is just going down.
Yes. Well, by the time I get here, it's dark. But yeah, I leave the house at 6, where it's still a little light out. But I was supposed to go to Dave's, and the guy who said he wanted my run figured out that it was nights, and is like, well, what the hell? I don't want that. So I don't know how he thought line haul was not nights, but yeah, he thought he was going to be doing my stuff during the daytime. So
no. So, hey, by the way, no. You can just tell him that. You can say, I've been thinking about it. No.
Right. Oh, I just found this out. No.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what's that in my pocket? Oh, a big bucket of no.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
You got some in your teeth. No.
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 By the way, Marty Ellis says good morning. He's over at the TA in Ash Fork, Arizona. And Steve says good morning. He's got warm weather in Florida. And the Paranormal Pie Man, I'll get to Jody's comment in a second. Paranormal Pie Man wanted to tell everybody the entirety of Facebook seems to have gone completely mad, and it makes me want to stick my head in the toilet. Don't stick your head in the toilet. Have a cup of coffee with Road Gang Radio. That's what I'm saying.
There you go. Go listen to us on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Go
ahead.
That hand needs to reach out and find me on Facebook. I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah. I got to tell you, man, if you are not part of the solution on Facebook, which means post pictures of you and your kids, you are part of the problem. Get off the book of face, you fruits.
Whoa, man.
I like irritating the liberals.
Yeah,
I can't leave Facebook.
The problem is the fact that you realize you're contributing to the problem, right? I mean, you realize that, right? I mean, you might want to slide into somebody's text and say, "I really do love you, man. I'm just giving you a little bit of the old needling." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I just like seeing the smoke come out of their ears.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's people on the other side who enjoy seeing the smoke come out of other people's ears as well, too. Jody, by the way, says, morning, everyone. It's Friday, and Murphy has left the building. I don't know what that means, but I'm behind it as well.
Hey, be jealous of me, Huck. I just got a friend request from Reba McEntire on Facebook.
Oh, you got to take that.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's for real.
That's real.
That's for real. You good? By the way, you're good. Yeah, I mean, you're a tremor.
Well, I mean, they used their picture from the 70s, so what are we doing here, man?
Yeah, Reba wouldn't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with hearts around it.
That's a shame.
By the way, here's the quote of the morning back at you both from the Paranormal Pie Man. I can only try to bring joy in the void of madness before I go mad myself. How Lovecraftian of him. Well done. All right, Huck, hit the bricks. Get out of here. I got to go talk to Dave Heller on a segment, but I love having you back, man. You're the best, dude.
All right.
All right, man. Get out.
Later.
All right. Don't forget, guys, at 8:30 in the morning, which is just in a little bit here in the center of the country, you can call 615-292-6366. The Paranormal Pie Man says, I'm pretty easy to find on the book of the Facebook. I'm trying to eliminate that. I'm trying not to be Grandpa Randy Pants around here, but you get the idea. You get the drill. We've been doing Load 'em Up and Move 'em Out for quite some time here with our friends from TCA, the Truckload Carriers Association. We'll be talking to Dave Heller here in just a minute. A quick reminder, though, we got a really good show coming your way this morning in all good time and in all good fashion. Don't forget that at 8 o'clock, our good friend B.J. Ganem of Sierra Delta, veteran, hero, and lover of dogs. That's why I think he's a real hero. He loves dogs. And, man, he is one of the least belly-aching people you're ever going to meet. But, until we get B.J. here, we got some great folks as well. By the way, Dave Heller, in case you didn't know, is the Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs over at the TC of A. By the way, there's so much to talk about here, by the way. Dave, good morning. How you been? It's like being in a fire hose right now in regards to what's going on in Washington, D.C., in regards to information and legislation and action, right?
You're not kidding. The fire hose is a great way to put it, and it's hard to believe that New Year's was just a week ago, and here it's just been going a mile a minute. so quickly, so fast, and just my days are just running crazy. So there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a reason we call this segment "Load 'em Up, Move 'em Out," because it just feels like the moment we got past the new year, the starter pistol went off, and we got right back to work. So let's kind of just begin with the 30,000-foot view of what you're dealing with, what the organization's dealing with. Give us kind of a legislative and regulatory priority for the upcoming year about what you guys are going to be talking about, because we're going to be down there. Lindsay and I are actually coming down to TCA to do some broadcasting down in your neck of the woods in Orlando. What is going to be on the docket?
Well, I think, let's call it out, right? We're dealing with enforcement is probably the best way to describe it, because we're living in that kind of world now. The administration has come in and is leaving no stone unturned in terms of enforcement of the regulations and current regulations. This is not things that have been reissued or newly issued or new ideas. This is kind of standing behind the old federal motor carrier safety regulations. And you've got a new administrator, Derek Bars, great guy, dedicated to the industry and comes from an enforcement background. And they're looking at things like training, CDLs, ELDs, you name it out there. They're looking at it to make sure that the industry is in full compliance. And as an industry, we can never advocate for non-compliance of the current regulations. And that's a situation that's coming, and it's starting to go all about the industry, and it's got everybody talking about what that looks like, what the effects are going to be in the new year, and its effects on capacity, to say the very least.
Well, and by the way, there's something I wanted to kind of bounce off of you, and you're always welcome to say no comment. But one of the things I noticed is that whether it was a Republican in the administration or a Democratic administration, the focus of who got the opportunity from the FMCSA was different, but it was always about opportunity, that it was like an opportunity for people on the supply side, for people on, it was always an opportunity. This administration, and I mean this administration and his current incarnation, and Derek Bars, it goes back to the idea that we can't give anybody an opportunity until we actually begin enforcing the things that are on the books. This is one of those moments when people say we need a law. The response is, oh, we got one. We're just actually doing something about it now. That's kind of my feeling. It's a big, giant sea shift in what the FMCSA kind of conceives of its job. Whereas before, it's like, how can we give people an opportunity to drive? How can we give owners and people who are doing the hiring more people to choose from? This seems to be more like, no, we're going to start enforcing some stuff around here. Is that a fair assessment of it?
I think you hit the nail right on the head. I've said it a million times. I've given tons of presentations in front of tons of people, and for the longest time, I'd make that meeting room joke, I'm with the federal government, I'm here to help, it was basically the premise, and everybody would get a chuckle. But that's no longer the case, right? So you bring somebody like Derek Bars in here who has that enforcement background under the current federal motor carrier safety regulations, and they're going to make sure that everybody's abiding by it, because there's compliance and there's safety, and they're both intermingled, and they don't coexist separately. So if somebody's not compliant with the current safety regulations, there's probably no room for them in the industry.
Yeah, the other thing is, too, is that the big talk, of course, is that there are people who thought that they would benefit from this kind of enforcement that are turning out, well, maybe they got a little bit of struggling, too, because they're not just enforcing who's behind the wheel of a truck. They're enforcing who actually can give out permission to get behind the wheel of a truck. And training, as you pointed out so well, the idea that it's all interconnected. That I've always said, somebody got somebody over the fence, somebody transported them to a place where they could get a CDL, and somebody gave them a CDL after shopping around for a CDL, and then that CDL literally is issued within a 24-hour training period, not 24 hours in one day, although maybe that was in fact the case as well, too. This is something, when you talk about the idea of turning over stones and rocks, where is TCA standing on some of the efforts to kind of reform the CDL issuance system?
Well, and I'm going to raise my hand and say I was part of that entry-level driver training advisory committee that helped develop the current, and I emphasize this, minimum standards in which our industry operates under to train entry-level drivers, right? And those standards were designed so that a student can demonstrate a proficiency for developing, handling the rules of the road, and safely operate a commercial motor vehicle. So in saying that, let's recognize that Jimmy Mack and Dave Heller are two entirely different people. You can probably adapt to driving a truck much better than I could. Lord knows I've had hard times doing it in the past. But the reality is you have to demonstrate a proficiency in handling that. And somebody once said to me, Dave, would you rather have a driver behind the wheel that has achieved the most hours of training, or a driver behind the wheel that is competent enough to operate that commercial motor vehicle? But somewhere along the lines, that competency theory has dwindled because we still have those CDL mills out there that are training a driver in a day, and then that driver may not be fully communicative in the English language, so they're taking the test in a foreign language, which right off the bat, they're not compliant with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulation. So the question when Secretary Duffy stands up and says, who's training these drivers? That becomes case number one, and that's where it all starts. So they have to make sure they're getting people behind the wheel that are competent enough to operate a commercial motor vehicle, and do so at the very start and comply with the rules that exist right now. And that's the reality. It becomes one of those situations where drivers are coming out of schools and they may not be compliant right off the bat because they're taking the test in a different language other than English, and the regulations require that English proficiency to do exactly that.
Well, the other thing is, too, and this is something people don't realize, and it may have unintended consequences of a positive kind for some people who actually like, okay, so let me kind of unpack this as well, too. So one of the reasons, so you ask yourself the question, why do you want somebody who is not proficient in English and who has minimum amount of training behind the wheel? It's because they're terrified. And by being terrified, it means you control them. And by controlling them, it means that you basically are in control of what they get paid. If they get paid anything at all, it doesn't kick back to kind of a kitty. You know what I'm talking about right there. When you actually properly train people within the parameters of their training, often even the people who come from this country are able to then kind of value their worth. I mean, if you get proper training, I know people that have gotten improper training and have somehow made their way heroically into the industry by simply being an open kind of educational presence for anybody who will help them further along. But they don't learn what their value is until like 5 or 6 years in. If you're properly training people according to the actual rules and the actual theory and giving them the time behind the wheel, teaching them pre-trip, teaching them post-trip, getting all that stuff down, they start realizing they got a lot to do, and they start saying, you can't pay me that. But when you have somebody who doesn't have any of that stuff, you're pretty much fine, walk off the job. We'll throw you back across the border. We'll throw you back to the community you came from, and you definitely won't get paid. I mean, in many ways, this is stopping kind of another form of human slavery at its basic level. And it's kind of interesting, too, because it actually, like I said, you guys, great good guys on infrastructure and all this stuff, you have to be kind of pleased at the fact that it might actually open the door down the road for a better class of person on a regular basis to be onboarded into the industry and not these guys just hanging on, right?
You're not wrong. I mean, when you look at the industry and you look at training and you look at drivers, you look at motor carriers, you and I have been doing this long enough to know that there are those aspects of our industry that are not the greatest ambassadors of this industry. But on the other end of the spectrum, there's wonderful, excellent trucking companies out there. There's fantastic truck drivers out there. Their training institutions are absolutely top-notch. If you can equate it to the Harvard of the CDL world, there are those institutions.
There are. Oh, yeah.
And they need to be celebrated. And this is those avenues in which we're trying as an industry, enforcement, associations, state patrol, state trucking associations, are trying to put those great companies, those great training institutions, those great motor carriers, those great truck drivers on a pedestal because they should be applauded, and get rid of the seeds that aren't exactly truly representative of what this great industry has to offer.
Dave, there's a question I've never asked you before on this show because we've had it's a good one. Don't worry, it's not going to stress you. I promise you, this is a non-stress question. Just haven't had a chance to do it because it's always the fire hose is always on. If you were to sit down with a really qualified, doing great owner-operator, genuine, got their own authority and all that kind of stuff, you guys have a legislative agenda. You guys have what you need to accomplish up there on the Hill and the people you talk to and all that. If you were going to sit down with an owner-operator who wants to get more involved, either with TCA or politically involved in their local community, what would be a strategy that you would tell them? Because the more people in the industry that are involved kind of advancing the cause of what's right around here, the better off we are. What would you tell them?
You know, and I've had this conversation before, and I always say this. I say decisions are made by those who show up. There's no doubt about it. And it's either showing up at, and I'm not just talking about TCA meetings, showing up at TCA meetings, showing up at your state trucking association, showing up at a national organization that you belong to, and have a voice and use that voice. We often sit there and say using that voice is one thing, but assuming our legislators know the industry, we would assume wrong. Because they don't. So, you know, I can't tell you the amount of conversations I've had on Capitol Hill trying to explain what the industry is like to people that think they know the industry and they don't really know what's going on. So get involved. Even ATRI studies have said that those companies, those safety people that belong to associations, whether it's a federal association like TCA or ATA or a state trucking association like the Florida Trucking Association, something along those lines, are inherently safer because they're involved in the conversation. So that's really what it boils down.
The thing I want to, no, that's okay. That was actually BJ Ganem is actually on. I'm getting somebody testing actually on here, which is kind of crazy. That's fun. By the way, this whole morning has been like the most energetic, fun show where everything that could go wrong has go wrong. And the joke that Lindsay always makes is the mantra of this show is the wheels have come off, but we're kind of still rolling around here. If that makes any sort of sense. Dave Heller joins us this morning. Haven't gotten a chance to catch up with him in a while. Dave, would you do me a favor and tell all the people the socials they can check out to find out more about what you guys do and what you're all about?
They can find everything they need to know about TCA at truckload.org right on the website.
And if you guys head over there, there's all kind of strategies that you can actually learn about. The other thing is, too, on just a personal note, I can't encourage people enough that when you meet somebody, people don't do this enough, too. People who have not a great deal of means, it never hurts to send Christmas cards to people. It never hurts to kind of just reach out and see how they're doing. If somebody's having an event, you don't have to go down there and put the arm on your congressman or their staff or a state senator or a state rep. You can just kind of stay in touch with people and let them know that you're available as an expert as well, too. Because, man, it's like you said it best. A lot of these people have no idea about the industry. You could even become their go-to person, you know, in regards to who they talk to about, you know, how they're going to shape the policies and laws that they write. That's pretty fair, right? Did I lose him, Dre? I don't have Dave Heller on.
Make yourself present and go from there. Everything helps without a doubt, and be involved. There's no doubt about it.
Dave, this has been the most rambunctious, everything goes wrong on Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday version we could have, and I'm so good to have you back, dude. What you got planned for the weekend?
Oh, I got to travel for a work thing on Sunday, so it's going to be a quick and quiet weekend, and then I'm on an airplane. So it seems to be the story of my life.
It's always good joining you, brother. Have the best one, and we'll talk at you soon, okay?
I'll see you in Orlando, Jimmy.
Thank you, Dave. Dave Heller, of course, is the man at the center of all of this that we've been talking about. He's the guy up there making the case for the Truckload Carriers Association, the Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs. When we come back on the other side of this break, one of our favorite people, our favorite reoccurring guest, BJ Ganem, Sierra Delta. Feel the love, man. Loves those dogs, loves those veterans, but he's got a tough love. Not for the dogs. He's got nothing but softness for them. We'll be back on the other side of this. Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com where you can find out how you can hook up with a provider that gets you out of the ditch and back on the road.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey guys, don't forget that North Carolina Transpo officials, they are reminding all of you to stick to 2 available truck routes in the western part of that state. As of January 2026, truckers are able to take Interstate 40 through the Pigeon River Gorge or take Interstate 26 west to Interstate 81 south. This is all according to ABC 13 News. There are fewer incidents involving truck drivers seeking alternate routes around construction on the back roads, but the issues there are still ongoing. Let those people rebuild. Mm-hmm. If it's going to take a little bit longer, take a little bit longer. Let those people rebuild, for God's sake. I ain't got to tell you most of those guys, but if you run into people who you see taking those back roads or talk about that, who are complaining about construction on the back roads in North Carolina, tell them this, man. Helene is still a really fresh wound, guys. So, do your thing, do your diligence, take those 2 routes, keep it safe out there. Let God's country and a place where the sky is amazingly blue continue to feel like it's being given the space that it needs to breathe itself back into existence. I got to tell you, man, I am desperately, I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off, but if I can get back home to see Claire, I can drive 5 hours to see the captain of the Wounded Warrior Amputee football team, BJ Ganem, who joins us this morning. He's the founder of Sierra Delta. Go to sierradelta.com, and you can find them at Sierra Delta Dogs at Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. Hey, man, welcome back. It's always good to have you. First of all, how's the family? How was Christmas? And how was New Year's before we get to anything else?
It was great. Christmas was very much like, a Clark Griswold's Christmas, and New Year's was awesome. We went to an indoor water park here in the Wisconsin Dells and just had a blast, and we're ready to get 2026 off to a bang. We got Disabled American Veterans, the DAV, sponsoring that flag football game that we did for about a decade, and we're back on track.
Yeah,
how are you, buddy?
I'm actually really good. And there's a story that I've been holding on to for a while, and I got a chance to tell Lindsay off the air, but we got so busy these last week or so. A wonderful story, and I think it kind of ties into the kind of stuff that you're interested in, so I kind of wanted to share it with you. I'll keep it quick. So I've been dealing with some stuff over here. Dre can tell you, I've been scrambling all over the place. And on Friday, on Christmas Eve at around noon, something that I had been hoping would happen did happen, and it was a big relief. Dre knows what I'm talking about. Merry Christmas to everybody at RadioNemo. And I was really stressed out. Claire had come in from California. We were spending a week together, a week and a half together. It was the longest time we'd been together in extended fashion in a while. I was incredibly stressed out, dealing with all kinds of work stuff. Well, I had wanted to get a prescription filled from a guy that I talk to on a regular basis. I'll just put it that way. And he's got this deal worked out with me where if I just make the appointment later on down the line, he can always set me up so I can get a refill. So I go on his website to kind of take care of that, and then I look over and it says 3:30 in the afternoon. There is an appointment available right there and then if I want it on Christmas Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe that's what I need. Maybe it's a really good demarcation point. And I scheduled it, and he immediately accepted it, and he wrote me back. He said, what you're looking at isn't a glitch. He said, I'm actually going to be there, so come on by. And I went over there. I went down and sat down, and I walked in, and I said, dude, I was so relieved that you actually were in business and it wasn't a mistake. And I said, are you really open on Christmas Eve? And he turned to me, BJ, and he said, it's my service. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, of course, I'm not going to be open on Christmas Day and up until noon on the day after Christmas. I'm kind of closed for business as well. He said, but I know that Christmas Eve is a terribly lonely, can be a terribly depressing time for many people who are in the depth of sadness. And he said, the fact that I stay open until 4 is my way of telling my clients and the people that I take care of that I'm here for them up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And so we got a chance to talk and catch up and take care of some stuff. It's so important. People forget about this around this time of year as we head towards the Super Bowl because we're still kind of in a celebratory mood. To remember there's a lot of people who need a dog, who need a friend, who need somebody they can talk to, somebody who's there for them. And we often don't check in and do that kind of stuff. This is kind of your life, though, dude. I mean, you're a guy who really has really kind of stressed the idea of checking in. And I realized I hadn't told that story yet, and I thought about the idea of a man. Look, he's getting paid, but think about that. He's got 2 boys, and here's this guy who said, nope, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Christmas Eve, I am here for whoever wants to talk. And sometimes making ourselves available is making ourselves available when it's not convenient, right?
Yeah. There's that. And, I think that's a beautiful story. And you're right. This is what I talked about. Like, I'm not just there for disabled people. I'm not just there for people that are struggling. What we're really trying to do is build community. Everything I do is about building community. And it's how I was raised. My family came over from Lebanon in 1901. And we grew up in Savannah, Georgia. The Deep South, and we've had a business there, and it's still there. And I remember growing up, I was born in 1976, and growing up, we went to a bunch of different churches, and a bunch of different companies held picnics, and it wasn't just around Christmas. I mean, it was throughout the year. And I think we're kind of lying to ourselves with all this social media, all the satellite radio, all the streaming that, we're connected. We're not. And we need to, make it available to have more engagements, like true engagements where we're just celebrating the celebrating. I hate how people argue you can't say Merry Christmas, you need to say Happy Holidays. It's like, for me, if somebody wished me Happy Hanukkah, I don't know if they do that or not. But anyways, if they wish me somebody else's celebration, I wouldn't take offense to that. I would be happy that they are blessing me with what they do in their culture, right around that time of year. I think we really need to strip down and remember that we're all humans and we all have the same basic needs. And what we need to do is figure out ways to put down all the silly little BS that's causing all this divisiveness that is a lot of times from a past that we have no control over. And the other side of the coin is that it's a bunch of worries about a future that nobody can predict. I always like to tell people, one, ONE, only now exists. And let's focus there first and do our best to repair.
BJ, you still there, brother? We're going to do a little pickup here because he's cooking, dude. He's cooking, and I want to make sure we keep him on here. My dad likes to say, by the way, that nostalgia is a memory of a wonderful thing that never happened, and prejudice is a fear of a future that will never come to pass. I'm gonna repeat that for our good friend BJ. You still there, brother?
I'm still here. I don't know what happened.
That was a weird little glitch. By the way, today is the day the wheels actually officially come off, but it's actually completely on brand because we keep rolling. My dad actually says something that you would love. He says that nostalgia is a memory of a wonderful thing that actually never happened, and prejudice is a fear of a terrible thing that will never come to pass.
That's beautiful. I do love that.
And it's spot on in many ways. I have you brought up another great story, 2 great stories that I want to kind of share with you. The first of which is last year, Claire and I took my mom and dad out for Christmas Eve dinner. and we went to an Israeli restaurant in New Orleans. It's actually Israeli food. And when we got to the top floor, which were all the reservations, as you walked in, we were the first there. My parents are elderly, and they have a big evening in front of them, so we went and ate early. But when we got there, it was the first day of Hanukkah, so Christmas Eve and the first day of Hanukkah fell on the same day, which isn't always the case with Hanukkah. Half the tables were completely set up for Hanukkah, and the other half were completely set up for Christmas Eve. And in the midst, when the place got busy, this old Jewish man tipped his glass, clink, 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 got everybody quiet, and he said, I wanted to tell you all that we have lived in this country for the better part of 30 years. We are from Russia originally. We moved to Israel. We now live here. And he said, I just want to tell you what a joy it brings to my heart to see people celebrating their holiest days together when those holiest days aren't in the same religion, and what it means to me to live in a country that we can do that in. And that really, really landed on me. My other policy is I am happy to tell people happy holidays, happy to do that for the first week of December. But if somebody tells me Merry Christmas, they get a Merry Christmas back. And if somebody tells me Happy Hanukkah, they get the same thing back. I am in complete agreement on that. You do you to the best of you with all the joy in your heart. That's kind of it right there. Really,
it really is.
Yeah. That's kind of the deal. Okay, so talk about what you got cooking, man, because I know you're bringing the football game back. Talk about what it was and talk about what it's going to be.
Yeah, so it started, Chris Visser, good friend. His sister is Leslie Visser, so they both worked in sports broadcasting for a long time. Leslie Visser is the only female in the NFL Hall of Fame, the first female sideline reporter way back in the day. He started the Wounded Warrior Amputee football team, I believe, in like 2011, and started playing these games before Super Bowls, and he asked me to be a part of it in 2012. I ended up becoming the captain. In 2013 or 14, the Super Bowl was in New York. I ended up getting on David Letterman. Such a great experience. And we played this for a while, but then as the mood of the country changed, and just what was happening, the hospitals weren't as empty. I was starting to notice everybody that has been in this 20-year war was suffering a bit, right? It's a complicated thing, this global war on terrorism, that we don't have time to go into it. But I started wanting to make a shift to not put so much emphasis on guys like me that lost limbs, and start really focusing not only on the veteran side of the ball, but also on the NFL player side of the ball. And so, there's a lot of similarities in that once you leave these organizations, you lose kind of your identity, plus you've been hit in the head a bunch of times, and there's a bunch of other physical ailments that you're going up against. And, with the military side, you have a lot of exposure type of diseases and whatnot that we have to deal with. So we toyed around with Stars and Stripes Bowl. We did that in LA. We were looking at doing a Veterans Bowl. But this year I got a chance to meet the leadership of DAV.org, Disabled American Veterans. They've been around for over 100 years, helping America keep their promise to the veterans. And they're like, we want to do this. We want to do this year. We want to hire BJ Ganem and Ganem Consulting to put this back on, and we'll take care of everything else. And it's been amazing. We've had a short fuse, a short runway, but we're set to go. The game is going to be on Saturday, February 7th in the afternoon. We're playing in a local high school, Cappuccino High, in the San Francisco Bay Area. I can't think of a better name for a San Francisco Bay Area high school than Cappuccino High. Can you? And
yeah, even by the way, it would be really funny if Cappuccino High took on Cold Brew U.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
so
fantastic.
And this game, we've played it. I know I played in it 10 straight years, and then I've gone to the Super Bowl. The past 4 years where we didn't have a game. COVID really kind of, knocked everything off its feet for a little bit. So I'm really excited to get this back. I know the players, the NFL players are really excited. The veterans are excited. I know the media personalities that we've had associated with this are very excited. And so, and DAV is hopeful to be able to do this year after year. And so I think we're going to bring back this tradition. We're going to bring it back in the right way. We're also partnered with Athletes for Care. Now, this is Robert Gallery. He was a first-round draft pick in 2004 and played for many years on the line. And his organization is there to try to help the players after they're done playing get access to some non-traditional services to really help with the traumatic brain injury, the CTE, all the different names that we can come up with, bashing our heads, right, and the damage that comes with that.
The incremental overall day after day damage. People don't realize that it's not just about concussions or even getting slammed to the turf over and over again. It is simply you're slamming into another human being on every single play over and over and over and over again. And that's it.
Right.
If you're in a tank, if you're in a tank, I got to tell you, if you're in a truck, the long, low rumble, after a while, man, the rough and tumble of it begins to break your body. That's
You're right. We are biological creatures. We don't have a hard outer shell like an M&M, So, and that was the thing about, what we learned in Iraq, too, or in Afghanistan, was it didn't matter how much armor we had. It could keep the hard metal from passing through our body, but that shock wave is going to go through all that. And you're going to feel it, and it's going to have some things. And we still don't know anything. I mean, for me, the human species is closer to knowing nothing than we are to knowing anything. But we're pretty dang arrogant, I'll tell you that. But, what we need to do is keep working together. And I think one of the most important things, and this is what I'm most proud about, is, let people tell their version, their perspective. And that's how we're going to get there. And so by working together, people understanding, I've learned so much from these NFL players of what they do after playing to keep themselves healthy. And I think they've learned a lot from us as well. And then just the true friendships that grow from this is just really fun to see. And again, it helps. And I'm sure people feel this all the time. Like if you do a job for a long time, especially if it's an intense job, and I would think driving a truck, hey, I know, I'm turning 50 this year, and I used to drive home to Savannah from here in Madison, Wisconsin, and it's like a 19-hour drive. And I used to be able to do all the way straight through, not a problem. There's no chance in heck I can do that anymore. And so, and I know none of these drivers are out there driving 24 hours straight. They're all being safe. But even still, the amount of attention that you need to put on your complete surroundings and how your truck is operating, I mean, that's got to take a toll on your mind and your body as well.
I'm going to pivot here just a little bit because you talked about community earlier, and you talked about what people struggle with, and I don't know if about the story about Andrew Tolles of the Los Angeles Dodgers. He actually was found he was a former player with a lot of promise, and then he just people didn't know where he went. Now the Dodgers knew where he went, but people didn't actually know where to go or how to find him. It turned out that he had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia after leaving the team in 2019. He was found, and when the Dodgers found out about it, they have repeatedly renewed his contract at the minimum since then to be able to provide him with health insurance for his ongoing mental health care. And it's a really compassionate gesture because he hasn't played baseball since 2018. And you talk about the idea about community, and this is the kind of things that we all have to start doing in regards to how we take care of people. That's a case. That's not a charity handout. That's them doing right by a member of their organization. That's them understanding that somebody with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, that's a place where you cross the Rubicon, and it no longer is about personal responsibility. But he's able to function now. He has a job and a whole bunch of other stuff in his life now too. But he can't have that unless he's given that. And so much of what you have been a big proponent of is not so much handouts or even hand-ups. You've been just a proponent of just create a playing space for us where we can get the services we need and the treatment and care we need, and we'll take care of the rest, right?
Exactly. I mean, the thing I keep trying to remind everybody, especially in this day and age when we're so politically divided, is that it doesn't really matter to me who's in political office because we're all free and independent people. I don't need permission from the government to help my neighbor. I don't need permission from the government to do really anything. And that's how I've always operated. I mean, this is supposed to be a representative republic, democracy. And I think we've gone overboard, and I think these politicians have gotten way too much, their egos have gotten too far, saying that they can protect us and they can save us and they can make everything life better. That is completely untrue. No one can make your life better other than you. And it takes coordination and teamwork and trial and error. Like, that's the thing that when people ask me about, like, well, how did you get Sierra Delta done? I was like, it's not done. I'm right in the middle of changing how we are delivering the grants right now to a cohort thing. And, like, DAV has been doing this for over 100 years, right? And they're constantly tweaking. Like, there's no right answer. There's only a right path we can get on. And the thing that I always try to remind veterans is that I cannot drive you to the point of enlightenment. But what I can do is help you get on the right path. And in your timeline to where you find balance or where you find peace or where you find whatever it is that you're looking for is on you. And all we can do on the outside is cheer you on and help make sure that we maintain your left and right lateral limits, that you don't fall off the path. But I think far too often in the nonprofit world, and especially in the government world, many of these organizations are promising outcomes that they cannot determine. And it's not about a specific outcome. It's about the growth of the human being. And all of these things are overcomable. Like when I was first woke up in the hospital, I had a hard time putting the sentences together. I worked on puzzles. I studied how the brain is plastic and it can heal, and that you have to do certain things and drink a lot of water and watch your diet. And now you can't get me to shut up, right? And so these things are overcomable. Everything is overcomable. Everybody asks me, like, well, BJ, like, you walk so well. What foot do you use? What prosthetic do you use? It's like, I don't know, but I don't think about it, right? And so there's times where I forget when I wake up in the morning and I fall right out of bed and I just laugh. If I think about my injury, then I feel the pain. It's attention. So if you're putting all your attention onto the things that are negative in your life, your whole life is going to be negative. I'm not saying to just make up, a different reality. What I'm saying is focus on the things that you can control. Tend to the garden that you can touch. And that is how you overcome these things. I have accepted the fact that my leg was blown off. And, hey, when I joined in 1996. And so I'd already watched Rambo. I watched Apocalypse Now. I read the book, The Things They Carried, all this other stuff.
He's a friend of mine. Do you know that, by the way? That Tim's the things they carry. Tim's a friend of mine. I mean,
oh my God, he's a dude that I would love to meet. Like that guy, I love all his books. I just read the one about the senator in Minnesota, the lake. I can't remember the name, but I just finished it a couple months ago. I love him as a writer. I mean, he was a big influence when I read The Things They Carried on what we need to do different in the veteran nonprofit world.
Yeah, by the way,
so I would love to meet him.
Tim O'Brien's book, Dad's Maybe book, if you ever want to read a book. So I don't know if you know this about Tim O'Brien. We got time here, BJ. BJ Ganem joins us as he always does. Thrilled to have him. Gina Harrison, by the way, gives you a big shout out, letting you know that she's listening and enjoying the hell out of the segment. I do got to give people a warning, by the way. Steve has let us know that there is tornadoes in Meridian, Mississippi, heading east towards Alabama. Trucker Bosun wished him well, and in response, Steve said, I'm okay. Trucker Bosun over in Texas. Just wanted to give people a heads up. Trucker Bosun also said, by the way, all that rumbling, bumbling, and shocks that go on, whether it's football or ordnance, don't forget it's hell on the kidneys. People don't realize the damage, what I call the shockwave damage through all that. Tim O'Brien wrote a really great book called Dad's Maybe book, and Tim had kids very late in life. He was in his 50s. And so in the event that he passed before his two sons got old enough to play golf with him, he thought he would write a book of what all the stuff he would tell them as adults, so that they would have his perspective as a former combat veteran and all of that stuff. It is a terrific book about what it means to be an older dad in America. Check that out as well too.
I definitely will.
Yeah, really good stuff. What are you reading now? I mean, I know you're an avid reader like I am. What are you digging into?
Yeah.
What are you digging into in regards to fiction and nonfiction?
Yeah, so I just ordered What If We're Wrong by Klaus Klosterman. I think that's right. And then I'm just finishing Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. I've really been in the C.S. Lewis phase this year of reading a lot of his works, and I've always loved like how he approaches like tough conversations, like when we talk about religion and theology and stuff like that. Just not too long ago, I love like Hannah. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on her name. But she wrote The Women about in Vietnam, the nurses in Vietnam, which was a phenomenal book. Now you put me on the spot. I'm like drawing a blank.
You're doing great,
on
dude.
all the books.
I got to tell you, man,
Yeah.
you're doing great. It's Kristen Hanna. Kristen Hanna wrote the book
Kristen
about
Hanna.
Yeah.
Thank you
Kristen
very
Hanna,
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
that-
we had a guest on our show yesterday, but I'm just letting people know about this again. We had a guest on our show yesterday who has a book out that is just terrific. Now I'm trying to find the information. So give me a second here. We're making book recommendations. BJ Ganem and I, as you guys join us on Road Gang Radio here. Carla Kaplan wrote a book called Troublemaker about Decca, one of the most famous. It's crazy. This woman starts off as a socialite in England, ends up being a radical Marxist over in Oakland, but in between actually served in the Spanish Civil War. Troublemaker, the fierce, unruly life of Jessica Mitford. And by the way, it's getting all kinds of crazy good reviews. It came out on my birthday.
Okay.
And it's good stuff, by the way. So there's a lot of good stuff out there for reading. By the way, let me ask you a question. How long have you been an avid reader? This is something that's near and dear to my heart. How long have you been digging into books?
Since I was like a kid, really.
Okay.
Like I used to read the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew and all those type books. And then when I got into high school, like I went to a Catholic military high school run by Benedictine monks, and it wasn't like the kind that you had to like stay overnight. But so our curriculum was a little bit tougher. So like reading the Odyssey and like. The Odyssey, like I remember reading it when I was a kid, and I was like, God, this is terrible. But then, like now, it's like one of those books that I come back to about every 5-7 years, And but I've been an avid reader. I've just always been a curious kid, like a curious person, and especially if you have a good writer, right, that can really help you. Because there's times where I'm reading a book, like if I'm on an airplane, you usually find me reading a book, and I forget I'm on an airplane because I'm wherever that writer has taken me. So I love it. I think it's something, movies are good, but, for me, when I'm reading a book, I'm the director, I'm the producer, like I'm the cinematographer. And so especially if you have a really good writer that can bring all those words together so that you can create that own movie in your mind, like I think that's something.
I just got finished rereading the White Album, which is Joan Didion's essays about California from 1968 to about 1977, and the first chapter is more or less about the environment that produced the Manson murders, and then the second one is about the Episcopalian bishop who died out in the desert searching for God. It is a great collection of essays. BJ, can you hang around for a little bit? Can you stick around?
Absolutely.
Okay. So BJ's going to stick around with us for a little bit longer. Dre's going to jump in the conversation. If you guys want to call and ask BJ questions about Sierra Delta, the books he's reading, the fun he's having these days, we'd love to hear from you. 615-292-6366. And of course, that ends with
Nemo.
And we're going to head into this break here. Come back on the other side. BJ Ganem is with us. Always thrilled to have him. Great way to start off the year, by the way, Dre. Good people.
100%.
Hey, guys, keep on chatting over there. Like I said, but BJ's right. It's a great community we have on chat. But if we get a chance to meet each other in real life, do it, man. It makes all the difference. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, man, we're in that final half before we get Lindsay in here.
Lindsay's
She's coming.
Look busy.
Because we are live.
Man, we were talking our ears off about Lindsay before we even came on the air this morning, by the way. We were saying, we were having a good conversation about her, weren't we? About
Her hair products she uses and all that stuff, yeah.
We did?
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember what we talked about.
I can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago. I do remember that BJ Ganem is here, and we want to make something really clear as well, guys. So the Wounded Warriors against the NFL All-Stars game is coming back for the Super Bowl, correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. DAV has brought it back.
And let's talk about DAV a little bit. Tell me about how you hooked up with them, and they look like they're making a long-term commitment to you as well, too, don't they?
Well, I think they will. I mean, they're very interested. I mean, their commitment to veterans is very strong. So in September, they put on an entrepreneur boot camp, I believe like 2 or 3 times a year. I just shared on LinkedIn the one that's coming up in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in February. But it was phenomenal. And they had heard through the grapevine that I had done this before, and they asked what it would take to bring it back under the DAV banner. And I rolled out exactly what it would do, and they didn't blink. They said, "Let's go." And I was like, "Are you thinking 2027?" Because this was like September. We wouldn't have that much time. They're like, "No, we want to do it in 26." So I gathered the team, and here we are. We're bringing it back, and it's a good thing that we've done it a few times. We did it in San Francisco in 2016 when the Super Bowl was there as well. But DAV also provides, if you see the vans on the roads, all the truckers out there, if you see those DAV vans, they provide those vans. They pay for them to the VA, and they pay for the drivers and help to recruit more volunteer drivers so that the men and women that have a hard time getting to the VA for their appointments, those veterans that are elder. I mean, remember, there's 16.7 million vets alive in this country with an average age of 68.9 years old. So the majority of our veterans are older. And so obviously if you have health issues compounded with the fact that you're older and maybe you don't have as much family, it makes it very difficult to get to the VA. Like even for me to get my health care is a 3-hour round trip. Now I'm healthy and I have a truck and I can get there and all that, but DAV provides that. They also have veteran service officers there to make sure that the veterans are getting the right information for the benefits. Now, the VA benefits are just as complicated as our IRS tax code, and there's nothing we can do about it except for help make sure that we have true and trustworthy professionals giving the right information to our veterans so that they can get the benefits that they've earned properly. Again, this is DAV keeping America's promise to their veterans. Yeah. And I'm so excited to be working with them to bring this game back and really, highlight not only the veteran side of the ball again, but the NFL player side of the ball as well with Robert Gallery's Athletes for Care organization. So I think this is going in the right direction. And it all comes back to what I talked about, building community, right? We're all more alike than we are different, and this is America, for crying out loud. This is where free and independent people get together, and we figure out the hard things, and we overcome them. That's what we do.
By the way, BJ Ganem joins us, and Gina Harrison says, I'm so excited to share this episode when it comes out. Dre, we have to mark this one to come out.
Got it.
Because I know people who need to hear it that aren't live. I love you, BJ. Your words are a light to me again. Joe J, by the way, has joined us. He says good morning. He was late to the game because he was at the tank wash. And then Trucker Boson just wanted to let us both know that he's been rereading Gene Kerr's Please Don't Eat the Daisies. Well done. We got a lot of readers over here over in our chat, BJ, and that's kind of a really fun thing as well. I was going to ask you a question because I wanted to make a recommendation. I always do this. Are you a fan of spooky stuff or scary stuff and the like?
For sure. I mean, one of the scariest books I ever read was It by Stephen King.
There is, and they have to get it back up and restored. But the moment they do, I'm going to send you over a copy of our friend. He's been on the show a couple of times. Julian Simpson has taken all of H.P. Lovecraft stories and put them on into podcast form, but he's done them so that they sound like a modern true crime detective thriller. And so you don't even realize what you're listening to until you get about halfway through the situation. Okay, let's kind of move on here as well, too, because if I had not met you, I would not have met Vince Ferragamo. I would not have met Jeff Garcia. There's a lot of people I wouldn't have met. Tell us about the kind of people that you guys get a chance to play against when you play that game.
Well, I mean, like Charles Haley, Kurt Warner, LaDainian Tomlinson. I mean, I can go on and on. We had an off Super Bowl game in Dallas where Roger Staubach was our quarterback because he was Navy Academy graduate. And it's funny, on that game, he was the veterans quarterback, and he missed me a couple times in the end zone, and he threw a couple picks. He didn't have his best game, but he was also, I don't know, in his 60s or 70s at the time. And then I saw him like 2 years later. It was actually in 2016 in the San Francisco Super Bowl. I was at the Hall of Fame breakfast, and he comes and finds me, and he's like, DJ, I just want you to know that my Achilles is better. It was bad when I played that game, so I'm better. So if you need me, just let me know. And I was like, sir, you're Roger Staubach. If you want to go have a catch in the street, let's go right now. So we have some tremendous players, Kyle Turley, Kenny Mayne, Chris Draft, the list. I literally, I feel bad that I'm not naming everybody. Jenny Welter, she's the first female NFL coach in the NFL, and we've got a lot more female NFL players coming this year already. It's really just a celebration. This is, I know, like baseball is technically America's pastime, but America's game is football. And
baseball's where you go to catch up. Football's where you go to come to attention. By the way, Roger the Dodger is currently 83 years old and looking pretty darn good, as a matter of fact. 83 years young as well. All right, so we got the game coming up. I do want to talk about some Sierra Delta stuff here in a second. But what are your other plans this year? I mean, what else you got on the docket? I mean, I know the schedule is always busy, but is there anything else after? Because here's the thing with the kind of stuff that you do, I do, our friends over at Fastport do, these truck drivers do, is we're constantly thinking about what is after the thing we have to do.
Yeah, so a week after the Super Bowl is over, I leave for Africa to climb Mount Kilimanjaro with Nate Boyer and Chris Long and the Water Boys Foundation. And this is their 10th climb and their 10th year in operation, and they've already helped drill over 150 freshwater wells in Tanzania and Kenya, East Africa, to help make it easier for the people there in Africa. I mean, fresh water is what we all need first and foremost, right? You can only go 3 days without water. So I'll be up there 7 days up, 4 days down. It's a fundraiser. I'll send you my link so that you can share it with your readers. We're raising money to, again, like, we don't need the government's approval. We've got plenty of private companies that'll drill these wells, will work with the tribes. They then maintain the wells, and now they have fresh water. So, again, real-life solutions by real-life people. And so I'm excited for that. Again, Chris Long is Howie Long's son, won 2 Super Bowls. Nate Boyer is the Green, Nate was a Green Beret, also walked on to Texas and ended up getting a contract with the Seattle Seahawks. So I'm super excited for that. I just got a word that we might be a part of a fundraiser in Baton Rouge, cigar fundraiser. We got some golf tournaments happening this year. I mean, it's just like, let's get together. Let's figure out what the problem is. Let's set a reasonable and sustainable way to address the problem, and let's have some fun while doing it. And that's what it's all about.
Let me ask you a question, by the way, because, Kilimanjaro, along with being one of my favorite stories, the snows of Kilimanjaro, which, by the way, has one of the most devastating and simultaneously uplifting endings of all time. How do you get ready to do that? I mean, and here's the thing too, because I've been in a whole bunch of stuff where you've had to go cross country or climb something, and we don't just jump in. I mean, we all stay in shape. Of course, we have to, because if we don't, we can't live the active lifestyles we do. But when you're doing something like this, do you take a special, like going, I'm going to work out this way, or I'm going to do my exercises that way, so that you can be particularly prepared for an event? I mean, people don't train for a marathon all year long the same way. It ramps up as you get closer. So what do you do to kind of get yourself ready to do something like Kilimanjaro? I just like saying it, by the way.
Well, I'm not I'm always a rebel at heart, and I'm always an extreme optimist. So I ran those 2 marathons. So I ran the Marine Corps Marathon and Boston Marathon 6 months apart and trained for neither. Now, I didn't win them, but I won them. And by not training, I mean I didn't do any marathon training. I try to stay active. What I'm doing right now to get ready for Kilimanjaro is, yes, I'm walking a lot. I'm also focusing on just nasal breathing and to get ready for altitude. We are doing this it's really slow. So it's not like we're trying to set a record going up the mountain. And it's mostly like preparing mentally. And that's what I think people need to understand is that did you ever see that movie? I think it was called The Covenant. It was about the Pope that died and all the politics about replacing Ralph Fiennes.
The Conclave.
The Conclave, thank you very much. Yeah. There was a homily that Ralph Fiennes gave in that movie where he said the greatest sin in this world is certainty. And he's 100% right. Everybody wants to know that they're going to be okay. And I think what's different about me is I believe that I'm going to be okay. And that if I live right, if I know that my intentions are right and I am putting forth the effort, I will, and my entire life has been evidence of that. I'm a C student. I'm not Jocko or what's the other guy that runs like 50 miles a day, the other SEAL. Like, those guys are great. Like, they're super disciplined. They're super high speed. I'm proud of my service in the Marine Corps Infantry. I think I'm an RA guy, but I'm not the guy that's doing, cleaning 300 and trying to run 12 miles a day. I stay active. I do a lot more walking now just because I put a lot of miles on this body in 49 years.
You do know, but BJ, you do know, and if you do that walk at a really brisk pace, it has the same overall impact as running. People don't understand that, and it's and dude, if anybody doesn't need any more damage on the other knee, it's you. I don't want to be a jerk about that, but it's if you can maintain cardio and a really brisk ability, then you can run if you have to, but you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And I do a lot of stretch, and again, it's a lot of, I think, for me, everything in life is more mental. And again, I think it comes down to not knowing, but in belief and actual true faith. And what faith means is that, you feel like everything is going to be okay, even though you don't know. Right. And again, I don't know how this world, I think this world was made on purpose. That's about as far as I can get. I don't think it's just by accident. And so I really take heart in the fact that I look inside and I make sure that I am doing this for the right reasons. I'm not trying to, put feathers in my cap. I'm not trying to gain awards. I'm really I'm really trying to be an authentic person and truly live an authentic life and see what I can see. And most importantly, meet people. It drives my wife crazy. We're on a plane. Half the time I end up in an hour-long conversation with whoever's sitting next to me. And most of the time it's because I'm really interested on what other people are doing, what other people are thinking. And it's not like I don't feel like we get that from the majority of the mainstream media. That's why I think podcast shows like yours are on the rise, is because we're all craving authentic stories, authentic points of view, right? I don't need anybody. I hate when people try to tell me what to do. Like, if you want to get me to do anything, tell me I can't do it, and then I'll go do it, But don't try to tell me what I need to do or what I should do, and I'm not out to try to tell other people what they need to do or what they should do. I just want to share, my mistakes, my triumphs, and then just the things that I find funny or I find interesting, and I want others to share that with me authentically as well. And again, it comes back to building true community.
By the way, I'm going to give you a couple of folks over here who are part of what we believe is a true community on Road Gang Radio. Joe J. wrote, I'm listening to Conversations with Tom Petty by Paul Zollo. Currently, I just finished Gales of November, which is by John Bacon. Have you read that book, Gales of November, yet?
I have not.
Oh my God!
I'm writing it down.
It is. John, by the way, is already a terrific writer about college football, but he decided to turn his full attention towards actually American and Canadian history. It is the complete story of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And
really?
It is staggeringly good because he does it like an Altman film where you have like all of these different characters. And by the time the first couple of chapters have done, you know exactly what America was like in the time it happened. You know exactly what Canada was like. You know every single member on that boat. And even though you know how it plays out, it is so gut-wrenchingly tense. And I asked him point blank, I said, so who's the movie deal? He said, I can't talk about that. I've already signed NDAs. And it is so good, so much, and right up your alley, too, because it's about a bunch of guys who didn't complain, who just fought for their lives right to the end. And it's also got a great chapter, a great series of chapters on Gordon Lightfoot as well. Really groovy stuff. I'd love to know what you thought of it, Joe J., now that you've written down the fact that you read it as well. The other thing is, I don't know if people realize this. I'm going to go back to reading for a second, because I got to tell you, the last dog I had, she lived till she was 16. I miss her terribly, but amazing life. I got to tell you, is there anything better to read a book to than a dog sitting at your feet? I mean, it's like the best feeling in the world, dude. It is like such a remarkable experience. They actually feel your rhythms change when you're reading a book. Yeah. Have you had that experience?
Listen, yes. I mean, that's when people ask me how I use my dog to get better. Look, my dog is a high-functioning sociopath. Like, he was abused for the first year of his life. He's a border collie mixed with German Shepherd. So, but we walk every day for like 2 to 3 hours, and I literally talk to him. And this is what I try to explain to everybody. You don't need permission from a medical community. I surveyed all the major medical colleges in this country. You know how many are training doctors on dogs? 0. You don't need permission from the government. 68% of American households already have a dog in it, and we kill 800,000 healthy, trainable, and adoptable dogs every single year. It only takes 2 years to become an accredited dog trainer. And dog training hasn't changed in the 35,000 years that humans and dogs have been working together. What you need to do is just accept what these dogs are giving you. And it's unconditional love. This is why it's not by accident that if you spell dog backwards, what do you get?
You get God. You
get God. And they're never going to put you on hold. They're never on vacation. They're never not going to want to do what you want to do. And so just accept it. They're not going to give you the answers, but they're going to be a mirror to you. Because if you're angry, they're angry. If you're worried, they're worried. If you're happy, they're happy. And accept that and just, help them live a good life. Like the most tragic thing is that these dogs can't live as long as we do, which makes it even more special, these relationships that we have. And, I would strongly recommend people look to what they're feeding their dog so that we can extend their life better. And not only that, the quality of their life. And there's so much we can get out of these dogs. And I know people look, when they hear me talk about this, they probably think, oh, BJ, that's just rainbows and unicorns, right? It's not. Every time that I feel stressed out or I feel worried or I'm hurting and I go for a walk with my dog, and I play some fetch, we might dance. Like a lot of times I'll be listening to music and we'll dance around in these fields. If anybody's seeing me, they'll probably think I'm a crazy person. But
oh no, I know you're a crazy person, so it's all worked out.
For sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy about this life. Like there's never been a better time to be alive. And, you know, having that dog and just going out, and again, like they love you unconditionally. You're not going to find that anywhere else except for in whatever spiritual relationship you have with whatever higher power you submit to. But it's right there for the taking. And again, I can't stress it enough that, you know, therapists are good too. You know, I'm a little worried about the mental health industry of this country because I'm starting to feel like all these mental health discussions are nothing more than a roadmap to bad mental health so that people can make money off of it. I think we need to kind of dial it back a little bit. And that's the thing that I try to get to people when they're like, I just want to save a veteran. Like, veterans don't need saving. We really don't. And we need investment. And we need a way to bring our talents and our point of view to our community in a way that is seen as an equal and not as somebody that is broken or broke or needs a saving.
Yeah, and by the way, I must give something else about dogs that you should know. They are also open after 4 o'clock on Christmas Eve. Not that we mind those who are not. I have a question.
Never closed.
I want to ask you about your dog really quickly, though. So since it's half Border Collie and half German Shepherd, does that mean it runs in menacing circles around you all the time?
Yeah, it really, like, he literally does. It's so funny. Like, he always has to be, like, he always wants to be right in front of me, like, leading the way. But then every now and again, he'll stop and do these ridiculous stretches, but he stops right in front of me. I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, and there's a lot of times when we're running, especially, and he's running next to me, like he'll start like nipping at my legs, and I'm like, knock it off, buddy. I'm not a sheep. Like, you know, I'm in charge of you. You're not in charge of me.
That is like, I got to tell you, my Dre and I were talking about a friend of mine this morning, and she owned a Border Collie, and I will tell you, man, pure Border Collie. Good God Almighty, man, they corral people. Man, do they
do.
I mean, they have to. You better establish yourself as an alpha, or they're going to be snipping your heels and pushing you in every direction known to man, because that's what they do. I mean, that's what they are bred for, and that's what they kind of make happen. The other thing is, in regards to we talk about physical activity. And you were talking about this as well. I was kind of curious that people, our good friend Peter Stark actually went across North America essentially with an Iditarod. Actually got pulled by dogs in that way. But they really are terrific animals in regards to not just taking a walk, but there's certain breeds where that's another thing. We don't talk to people long enough about what it is they're looking for from a dog, because they're actually dogs that, if you are a casual bike rider, are actually good to be with. They're dogs that, if you're if you climb mountains, are good to be with. They're dogs, if you love to swim, that are good to be with. And we don't do enough work, I think, helping match people up with the dog they need for the lifestyle they lead.
That's exactly what I'm most proud about with Sierra Delta and the Life Buddy program.
You like that?
So
You like me? You like that? I pushed you right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And so we set it up to where, like, this service, like, when you look at the actual numbers, it's 0.04% of the entire veteran population needs an ADA medical assistance service dog. And to me, like, this whole emotional support animal is nonsense. Like, essentially every dog is a service dog, just most are freelancing. But what's most important, we're people.
By the way, I have to tell him too. By the way, Dre, that is the second great joke of the morning. By the way, the first one is the most anti-Jewish food on the planet is Cajun boudin. It's essentially ground pork wrapped in the Old Testament. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's awesome. But yeah, so I mean, the most important thing is the human needs to understand what they want to do with their dog. Actually, if you look at the number one health concern for all service dogs in the United States is that they're all overweight. So what do you think their handlers are? And so that's what we focus on is, like, the majority of these veterans, like the first 7,000 veterans through Sierra Delta, 70% of them already had a dog. So I don't need to find them a dog. They've already found one. And then what we need to understand is what it is that they want to do with their dog day in and day out. So I want people to think about this as more like yoga or prayer or meditation. Like, it's a practice that you need to do. If you only work your dog 10 to 15 minutes a day, you're going to feel better. Your dog's going to feel better. But if you can stretch it out and you're doing activities, like we have a lot of veterans that are doing dock diving, they're doing scent detection, they're doing pheasant hunting, deer shed hunting. There's so many things. Most people just want a really good family dog that they can walk on a leash and it's not going to pull, it's not going to attack everybody when it comes into the door. And these are all things that, yes, the professional trainer can train you and the dog on, but you're going to have to maintain that. So many veterans I know that got pre-trained dogs from these other organizations, a lot of those dogs have regressed because no one's taken the time to train the veterans. And that's why we call it the Life Buddy team, right? You are working with this dog to have the best life for you, your dog, and whoever you include in your family, right, in your community. And so many places in this country are dog-friendly, and more are becoming dog-friendly. So we don't really need to worry about quote-unquote access. What we need to worry about is proper training and guidance, and that's almost in every aspect of our life. And the thing about veterans is they're already primed and ready to do this. We all went to a boot camp to get trained. Then we all went to a school to learn how to continue to be trained, but to also train others. And then we deployed around the world, oftentimes training people that we didn't speak the same language with or share the same culture. So why is everybody spending $40,000 and $50,000 to pre-train a veteran's dog when I think 80% of the medicine of what the veterans need with the dog is going through that training process with them? Because that's how we all formed. Like my unit, we just celebrated 21 years.
Congratulations.
After being in war, and we've stayed tight. Like we did a 20-year reunion in Madison, Wisconsin. We had over 90% of the Marines show up because that's how close we've stayed. And it's not like we're all the same. Like I laugh so many times because I think if I didn't serve with this guy, there's no way we would have been friends. But we are friends because we experienced that hard thing, that thing that helped us become, almost a different type of family. And so doing hard things is I think what a lot of us are really craving. I think that's where you have so many people becoming angry because we have no more rites of passages. We have this life is so easy that it's really pissing us off, and so we have to put that front and center and challenge ourselves in a healthy way, right? Not like trying to do dumb stuff, but really trying to challenge yourself. And so when my dog was abused for the first year of his life, was 40 pounds underweight when I adopted him. And so when I'm walking him and there's another dog coming, he still gets his hackles up and he's still growling. He's not as bad as he was. But when I'm talking to him about, hey, buddy, we need to just stay calm. It's okay. You're with me. You're on me. That's also helpful for me because as I hear all this, the saber rattling that's happening in our country, both sides of the aisle, all these different groups talking about they want war and all this other stuff, it gets my hackles up because I've been in war. They haven't, but I have. And I think people need to really start understanding what they're saying. So many of these people that are talking about civil war, they're talking about tearing down this country, they've never even been in a fist fight. So let's take a breath. And that's where I talk about just focus on your dog, and that's where I do is be the person your dog thinks you are and use that dog. And I can't stress it enough. It's one of the best things I've ever done in my life is really just help to work with a dog for him to overcome kind of his quote unquote PTSD is helping me, put mine where it needs to be and really accept that this is the greatest time to be alive and that we're all blessed.
BJ, we are. We're blessed to have your company. We got to wrap it up, my friend. I could keep you on forever, but we got to move on, man. Just keep on being on here. Keep on getting these great folks you get us. We love having your company. We love having their company. And by the way, get me that Kilimanjaro stuff so we can follow you in your adventures. But I'll talk to you and see you before then, my friend. Thank you so much.
All right, my brother.
Best of
Thank
Fridays. Thank you, BJ. BJ Ganem can be found at SierraDelta.com, but of course he's working with DAV as well too. Check them out. The game is back on. The game is just getting started, by the way. Roll out the welcome act, because she coming. She coming, man, and she got to look busy, man. She covered my ass yesterday, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, when the power went off on my side of the table. Woo!
I got your ass, baby. Woo!
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
I'm happy here.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Vita saying aloha.
Going to be chill on this.
Everybody's too quiet. It's stressing me out.
It's a little bit of that old NPR energy, by the
Normally
way. We're not going
I come in hot and fat, and today I'm coming in light and bright.
Can you feel us now?
Meditatively. Feel me, won't you? It's been a long time.
By the way,
Someone break this curse.
By the way, a good friend of the show and I were talking the other day, and he reintroduced me to a term I hadn't heard in forever. He called somebody Rick Radio. And Lindsay, I
don't know that term.
Rick Radio talks about Rick Radio on Rick Radio Radio. You know, I mean, Rick Radio is what they call the puking voice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Rick,
Welcome back, everybody.
Rick
Hello
Radio.
there.
Rick Radio. There's NPR voice, and then there's Rick Radio. Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler, Double L in the Mac Attack. Vision expansion.
Do you see my sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm wearing, today's a great morning. Every day's a great morning. This whole week has been great because I've started off the new year with really positive vibes in the morning. And not in a, hey, it's a new year, so I'm going to do it. And I'm like, oh, it was just time to do it way. Like, had nothing to do with the turn of the year. It was like, holidays are over. I want to get back to living, back to life. Anyway, but I made my 2020 sick. I make everyone pick a word. I like everyone to pick a word, so we all do that.
your word for the year ahead, which really, it's not what happened in the past. It's where we're looking moving forward. I have my 2026 playlist, which I love. And my words for 2026 are vision and expansion. So I made this, and I actually wore this because it came yesterday. I wore it down to the bus stop to pick up my daughter, to pick up Frey after school yesterday. And everyone at the bus stop was like, oh, is that new merch you're selling? And I said, yes. As a matter of fact, now that I see that you like it.
Well played.
Yes,
Segue.
it is. So now this will be going up on my website. And right now there's a new LindsayLawler.com website coming soon, and it will have all my previous merch, but new merch. I have a couple different clothing lines I'm working on, so it'll all be on there, but including this one. So it's this cool, Dre, I don't know if you can see it because you're not on camera.
Oh,
Let
man.
me run over. Run over by Jim and look when you can.
Mm-hmm.
It's this cool teal. I'll post a picture of it. It's kind of a tealish. By the way, I did it because the colors are the We Should Write colors. So it says
I like that color.
Vision and expansion, and it's got the sort of woo-woo-y stars in the middle, and more coming at you soon. I can put your words on it, but I think you should use my words, people. If you don't have words, might I let you borrow vision and expansion, whatever that means for you. If I say to you, Dre, my words for 2026 are vision and expansion, what does that spark in your own life?
Ooh, having a vision for this year and taking control of certain things, and an expansion, expanding what I do in my spare time, expanding my friend group into different areas, and expanding what brings me to do certain things in fitness, like getting out and about. Okay. Yeah.
Ooh, I like expansion as it pertains to the people you surround yourself with.
Exactly.
I gave Jim time.
Everything else sucks, but that's
Jim was
great.
eating
Well
this.
done.
Very well done. I was buying Jim a few minutes because he's shoving his face with the beautiful food that the beautiful Gina Harrison has sent your way and our way. Gina, if you're listening, and I think you are because I see you on the chat, thank you so much. Talk about expansion. She sent a whole bunch of food over here this morning, and my ass is expanding. But I thank her
I was wondering when expansion would become a fat. I thought that you'd have expansion underneath written, it's not a fat joke.
She sends us the savory and sends you the sweet.
Yeah, because I'm sweet. And you guys are slavery. So, Jim, if I say to you, vision and expansion, how does that play into your own life right now?
Vision for me and how it plays into my life is that there's a lot of stuff that I'm working on right now. I went back into a lot of my old notebooks that I've been.
Oh, dear God. That's quite the chore, I bet.
Yeah, well, the ones that are more recent. A lot of the notes that I've taken about this show and what this is, what it's supposed to be, and all of that, and going kind of through it and kind of looking at different crucial things that I had highlighted and kind of starred up, I realized that they all kind of shared the same vision. So when you say vision, I keep thinking about the idea of, remember I said at the core a couple of days ago, I said you're a storyteller, whether the songs you write, the songs you sing, or the shows that you host, at your very core, you're a storyteller. And I've always said, no matter what it is you do, even if you seem to be a jack of all trades, like Red Jack, who says that 4 dogs is a party, even if you are, in fact, one of those kind of people, it's kind of fun to get underneath and figure out what the driving vision of all the different things that you think and do are, that there's got to be some kind of commonality, that there's got to be some kind of vision underneath it. And I think over the last couple of days in particular, as I bought myself a little bit of breathing space in my life, I think I may be on the verge of kind of figuring out what I'm up to. And so that's it. With me about vision, it becomes vision quest is a better way to think about it with me. I'm searching for what the vision is. Expansion, by the way, insider secret for just a few people who are, in this studio and over in Franklin, Tennessee. Expansion is one of my favorite words already because I think it's one of the most positive, upbeat words. And by the way, in regards to
it's very hopeful.
In regards to the economy, it actually is an economic term where you get You get depression, it's recession, depression, recovery, and then it's expansion. That's it. Is that they've only been a couple of times in the U.S.'s history where it has been an unbroken period of expansion. And you can guess them, by the way. You could probably, even if you have a limited sense of history, when those periods are what they call boom, 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 boom. When I hear that, that's expansion. It's really cool that you're doing this, by the way. You know what today is? Today is National Word Nerd Day.
Word nerd. Word is the word.
And by the way, it's exactly what you're doing. It's a day simply dedicated to enthusing about your favorite words and the importance of language in your culture, whether you always know what to say or you often end up with your foot in your mouth, which, by the way, you seem to have a gift for both of them, Lindsay.
Yep. You're welcome.
Words are essential to our success and progress, and National Word Nerd Day, say it, Word Nerd.
Word is the word.
Gives us a chance to learn some new words, use some old ones, and maybe even borrow them from somebody else. And so today we're borrowing vision and expansion.
Expansion.
It's an expansion. What is that?
Is that at my house or yours?
That's yours. Can't be mine.
Does it go away if I do this?
Yes.
That's mine. Oh, my husband has apparently decided to use power tools outside my studio right now.
Really?
Does he not know what I do? Seamus!
He did a mic check this morning, too.
Yeah, he freaked us out. We're like, oh, who's testing on the back channel?
It's really funny. We got a mic check during Dave Heller's interview, and Dave's like, excuse me, what? And I'm like,
What do you mean?
He can't.
That wasn't here.
Oh, well.
He didn't walk into the studio at some point over the course of the
Absolutely
morning?
not.
Well,
That
darn
is weird.
nabbit.
That is weird, man.
We're haunted. It's
somebody-
haunted.
Seamus!
Uh-oh.
We'll get to the bottom of this right now.
Yeah, we'll find out what's going on.
You know what he's doing right now, by the way? He's filling up. My sister and brother-in-law gave us for Christmas an ice bath.
Yes.
So he's setting that up. I think he's filling it with ice right now. He got it all set up yesterday out on the deck off of our bedroom, so we can walk right out of our bedroom first thing in the morning, get in the ice bath, then run back into the bathroom, and then go about our day. I think he's filling something up right now. He's very jazzed about getting
Proud
in the
of
ice
you.
bath. Yeah.
Yeah, I
my
did it
daughter
for-
got in the ice bath yesterday and she loved it.
Really?
She wouldn't get out.
How long was she in there? Like straight ice?
It was just really, really cold water. We hadn't put in the ice yet.
Oh,
But it was
okay.
very cold water.
Oh, that's amazing. Because I
and
had
she
to
wouldn't
start
get
off
out.
with the sauna whenever I did it, and then I started going to the ice bath. But then if I do it now, I'm gonna cry.
What is, by the way, really quickly, do you enjoy an ice bath, Lindsay?
I don't think I've never done it yet. Hey, what was that noise that was just happening, Seamus? You didn't hear that?
Uh-oh.
No.
What is happening?
I'm telling you, the friends of Hugo Chavez, I get a Venezuela.
Also, did you come in and get on the mic this morning at some point? You didn't, right?
I mean, I busted a couple rhymes. But...
He says he busted a couple rhymes. No, he did not come in this morning. Somebody got on the mic. You didn't hear just that loud noise?
What was it loud? What was it?
What is happening?
This has been a weird, fun day.
Sure it wasn't Dre eating that beautiful looking chicken?
Hey,
No,
man,
it
this
wasn't.
is ham, dude.
He was like really. That sounded like you were doing construction in the garage.
It wasn't me.
Huh. Did anybody else on the chat hear it, or are we all losing our minds?
No,
and is
I
it
heard,
just...
we heard it. If all three of us heard it, it played out live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you hear something and we don't hear it, probably didn't get heard live. If you know, vice versa and all that kind of stuff. But if all three of us heard it, man, that was the long rumble down below telling us it's time to go.
It sounded like an air compressor.
I'm telling it did. It sounded like something.
Yeah, it sounded like an air compressor. I thought you were putting.
It is an air compressor.
Oh, it is an air compressor. He says.
I turned it on to do my bike pump.
Ah, he turned it on so he could fix his bike.
I'm so sorry. There's something attached.
Go
to it.
on.
That's not
I know. No, say it ain't so. Say it's a ghost. Ghost with the most.
I'll tell
This
you-
is a weird show on Friday, and I love it.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, we've had so many things. Like Pastor John literally put down January the 9th, when in fact it was his Thursday broadcast, just doubled down. We had a ghost literally come on during Dave Heller, and then
That was not Seamus during Dave Heller.
Okay. Yeah.
For sure, Seamus would not randomly get on the mic when
That
you're
was
in an
Weymouth.
interview in the morning. That one I know is not him.
Well, and so we had that really weird moment, and then BJ just literally was talking, and we didn't
Gone.
lose him. And then Dre picked up the phone to be like, "Are you there?" But he's like, "I'm here. I'm talking. What's going on?"
Yeah,
And
he
we're
was
like-
talking to himself.
He was talking to himself, man. I mean, it literally is. It's like, you know what, Lindsay, you manifested this nonsense. is what
Freaky
you did.
Frenzy Friday,
When
man.
Were you like, the wheels have come off and we're still rolling, and now we repeat the thing over the course of 4 days, over the course of the week. It's gonna keep happening. But the really cool thing is, we keep rolling.
Well, here's the thing. You guys are in the Daga house, which 100% is haunted. I mean, there's no question about that.
Yeah, the ghost is a bird out front.
A bird and Edgar himself.
Mhm.
And also where we live, well, I've had some really interesting encounters out here, but also we're around, there's a lot of Indian burial grounds around here, obviously Civil War, plenty of battles happen around here. There's
man.
a lot of interestingness in the lands where I live here in Franklin, Tennessee. And there's spirits wandering my neighborhood. So you remember, shoot, who's the singer that does John? Not You Can Leave Your Hat On. Not Joe Cocker. Not Joe Cocker.
Randy Newman.
I ain't missing you at all. It's
not
him.
Now I'm going to totally blank. Oh my God,
Since
John.
you've been gone. It's not him, but he shares the name with this person. I'm going to get there. Okay, the singer will come to me in a bit. He used to live on my street, and before we lived here, and my dear friend Don, who does construction, worked up at their house when he was alive, and he said that his wife told him that when he was working on his house one day, he said his wife told him that that she would see spirits walk. No, she was crazy.
John Waite.
Okay, John Waite, but then it's not him.
Okay.
You were right for that question, but that's not who it is. It's somebody similar, somebody in that vein.
All right.
It'll come to me in a bit. Anyway, but he said that his wife said that there were spirits that wandered the streets up here. She would see Indian spirits wandering our street.
What does that look like?
An Indian spirit.
Well,
it just looks like an Indian,
can you see
but
through them. I mean, is it
yeah,
like that?
Just take an Indian and make him look like a cloud.
Dre's got it.
You ever seen Reservation Dogs? You ever seen that show on
Reservoir?
FX? Reservation Dogs.
A reservation.
It's basically they take the concept of Reservoir Dogs, but they name it the Reservation Dogs, and it's literally all these kids living on this reservation dressed up as the people in the movie. But they started off with the Indian spirit, and I'll leave it at that. He was like, "Oh, I died in the battle of Indian Bighorn." And he's like, "Oh, you died in the battle?" I was like, "No, this shit I'm on right now hit a gopher hole
There's
and
your
fell
curse
on me."
word of the day. They got the curse word.
Oh,
of the
sorry,
day.
guys.
No, you can have it. You
Yeah.
can have
I
it.
like to be the first one.
I wasn't.
I gotta switch it up.
I wasn't kicking you the ding ding, dude. I wasn't
Yeah,
being like, what
the
are you
ding
doing?
ding.
I'm not gonna give you a good kick in the ding ding.
Yeah.
It's too good. There's too much good
Kick
stuff.
in the ding ding, kick in
Speaking
the
of
ding
expansion.
ding. How'd I get this? Kick in my ding ding.
Oh, I love this wordplay.
I wish I had a ding ding so I could get kicked in it.
No,
Oh,
you don't.
go on.
No, you don't want to get kicked in the ding ding.
Let
me tell you.
It's not a good
Let me
time.
tell you. Getting kicked in the ding ding, getting goosed in the caboose hard end, like in the back end area, up top and under, or getting kicked in the ding ding. Lindsay, it's like you can't find oxygen.
Yeah.
Is the best way to describe what it's like to get kicked in the ding ding.
It's not like y'all go through something every month that we don't experience.
No, I'm
but-
trying. Exactly. I'm not being like, you have no
Well, I was
idea.
also,
That's
I
why
was
I'm
also
trying to
going to
explain
say,
it.
I haven't delivered a child, so I don't know that. But most women, anytime a guy talks about getting kicked in the ding ding, they're like, really? Talk about childbirth, and it's not a comparison.
No.
They both suck.
Yes, it is.
They're
They
both
both
hard.
suck.
Yeah, it's a comparison.
Try it once a month.
It's a flex. It's a
Yeah,
flex.
once a month. Speaking of once a month, oof, I had some bad cramps last week, guys. Okay, that's not why we're here. No one cares about that.
Great episode of We Should Write the other day.
Who's next, by the way, on We Should Write? Who's coming in next on We Should Write?
This coming Wednesday is Kelly Torres, who is a new friend of mine, who I met through an event recently. A friend of ours said, you need to know each other, and so we met. She has a new book out, and it's about her. She came from foster care and then was eventually adopted and had a very hard story, a heartbreaking story. And so she's written about it. She's put a book out about it, and it's, you know what? I'm going to say this now because I know she's not listening. She and I went to lunch, Jim, and it was really interesting. I'm going to have to work around this during We Should Write, because we went to lunch and she was talking about her adoption story, and nothing I could say in our story of how we have adopted my daughter Freya. Freya is in a very loving home. She is very supported. Whatever she wants in life, we will support as it pertains to her birth family, her adoptive family, anything. So Freya is going to be as set up for success as possible as it pertains to her emotional support when it comes to being adopted.
What she wants, she's going to get in
For
regards to navigating the emotional difficulties that sometimes people encounter as they get older as an adoption.
But she's also just supported as my child.
Mm-hmm.
So Kelly did not have that. Take adoption out of it. Kelly was in a very dysfunctional family. But what was interesting when she and I were having lunch, and this is not a slam on Kelly, it just, I know she's still got obviously more work to do. We all do, right? She could know nothing I could say. She'd be like, well, you need to watch out for this affair. And I was like, Kelly, this and that. And I'd say, and it was she had an answer for everything I'd say, and I just thought, what, she's not ready. She can't hear yet my story, and that's fine. That's fine. It just shows somewhere she still needs to heal. But we wrapped it up. We shifted. We pivoted.
Pivot.
And found some common ground. And I think it's still, she's married to a great producer, a great music producer here in Nashville. Kelly is, and she has a beautiful voice herself. She's a beautiful singer. And Jim, she's still coming out of a lot of insecurities. She's now a mom as well. She's got 2 children of her own, but she's starting to put herself out there and play piano and just sing on Instagram later in life, and just try to start finding her voice. Being married to a producer helps that, and he's trying to help her as well. So I think it's going to be a beautiful conversation. It's probably going to be a tough conversation. She's very nervous. This will be her first time doing an interview, actually. But her book is out, and the book is tough but beautiful. So I'm looking forward to it, actually. It's going to be, yet again, a very different one.
Yeah, and by the way, the new episode of We Should Write, the one that just happened on Wednesday, is now available all across all the podcast platforms where you're looking for somebody. You'll find Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write over there. And just to give people a heads up, if you have missed any of the country and western music news, which we're going to have today after...
Today's a good one.
Today is a good one, by the way. We're going to start launching those again. They will be available on podcast form starting next week as we begin to kind of reconstitute. I don't know if you saw it, Lindsay. We're going to make a couple of changes to the way we post stuff. We're not going to hit you with what I call the full episode will always be up after the show, and it actually will have timestamp marks in it, so you can always find the interviews you want to find. We're going to focus on about 7 to 9 segments throughout the course of the week. Many of them, of course, are the people that take care of us, some sponsored segments, but that's all great content. Lindsay's We Should Write will always be posted as well, too, along with country and western music news will always go up. A couple more things we're going to have to curate. Every once in a while, we'll get I guess we could call it the segment of the week, something extraordinary, and then Dave, Lindsay, and I will each pick one episode, one segment from an episode that we really think should be highlighted. The idea
I'm
is...
hearing you say quality over quantity, Jim.
Yeah, and like I said, there's a lot of things. We haven't had a lot of time. I'm going to be fair to everybody here, and we proved we could do it, and all that content is still very much available, still available to the people that come on the show. It'll all be there. But the idea is we really want to begin to focus you guys, too, as we begin to kind of move towards, hopefully, a video destination, if not for the entire show, at least some limited drop-ins. Where has Nightbeat been? That's another conversation.
Where has Nightbeat been?
That is something else that we're going to be talking about in the next couple of weeks. Some wonderful stuff headed your way, guys. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And by the way, Joe J, actually, once again, third great joke of the day. It's getting kicked in the nuts is probably similar to getting kicked in the front butt. I've never heard it called that before. You've
never heard it called front butt?
In forever. I haven't heard it called front butt in forever. I haven't front butt. And you heard, of course, the that joke about boudin, right? Which I couldn't stop laughing when it's a Jewish comedian from New Orleans who said boudin is like the greatest anti-Jewish food of all time. He said it's ground pork wrapped in the Old Testament, which I think is good. And then what did BJ say that was really spot on and great about dogs? Oh, all dogs are service dogs. Just most of them are freelancers.
Exactly.
And I think that's just fantastic.
Yeah,
I just absolutely love that. Does Mimi do anything for you other than make you feel good?
And breathe
She made
heavy?
me laugh a lot yesterday. So we have, those hand vibrating massagers?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Once again, front butt, back butt. You know what I'm saying? And back butt too.
Where has my massager been?
Go on.
Wait, I had it out yesterday and was doing it on my
with
neck.
With your massager? You had it out with your massager? I've had enough.
I was doing it on my neck, my top neck, and and it's funny. Freya, top neck. Freya, my daughter, came by and she grabbed it out of my hand. She goes, "Let's do it to Mimi." So she took the vibrating massager and she was putting it all over Mimi. And I'm like, no, she's not going to like it. Well, Mimi loved it. Mimi was rolling around loving it. And I took it out of Freya's hand to put it back on me. And Mimi came up and was barking and going crazy, wanting it back. So we put it back on Mimi. She just laid there going thump, 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 thump. And so that brought me a lot of joy that Mimi brought us. And we talked about it all night, even through dinner. So it gave our family quite the tickle and something to talk about for the rest of the evening.
You know what? We should
Doesn't
ask
take
Dr.
much.
We should ask Dr. Carol Osborne when she shows up about the.
Good idea.
About
Good idea.
maybe it wasn't the compressor that was going. Maybe Seamus was lying. Maybe he found the massager. Have you ever thought about
and
that?
came out to my studio so nobody would see him. Front butt. Kick him in the ding dong.
Something
Ding,
has
ding.
really gone wrong here, and we're absolutely here for it on
We're
Road
off
Gang
our
Radio.
meds.
By the way, I'm really excited too about Nat Segaloff, who we adore Nat. Nat's like one of the best people in the world. This will be, I think, his third or fourth appearance now. Did The Exorcist with us, did Rambo, and now we're talking Billy Friedkin, man, who directed The Exorcist, but also directed The Night They Raided Minsky's. He also directed The French Connection and To Live and Die in L.A. Quality stuff.
He's done a thing or two.
You know that French Connection...
And Nat was good friends with him.
Yeah, that's really crucial as well.
There's the cool part, because we're going to get a different kind of insight that just a regular old film critic wouldn't have.
What's really cool too about, and I'm going to ask him about this. People know this. There's a director right now named Joe Carnahan who did Smokin' Aces. You guys may have seen that. He
love
did
that
Smoking,
movie.
and he did Narc. But he also did a film recently, the new Ben Affleck and the new Matt Damon movie. Have you seen this? From Netflix?
I have not.
Comes
Yeah, I saw
out the
this.
16th. Man, it looks badass.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
about a
excited.
bunch of cops who are trying to hold off a bunch of drug dealers and FBI people from stealing a big stash of cash. It's directed by Joe Carnahan. I bring this up because this is a great example of Carnahan directed this very small independent film. He managed, because the script was so good, to get Ray Liotta and Jason Patrick to actually sign up and do it. It's called Narc. And it's really exciting. It's like, because you don't see many action films getting made for really cheap independent bucks. You know what I'm saying, Lindsay?
Mhm.
And the film was very good, but nobody could get anybody to look at it. And there's a story that William Friedkin became like one of the biggest champions for this movie of all time. And that based on Friedkin's reputation as a guy who could handle like gritty, innovative action, that it made Carnahan's career. You know what else Carnahan directed? What's the film with Liam Neeson fighting the wolves in the wilderness?
Oh, 8 Below or not 8 Below?
No, not that. I'm talking about where the plane goes down and he
Yeah.
actually has to be out there like the wild or some.
Liam Neeson has not done anything ever besides Taken. It's the only film he's
Schindler's List. How dare you?
You won an Academy
He's
Award for
only
Schindler?
done Taken.
I have a
And
very
Naked
How can you
Gun.
think of anything else than I have a very specific set of skills?
I'm just gonna
All
type-
I think about.
Watch this. I'm just going to type in the words Liam Neeson.
I know he's done a ton of films. Obviously, I'm being
No, I'm
sarcastic, guys.
looking
I
up
don't
the
need
movie
to list
title.
that his.
Love
I'm looking-
Actually,
I'm
how
looking
dare
up-
you.
I'm looking up one particular movie title, Lindsay. I'm not trying to prove to you he's been in movies. I know you know.
He's gonna list movies for me. I'm like, I'm good, guys.
Lindsay really loves it when you list songs and list movies.
When
That's like
anybody lists anything, I lose my absolute you-know-what mind.
The Gray. The Gray is.
Oh, I told you it was the gray.
Hey, I'm looking at our picture over on YouTube right now, and my fingers are little sausages, by the way.
By the way,
They're
that picture
so
is a fat
fat.
joke.
Let me get our
That's a
guest.
fat joke, by the way.
Literally, my fingers look like little sausages on your shoulder. Little sausages on your shoulder. So weird.
I just had this image of you like having put sausages on your fingers and putting them on my shoulder. Me like just like.
No, like Everything Everywhere All at Once, where she has hot
Oh, I
dog
know.
fingers.
Oh, I got it.
That's what I'm looking. That's what I feel like I'm looking at right
I got it. Oh my
now.
god.
Little sausage on my shoulder.
Just want to point out, guys, by the way, I'm going to point out, not picking on anybody, not going to name any names, just going to point at the guilty party and name them. Lindsay, I just want to point out the fact that I actually had like a ton of content just in case. Well, never mind, because I got kicked in the ding-ding. It's pretty
Ding,
great.
ding, 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 ding. Hey,
ding.
Long Haul Paul. He says Landman versus Hell or High Water. I say Hell or High Water. You, Jim?
That's a tough call. It depends what episode. You got to give me a particular episode of Landman. Maybe one holds up to it, but Hella High Water is so good. Is that
Hell or High Water is the winner. Also, Landman is not celebrated in my household only because we didn't personally love the writing or the acting outside of Billy Bob. That's just us. That's just us. And Gina Harrison, by the way, says, "I'm glad that noise wasn't the glad what we heard wasn't the whirling noise." She's meaning when that noise went off. No, I was not using my not vibrator massager.
Let me ask you a really quick question before Nat gets here. Really quick question.
Yeah, let's clean this up before a respectful man gets on.
And I know he's not respectful. He covers The Exorcist. Dude.
Yeah, he's weird.
He's
In the best ways.
kind of weird. Listen, here's my question for you. And a question for the listeners too: would it be fun if, like, Lindsay and I did one of those ghost hunting shows together, like both in?
I don't even care if the listeners want it. I want to do that. I mean, I care about the listeners deeply.
I would come every other week to film that over the weekends with you in Nashville. If you would come down here to Haunted Hazard with me in New Orleans, and we could go back and forth.
Did you say every other week?
Yeah, or for like a season, for like 12 episodes, dude, is what I mean. Like for like a process of like putting together a season.
Anything ghost hunting, I'm into. So yes,
dude, we'd be great as ghost hunters, don't you think? I mean,
go on.
I mean, I feel like I'd annoy ghosts though. I mean, aren't you supposed to be real quiet or something?
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know.
Though, it'd be like, shut up, and then one would come up and scare you, like you running away from.
It would
ghosts.
not. We would not be by the book, and that's why maybe it would work.
I think it'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, not of that at all. I have to say real quick before we go to break. So our guest that we had on yesterday, which you can go back and listen at least now on YouTube, the whole episode, the entire show. You can fast forward. But the guest we had on talking about the book Troublemaker and the Decca. Which is Jessica Mitten. Am I saying the name right?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, that book is wonderful. That conversation was wonderful. But, she said she splits her time between Boston and Cape Cod. So I did, when we got off the air, texted her, and we played I just quickly said, she said, I'm in a meeting. I'll text you later. And I said, okay, this is who my sort of quote unquote aunt and uncle are. And by the way, my husband's parents passed away. This is who they were. She responded later. She goes, of course I know your in-laws. They were local celebrities. She knew exactly Seamus's mom, Mary, and his dad, Peter, who passed. And she sent the nicest text and tribute about them, how much she knew of them and loved them, and everyone in the community did. And she knew all these people we knew. And it just warmed my heart. I sent it all to Seamus and his sister. And how cool. Like,
amazing.
It reminded me why connection is so important, why having these conversations that we have here on Road Gang Radio and are able to bring to you, the listeners, are so important. So keep listening, keep staying connected. We're here for you just like you're here for us. Coming up next, Nat Segaloff, really, really cool segment. We're talking film. We're getting weird. We're getting wild. You're going to want to be a part of it.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Very excited about this next segment, but first want to remind you that the new episode of We Should Write is up. You can just, on anywhere you stream your podcast, just type in We Should Write and you will find it. Brand new episode for the new year, and you can listen back to all the 24 or 5 or so that are already up there. More coming every week moving forward. Jimmy Mack, good morning.
Good morning, by the way, and I am so excited about busting people for picking their feet in Poughkeepsie. I am so excited about menacing federal agents sitting in chairs and saying, you're working for me now. I'm actually excited about a bunch of gay guys trying to find their voice dancing around a room, which is the original first film debut of the guy who ended up as the subject matter of our next guest book. But before we do any of that, Lindsay, we got to take a deep breath and give them the bells and whistles they deserve.
Thank you, Jesus.
Nat, by the way, Nat Segaloff has been a movie publicist and a film critic. No, he hasn't done it at the same time. Calm down. TV producer, broadcaster,
Conflict of interest.
College instructor. He's got over 30 books under his belt. And by the way, I'm hoping that everything is as good as what I've read so far, because that makes a lot of good reading for me coming up in the future. The Exorcist Legacy, A Century of Scarface, and bios of Billy Friedkin, William Friedkin, we're talking about today, and everybody's favorite ridiculous over-the-top tough guy, John Milius. Today, Nat Segaloff, and you can find him there at NATSEGALOFF.com. The book we're talking about was released a while back, but is now, back, just like Billy Friedkin's legacy. Hurricane Billy, The Stormy Life and Films of William Friedkin, and its author, Nat Segaloff. I get to say this now. He's been on enough. Friend of the show, joins us again. Hey, Nat. Happy New Year. Welcome back. Good to have you.
Hey there. You know, I was thinking, if you guys are looking for ghosts, you ought to come out to Hollywood, because everybody's getting ghosted out here. But seriously, folks,
he'll be here all day.
I know, it's great to speak to you all again. Yeah, I brought back a book from the dead.
Well, you can be on our ghost tour then that we're going to kick off on. We will call you when we're in Hollywood for sure. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back to the show continually. And how do you feel about us calling you friend of the show? Does that work in your world?
I am honored. I have no friends except my dog, so I can now add 2 more people.
Perfect. Well, your dog is lovely and beautiful, and we love you for even sharing your dog, Louis the Wonder Dog, by the way, that you guys hole up in the secret fortress. So thank you thank you to Louis for letting us have your time this morning.
Thank you.
I'll let him know. I'll send him an email. Yeah.
Well, speaking of friendships, let's start there, because that's where this book and this your work here around is very different, because you were very longtime friends with William, old Billy Friedkin, like maybe 50 years. Is that right? That you guys had a friendship?
It's 50 years. Yeah, almost to the week. He and I got to know each other sort of by chance after I was working for the theater company that was showing The Exorcist back in 1973, and we got busted by the state for obscenity. And in the meantime, Billy called us to offer support, and later he and I got together and started a friendship that 15 years after that resulted in my writing my first book, which was his biography. Hurricane Billy came out in 1990, and it was torpedoed by the publisher, who'd had a corporate shift. And they, let's put it this way. I joke that my first book was originally released as a remainder. And I decided after 35 years to bring it back and make it available, because used copies have been going online for hundreds of dollars. And I want some of that money. So I contracted with Bear Manor Media, and we're bringing Hurricane Billy back. As of now, it's back online, Amazon, everybody else.
It's very cool. I'm very excited. And what's so everybody understands the weight of this, because you didn't just study Billy Friedkin, William Friedkin. You knew him for half a century, and I love a relationship started with obscenity. So good based around that. So well done. I'd love to know, just to kick this off, so we understand the depth of your friendship. But when you think about your friendship with him, not the films, what's something about Billy that would surprise people who only know the legend, and what, in that respect, what do you as a friend miss most about him?
I miss his honesty, which is kind of strange, because he was known for putting people on or slugging occasional actors or doing grandiose things. But I got to know him at a time when he was really, really high, which is he'd made The French Connection. He'd made The Exorcist. And then he made Sorcerer, which took him down a few notches. Not as a person, but in the industry. And then he crawled back, making TV movies and making other films, and then, of course, wound up in triumph as Sorcerer was finally discovered. So I saw him in the up and the down and the up again. And I'm happy to say he never changed. He was always the same, to me, funny, personable, close, and sensitive man. Now, not everybody had that relationship with him. But, when you write somebody's biography and you interview them dozens and dozens of times, it's almost a therapeutic relationship. And I think I kind of became his shrink, even though he ate shrinks. So it wasn't that I was trained, but I'm an interviewer, and I liked him, and he liked and trusted me to give me my book. So it was one of those unusual relationships.
One of the really cool things about his work, and there's a commonality that he has both with the other kind of what I would call Grand Maestro, the two other great Grand Maestros of the 70s, which are Brian De Palma and Francis Ford Coppola, is an understanding that, Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how intimate the subject is, whether it is the living room of a bunch of gay men dancing around, or whether it's the streets of New York chasing down, chasing down Frog One, or whether it's going across the bridge in Sorcerer. There's always a sense of you're watching a movie. That you're, even if no matter what the subject matter is, you're watching a movie. But at the same time, everything that he does has a real documentary look to it at the same time. It's kind of an extraordinary fusion of different kind of sensibilities that he all kind of pulls together. And Lindsay asked the first part of the question is, what was he like as a person? But there really is a sense of the grand, despite some of the sordidness and the sensationalist of his films, right?
It's true. He had a sense of showmanship that was right up there with all of the greatest directors, no matter where they are. But you see, a really, really good director sets the stage so that the actors can behave like the characters they're playing. And that's the secret of whether it's John Ford or Howard Hawks or Scorsese or certainly William Friedkin. He began in documentaries, and so his films have a reality about them. He sometimes uses handheld camera. He sometimes has people ad-lib. He edits so that the shots aren't really completed, so they keep you off your chair. He knows how to read the audience, and that's what a really great filmmaker can do.
And what's cool about which I want to point out here and talk a little about this book, it's, the reissue, it's not just archival, it's really meaningful. And so I'm curious, with that being said, I think that, or I'm wondering if you agreed, if you think that books or stories or whatever it may be, if they come back to us or to the world when we're ready for them, so to speak. So with that said, what did you understand about Friedkin here in the afterword that you couldn't have known back in 1990?
I wasn't aware how religious he was, which is a really strange thing to say for the man who made The Exorcist as objectively as he could. But in fact, toward the end of his life, he began to embrace Jesus. He had statues of angels on his bedside, and I had no idea about this about him, because when he was shooting The Exorcist, he became so enamored of the church that he went and took communion, which is a weird thing for a Jewish kid who was bar mitzvahed to do. Mm-hmm. And in fact, it alarmed William Peter Blatty when he heard about it. He said, "Billy, that's blasphemous. You're not baptized. You can't do communion." But he did, and I think later on he began to understand there's something bigger than just Hollywood. He began to understand that there's a universe out there and perhaps somebody even running it. And that surprised me the most about Billy, because I thought he was intelligent and objective. But this is something that really we were able to see into his soul. His widow, Sherry Lansing, who parenthetically used to run Paramount Pictures, it was a very good marriage, was kind of astonished about this too. And she opened up to me about it.
Wow.
It's interesting, too, because when they re-released The Exorcist, they restored a couple of scenes, one for shock value, but there's another one. You talk about this in the other book about The Exorcist. They restore that amazing scene where, Karras asks Marin, why is this happening to the girl? And he's like, it's not about the girl, it's about us. There's that deeply spiritual moment. And I'm kind of wondering, that Friedkin is... God, you know better than anybody, fought tooth and nail to make sure the movies he made when they came up on the cinema were the movies he made. And you just can't see him okaying anything just for a buck. And I'm wondering if those kind of decisions later on in life are affected by that slow transformation. It's a great scene, Lindsay. It's a great scene.
That is very astute, and I wish I could steal it for other interviews I'm doing.
Take it.
You're
yours.
Take
right.
it. We won't know. Just run with it.
It's
we
true,
won't
though.
tell Jim.
I thought he put it in, to get another release out of the film, because let's face it, every time they released The Exorcist, it made $20 million. But also, he had a reconciliation with William Peter Blatty, who harbored a kind of resentment toward Billy for cutting out that important stairwell scene and a few other scenes in the movie. And Billy putting it back in, I think, he may have thought it was a sop to Bill Blatty, but in fact, I think you're right. I think it was his recognition that the movie needed an extra beat, and there he was.
Nat, by the way, you now are able to do this. I want to make sure I'm really clear. I knew a lot about the movie before I read your book. I did not know until I read your book about how deeply wounded William Peter Blatty was in the original incarnation. The scene did not make it in. So part of my insight about that is it's yours. There you go. So take it.
Yeah.
Take it, my friend.
And all versions are available now. You can find all 3 different versions of it, so you can compare and contrast them and write me a term paper sometime that I won't read.
Jim will do that. He loves a challenge. You mentioned at the beginning of people being ghosted in Hollywood, which was a joke, but also based in a lot of truth. And you've seen Hollywood change so dramatically, and I'm curious if you think it's kinder or harsher to creative people now, but more importantly, as it pertains to Billy, to William Friedkin here, with that all in mind, what did he never compromise on? Like, even when he got pushback, what do you think was the thing that he never compromised on?
Billy never compromised on truth. He always found a way to get it. Now, mind you didn't want to go up against him in a meeting. But when he made his films, he would settle for nothing less than the absolute truth, whether it's truth in the story, in the performance, or even in the words. And he never let up. So I think that's something that really has to be commended on his part.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me talk about what an SOB he could be on the set, because I think this is the kind of thing we hear people make statements all the time is, man, they don't make them like they used to. And sometimes you want to say, yeah, they can't, or people would end up in the trades as an actually toxic work environment. The famous stories about firing off gunshots behind people, about all kinds of stunts and staging on the screen to get to that truth as well. And that also kind of helps and hurts his reputation, correct?
Yeah, actors don't like that sort of thing. They don't like being manipulated. And, of course, I understand that. Whether it's slugging a priest to get tears in his eyes when they were trying to give Father Karras the last rites, he slugged Bill Malley. Then they made up and he understood because Malley was not a professional actor. Or firing guns to make people look surprised. A lot of that is just shorthand. You have X number of hours to film a movie. It's $25 an hour cranking through the camera every time you're on the set. And rather than try to inspire somebody with the method to look shocked, sometimes it's easier to fire a gun at the ceiling. Now, actors don't like it, but if you're trying to get a scene done, it may be the only way to do it.
Well, I guess with that in mind, then back to Jim's question, so do you think then that his intensity, was that maybe fuel for his brilliance, or was that sort of the price of it? It worked for him. Apparently, obviously, he was successful, but did it in the long run really work? Right. And
well, it's funny. Somebody once said, one of his assistant directors once said, Billy's idea of a good joke is to reduce someone else to tears. But in fact, the times that I visited him on the various sets, he never did any of that. Making movies is really boring. I mean, William Goldman, the famous screenwriter, says, the most exciting day of your life is your first day on a movie set, and the most boring day of your life is your second day on a movie set. Billy has to keep the blood flowing, and I think he's entitled to, with the kind of films he makes, the action films, to keep the blood moving. That is, to me, legitimate. Unlike Otto Preminger, who would browbeat people until they cried just to get a dramatic scene out of them. Otto the Terrible is not the same thing as William Friedkin, Hurricane Billy.
The other thing is, too, is that this is something kind of great, too, though, that there are actors, many of whom became great after working with him. I mean, that's the truth of the matter as well, because Gene Hackman's career, 42 years old, overnight becomes a leading character actor, which is a rare bird up until that point, and then people like Hackman and Duvall and a number of other people kind of carve out that niche. But in many ways, and we go to Live and Die in L.A. as well, if you guys haven't seen it, it's got one of the greatest car chases, topped only by The French Connection. I don't know if you've seen it, Lindsay. It's a chase in the opposite direction on the L.A. freeway. It's the most mad thing you've ever seen in your life. But I was kind of curious about this as well, too. Do you feel like he had an ability to spot talent and employ it in ways that people wouldn't expect it, if that makes sense?
Yeah. You're right. There are two things to remember about Billy when he's casting. First, he casts the person who's right for the role. He doesn't care if they're a star. But secondly, the only star in a William Friedkin film was supposed to be William Friedkin. And I think both of those messages were at work. Billy was the star, even if he had to work with major stars. In fact, if you look at a film which starred Chevy Chase and Gregory Hines and Sigourney Weaver,
so good,
whose name is A Deal of the Century, which is just not a good film. He's working with three big stars, and it didn't work. It's almost like Billy's the star, and he's the one who has to put his personality on the camera.
I feel like it's a. Here's the thing about Deal of the Century, though. It feels like a near miss. If that makes sense, that it's bad, but it feels like a near miss because I remember Gregory Hines was the one who really stands out in it, and the whole scene with the flamethrower and the car is like one of these few moments where Friedkin shows up, if that makes sense, and that he shows up and. It's reading about it, by the way, was interesting too, but I wasn't aware of the kind of difficulties that he had on that particular moment, because had he kind of made a hit with that film, he's kind of out of the stink house anyway and back on track, but it doesn't work, right? And he wasn't good with comedy.
He's not a comedian.
Right.
He really is. He has funny things in his films, and he himself can be rippingly funny, but he didn't really have the whatever it takes to make comedy. In fact, the screenwriter, Paul Brickman, who wrote and directed the very famous film Risky Business, was practically scared out of the film business after that. It was such a bad experience for him. He was very, very sweet with me, and he wouldn't talk about the film, and he declined the interview. So Deal of the Century really changed a lot of people's lives. But it's hardly seen now, so I'd rather talk about something like To Live and Die in L.A. or The French Connection. Those are the movies that people remember.
Well, is that, real quick, when you say he was the, star on set, even if there were big stars on set, is that, was that solely because, was it ego, or because he had such a strong presence and clarity and vision, our word today, that everyone's sort of oriented around it?
I was never able to determine that because at the time I wrote the book, which was 1988 to 1989, a lot of that stuff hadn't really happened yet. He was not in a good place. He was directing TV movies. He'd had a couple of flops. And I think that's why he gave me so forthrightly for the book. He was so open to me because he really, I was the person who was most interested in him, unlike the rest of the press. Of course, he'd also made Cruising, and he'd made To Live and Die in L.A. at that point. He was on the way up again, but he was content to direct TV movies if he wanted to. He just wanted to direct, and was a brilliant man at doing anything. Later, he did grand opera, for heaven's sake. The man could do anything.
And I want to go back to Live and Die in L.A. as well too, because there's something about that film that, like, even I know how much he controls stuff. The choice to use the Wang Chung soundtrack, which is like such an interesting, that I've always found that his selection of music as well is pretty staggeringly like when he gets it right, he really gets it right. Because I think about the soundtrack of the Tangerine Dream soundtrack in Sorcerer, and I think about Tubular Bells in The Exorcist. I mean, and by the way, the soundtrack by is it Don Ellis who does the soundtrack for French Connection is spectacular. And it's like he understands that his movies, despite that documentary feel, really the music soundtracks he picks are pretty. So it makes a lot of sense to me he would go into opera.
He really understands music, and I'll tell you something. I produced a bunch of TV documentaries. I used to do A&E's biography, and when you're looking for background music, it's an amazing thing. It's like meeting somebody you've never met before. When the music is right, you know it instantly. It just sounds right. And Billy was able to do that before he started playing the music. He knew whom to choose and who to do. When Tangerine Dream wrote the score for Sorcerer, Billy recut his film to match the music. He didn't make the musicians change the music to match the film. So he was really into the whole thing.
The music piece for me, being a musician, a songwriter in Nashville, that feels so, it comes back to me again, the word vision, and so energetic that he can see, if the music inspired him so much, like he could see the whole big picture, and it's like, this is where we're going no matter what. He has the whole feeling for everything around it. That's just a comment, but I'm so curious to you, Nat, being such a good friend of him, both, whether it be watching him work or just in your friendship. With all that said, when you were watching him, did it feel inspiring to you, or did you feel did you feel that intimidation from him, whether it be in work or writing about him or just in your everyday having coffee with a buddy?
No, I didn't feel intimidated. He only once did we have any disagreement, and that was later in life, and that was about something really stupid. He thought I gained too much weight, which at least it shows he was observant. The strange thing about this conversation we're having, this is pretty much the first interview I've done about the book, so you guys having read out of the chute. We're talking about Billy like
we set the bar high. Can never be this good again, Nat.
I mean, this we're starting at the top, but we're talking about Billy like he's still alive, and he's been dead since 2023. That's, I think, the vividness of him, his career, his films, your interest, the public's interest, and that's why I hope to give him a big send off when we bring the book back. It's a compliment to me that you're still so interested.
Oh, I mean, I'm telling you, it's like I was telling Lindsay before the show, before you got here with us, it's French Connection is on my top 5 films of all time. Meaning, like, it's not only one of my go-to, like, it's like, get down there. Is anybody else here? Somebody saying test 1 2 test? By the way.
Nope.
Yeah, I did too.
We both heard it. By the way, somebody said, "What? Do you know what it is, Dre?" It's like the crazy. Oh, okay.
Who?
We got it. We're on top of it. We are on top of it.
Sharon Osborne.
What, are we off the air or what?
No, we're on the air.
Ozzy Osborne.
Yeah, we're
what?
on the
Is
air.
he here?
I wanna turn and focus, by the way, here with our good friend Nat Segaloff, who joins us this morning. We're talking about the re-release of his book Hurricane Billy. I'm very excited, and I really do think that given the renewed interest in him, Nat, that we shouldn't be surprised if, in fact, you actually see some sales out of this. I enjoyed the hell out of the read of it. I was so thrilled to get a chance to read it. Can you talk to us a little bit about the ones that got away? All filmmakers, whether it's Michael Cimino with his obsession of man's fate, Orson Welles with his obsessions of The Little Prince. Or was there a film that got away from Friedkin that he really wanted to get his hands on before he left us?
Yeah, Billy wanted to do Born on the 4th of July that Oliver Stone was doing, and he was working with with Al Pacino to be in the role that Tom Cruise eventually played. And when I was going through his files, I mean, literally going through them, it was in a storage room, and it was 110 degrees in the middle of the valley, finding this big box of Born on the 4th of July stuff. He was all set to roll, and then the film just fell apart. It was. I think that's the big one that got away. The ones he turned down, of course, he wouldn't do sequels to The Exorcist, and he wouldn't do sequels to The French Connection. So, you make the films they let you make. At the same time, the stars have to come together to do them. But I don't think Billy ever expressed real disappointment in the things that he couldn't do. He was just happy to direct. But I would think Born on the 4th of July was the big one. And I wonder how he would have handled it. I mean, Oliver Stone handled it so brilliantly. How would William Friedkin have done it? We'll never know.
Well, and I have a feeling it'd be much more documentary in style, whereas opposed to what I would call the impressionism and the sort of, multiple camera approaches of Stone, which, by the way, it's great. It is great. That final scene, the riot at the convention, is pretty spectacular staging. Just great. Watch how the American flag gets used in that last scene, by the way. The other thing about Friedkin I wanted to ask you is, what do young filmmakers and what do people who are interested in movies getting better need to learn from him? What can Friedkin teach us now, both as movie viewers and as people who dream about making movies?
Watching the films of William Friedkin will teach anybody how to tell a story and how to make it very lean so that the only stuff that's on there is the stuff that moves the story forward. In a sense, he makes procedurals. He likes to show us how things are made, whether it's Willem Dafoe making counterfeit money in To Live and Die in L.A., or how you sample heroin in French Connection. He shows you how to do things. He doesn't tell you, and that's the point. Movies have to move, and Billy made movies that moved.
Billy made movies that moved. Put that on his tombstone. My goodness. With that said, I'm going to ask you to get out your crystal ball a little bit here, or your look into the other side, and I don't know what you think on a bigger level, as if what happens on the other side or not now, but I do want to ask you, if Billy were here today, knowing that he swung the pendulum from the creative force that he was here on Earth and to wherever he is now, swung it the other way, if he were here to kind of for that to the pendulum to swing back and meet in the middle, what do you think he'd say with this book finally getting its due and it coming from somebody so special as you are and the friendship you had? What would he say at this point with this book being out in the world? What do you think?
I think he would probably say it's about time this thing finally got out and reached the audience. It's been out for 35 years, but it really has never been, even Variety and the Hollywood Reporter never reviewed it. The publisher never mailed copies out to anybody. Mm-hmm. So I think he'll finally say, as I said before, this book was originally released as a remainder, and now we're bringing it back so people can finally read it.
Dude, I am, as a friend, and I mean this in the non-condescending way, I'm so proud of you. This is like such a groovy thing. I mean, given the renewed interest in Friedkin, it's really, really cool. And I can't congratulate you enough. I'm sticking around long enough to make sure the damn thing got back on the bookshelves, which is where it belongs. It's a really nice piece of reading and a lot of really great information. And I love all the inside stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Thank you, Nat. We're going to get you back on.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, and you can find it. Everybody head on over to natsegaloff.com. That's NATSEGALOFF.com to find out more. The book, Hurricane Billy, it's beautiful. Plus, honestly, if you head over to Nat's website, besides the fact that you'll see all the other books he's put out and all his other work, you're just going to smile. The picture of him sitting on his couch with Louie the Wonder Dog in the very beginning, it's just like, you know what? There's just a sense of joy and simplicity that everybody needs to see right now. So thank you for your time. Everyone check it out, Nat. Always good to talk to you.
Thank you, Nat.
Thanks so much. Talk to you next time. Have a good day.
You too.
You too.
Really
What
is
a joy.
He's described as a raconteur, and by the way, it's what he is. He's a writer and a broadcaster and a really great critic and a really great author, and we're thrilled to have him on every time he gets on here.
He lives out in California still, right? He's
Yes, he
still
does.
LA guy?
Yeah, I was actually going to meet him until the whole world went crazy on me. I'll find him.
Okay.
We're going to do a ghost show, Lindsay.
The people want it. The people have spoken in the chat, and they want it. They actually, someone said, I think the guests would like a new form of conversation. I think they'd like some ding-dongs like us. Maybe we could go punch them in the ding-dong, in the ding-ding. Punch the ghost in the ding-ding.
Right in the ding-ding.
I don't know.
Dr. Carol's coming up next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Lifting off into that final live hour of good old radio with your hosts, Lindsay Mack and Jimmy Lawler.
I always like when I get a little name change in my life, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like getting kicked in the front butt, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's
front
all.
butt.
Front butt.
I'm already confused enough. It's the one thing I know in this world is my name. Don't take that from
Lindsay
me too.
Lawler at the Acrisure Studio.
Hey girl.
By the way, Lindsay, when our next guest does arrive on the scene here any minute now, we are going to ask the massage stick question. We got to get to that.
Massage stick.
Yeah, we got a stick. Yeah, a stick about massage.
The magic stick.
don't forget, guys, at the end of this half hour, we're going to give you a preview of what's coming up. It's another encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA, followed immediately by Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News, where we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds. Dre.
Okay.
We're going to pivot now to our next
Pivot.
guest.
Got it.
I really just need that little moment every time so I can shimmy my shoulders and hear all my bones creak.
Yeah.
Speaking of anti-aging, our next guest knows something about that, guys. Joining us, one of our most trusted regulars, might I say as well, by the by, Dr. Carol Osborne. She's a veterinarian, a board-certified diplomat of the American Board of Anti-Aging Medicine. Give me some of that. She's the creator, guys, of the Pet Anti-Aging Wellness System. Yes, that spells PAWS. Brilliant. And she's the author of Healthy Dogs and Healthy Cats. You've seen her, of course, on The Today Show, Fox and Friends, Animal Planet, the list goes on and on. And lucky for us, she joins us almost monthly to keep our furry co-drivers healthy and out of the vet's office. Not trying to take her business away, just help you buy more books from her. Maybe not have to spend more money at the doctor. We'll see. So today we're talking very smartly cold weather pet survival, because winter is rude, guys, and our pets did not sign up for frostbite. So we got to help them with that. So please make welcome to the show once again, one of our favorites, Dr. Carol Osborne. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Down here in the South, people always get really, really angry at people when they see them like walking their bulldog in the middle of the blistering heat of the summer, saying that dog wasn't designed for here. Well, there's some dogs that aren't designed for winter, or some dogs that need to have like special care taken for winter. In the same sort of way, you got to make sure if you're going to own certain breeds and all of that stuff. But all dogs, even the ones who are designed to be out in the snow, actually need some precautions, don't they?
Absolutely.
Can you dig into that? Can you kind of give us an overview of what that looks like, how one goes about the business of taking care? What kind of precautions can you take? And are there differences between breeds and what you should and shouldn't do?
Yeah, most certainly. I think first and foremost, you just have to use a lot of common sense. I tell my patients, if it's too cold outside for you, chances are it's a little too cold for your pet. But again, thinking logically, if you have a Malamute or a Siberian Husky, dogs that were bred to drag the sleds in Alaska, hey, those dogs couldn't be happier. The more snow and the colder it is, the more they like it. But for most of us, if you just have a regular lab or a golden, and then again, if you have a dog with very short hair or a Mexican hairless with no hair at all, you need to think about putting on a jacket just like you would for yourself. You also need to remember that their little feet get cold just like ours do. And they've got all kinds of booties that you can get for your pet. A lot of pets don't want to go out. You probably are going to need to go outside with them to make sure that they continue to eliminate normally. If you live, where it's really bad, you can shovel off a little place right outside the door, maybe even put a little cover on it, and you might have to sit out there with your pooch to make sure that they don't end up with constipation or other issues like that. Those are kind of the basics. As far as how long should you stay out in general, if you've got a jacket on and you get chilly, it's been 10 or 15 minutes, it's probably time for you guys to come inside.
Dr. Carol, you answered one of my questions as it pertains to fashion. I'm glad my husband's listening because we've got a lot of coats here for my French Bulldog.
Sure.
And he rolls his eyes. So thank you for clarifying that I'm in the right here. But you also you said the word common sense. Now, let's be honest. I love humans, but we are dumber than animals. It's just true. God bless us all. And so I need to know from you, what is the one cold weather mistake that pet owners make every single year, no matter how many times you tell them that we just can't learn? What's the basic thing that we're doing wrong that we cannot learn?
Well, I don't know if there's one common mistake. I think sometimes you just don't think of certain things. Putting on a jacket, make sure your pet eliminates, and not leaving them outside too long, I think is paramount. Are there certain areas of the pet that would be more subject to getting super cold and maybe frostbite? Sure. Ears, the nose, the tip of the tail, and the toes. Those would be the four big areas.
The ears, the nose,
How would
the
you
tip of the tail, the
recognize it?
toes.
The skin might turn a little bit red at first, and then it might become gray. What do? Bring them inside, can give them a warm bath, wrap them up in a towel, give them something warm, maybe a little chicken noodle soup. Don't rub a frostbitten area. That makes it worse. Just wrap them up. And it's always good to give your vet a call just to be sure everything's okay, and it usually is.
I have two questions, actually, one of which is about winter, and the other one is just kind of a general one because I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. The winter one is this, is that, and I don't know, I'm not asking a question I know the answer to. Dogs often, with very few exceptions, when it's around water or snow, a lot of them get very, very excited. How soon will your dog let you know that things aren't right? Or will a dog's excitement at new sensation and new smell often prevent it from actually understand that it's being hurt in the moment? So it doesn't realize how bad the frostbite is. Or is it very aware? Will it turn to you and be like, we got to go in? I mean, I won't say it, but I mean, we'll let you know that they have to go in. How much do you have to monitor them?
Jimmy, dogs are like little kids. That's why they have parents. So no, your dog probably is not going to know how cold it is, and it's up to you. It's up to mom and dad to bring them inside at the appropriate time. Always up to us to make the proper decisions. And you mentioned water and lakes and ponds and streams. Hey, they might look like they're frozen, but remember, they might not be frozen solid. So don't just let your pet run out there and assume that he's not going to fall through the ice, because that is certainly a risk.
The follow-up question was this. You talked about the idea of dogs getting constipation, and this is what I'm interested in, is that people forget that animals, sometimes when you housebreak them, they train very, very well. And if I'm understanding you correctly, that if your dog wants to go out and you don't let them out, if you've trained them properly, they will hold it in as long as they possibly can. And and you can do real damage that way. So kind of talk about that too in a broader picture, since we're here. The idea that it's like, if you're going to train your animal that well to respect your house, then you've got to be responding to it when it wants to go outside, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said, just because the door is there, or you open the door and they go out, they might just stand there and wait for you to bring them back in. So, it's a good idea to put on your jacket and make sure, normally your dog would eliminate once or twice a day. You just want to make sure that those habits continue to be regular, so you don't end up at the vet's office.
All right, Dr. Carol, we're talking with Dr. Carol Osborne, a world-renowned expert in everything she is saying, by the way. All right, Dr. Carol, let's talk about Mimi LaRue, my French Bulldog, because this will pertain to everybody, by the way.
Sure.
I don't know if you remember or not, but last year we had you on, we talked about, we had just gotten, my husband got our French Bulldog, Mimi, from New York, where he was out there filming at a rescue, rented a car, drove her home to be with us, and surprised my daughter on Christmas. So we've had her now a year. She's wonderful. This question is two-part. The first, I sort of joke, but in all seriousness. So we got her from New York, a cold state, obviously. We're a bit warmer here in Tennessee, and we thought it posed the question in our family. She hates the cold, by the way, hates it. She wants to go out, do her business, and runs back in as quickly as possible. And we found that curious because in our dumb brains, we thought, well, she's from New York. She's used to the cold. Does that ring true? Is it some people get used to cold and are able to live in places like Colorado versus Hawaii better? Is that same for animals or no?
Well, I mean, sure, she's a Frenchie. Frenchies, they don't really have very much fur. So the fact that they would be most comfortable in a moderate type of a climate is absolutely logical. I can't say that I blame Mimi LaRue in the least.
That was a little bit of the common sense question. And then the second part, we were talking about this earlier today, Dr. Carol. I had out yesterday. Here's your stupidest question you've ever been asked. I had
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number one.
There will be more. There will be blood. I had out my massager, my hand massager. I was using it on my neck yesterday, and my daughter, my 7-year-old, said, "Let's try it on Mimi." And I said, "You've got to be very careful. Let's be careful what we do here." And she put it very gently on Mimi and was so curious what would happen. Well, Mimi loved it. Mimi LaRue loved the massager. We did it gently on her leg, and we took it off, and she wanted more. She came running and wanted more. Why would that be? Is it something? Do you think it actually was doing the same thing it does to a human? Was it the vibration of it that maybe put her at ease? And more importantly, we need to be careful about this. Obviously, it's not made for a pet, and I don't want people to think we need to be cramming a massager on a pet. But why would that have been enjoyable to her, would you think?
Well, first of all, it's love, it's attention. And if it was a gentle massage or a vibration, that probably felt as good to Miss LaRue as it did to you. Dogs love to be rubbed and massaged and all those things, just like you and I do. So I think that, as long as mom is there, obviously that's not something that a 7-year-old should be doing.
Right.
But I think as long as mom's in charge and Mimi's enjoying it, it sounds great.
Okay, good. Dogs more like us than we give in credit for, Jimmy Mack.
Oh yeah, massage is wonderful. It stimulates blood flow, increases circulation, just all good things.
This actually is going to tie in a comment you made earlier while working in massage and a whole bunch of other stuff as well too. So we're talking about cold weather today with Dr. Carol and how it affects our pets and how we should treat them in that. Now you said that we should, of course, everybody knows you shouldn't rub frostbite. You all know that, right, guys? I hope so. But the question is, though, we often rub ourselves to warm ourselves up. If the dog isn't frostbitten but seems to be a little cold, are there strategies for warming a dog up, or how should we handle it? In regards to how should we be able to tell the difference between the dog is cold and something has really gone wrong with the dog? Can you just rub its legs or rub its back to warm it up?
Again, bring your dog inside at an appropriate time. When you get cold, your pet is cold as well. Bring him inside where hopefully you have the heat on. If your pet is shivering, he's got frost and icicles on his nose and his toes. Bring him in, dry him off with a towel. If he seems like he's a little too chilly, you can always put him in a warm bath. Offer him some warm fluids. Chicken noodle soup is a favorite for many. If you have a thermometer on hand, in degrees Fahrenheit, normal dog's temperature by the book is 101.5. Anything from 98 to 102.5 is fine. But if your dog's temperature is 96 or less, you need to call the vet. That's obviously way too cold. Again, it's just a lot of common sense principles, and certainly, putting on a towel or, wrapping them up and giving them a rub-a-dub-dub, just because they're a little chilly or they're shivering, is fine. But that's different than if you pinpoint a frost-bitten area, again, of the extremities, the ears, the paws, the nose. Don't take a towel and start rubbing it as much as you can, because the skin will just start coming off.
Ooh. Okay, well, let's talk food. You've mentioned chicken noodle soup twice, so we're going to talk food here for a moment. I'm curious if pets like Campbell's or homemade better. It's the ongoing conversation at my own house. But when it comes to comfort food, which I know I'm eating more soups and chilies and making comfort food during the winter, of course. Is that just us that wants more comforting food in the winter, or are pets into that too?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you've got the time to make something yummy, and your pet is healthy, doesn't have some serious chronic disease, heart or kidney disease or something like that, wholesome, fresh nutrients are as good for your pet as they are for you. That's why they paint all those pretty pictures on the bags. But some don't salt it up. Chicken soup, turkey soup, stew, anything like that is wonderful. If you want a home cook for your pet, that's a healthy, very cost-effective way to make sure your pet is getting the essential nutrients, not overeating and getting too chubby. If you have a normal dog, equal parts of a lean protein, chicken, turkey, beef, veal, duck, eggs, etc. A long-acting carb like oatmeal, rice, potatoes, pasta, and some fresh veggies. Cook them up any way you want, mix them all together. Kitties, on the other hand, are pretty particular about their food. But, if you're in the mood, cats require a lot more protein than dogs. So cats are about 80% protein and about 20% veggies if you're thinking of cooking for your cat. And if you want to home cook for your pup and he is a little chubby, just cut out the carbs and go 50-50, protein to veggies.
Is there real quick, sorry, Jim, but on that note, is there a winter treat that you've seen maybe more harm than good, really? Is there something people are giving them that they should not be when it comes to their food in the house? I know there are, but off the top of your mind, what are some of them?
Well, I think if you're going out to the store and, buying stuff because it looks good, it's always good to read the label. But, the best treats for most dogs, a belly rub, a good grooming session, a nice walk outside. If it's too cold outside, you can get creative. Think of games and things you can do in the house, hide and seek. You can work out with your dog, go up and down the stairs, do a little yoga, stretch, massage. Those are the very best treats that anybody can give to their pet.
Jim, don't put your dog on the treadmill, though. Don't do it. Their little feet don't work well on it.
But I do want to talk about taking a walk. That's a beautiful segue. Didn't even know that was coming.
You're welcome.
So, it's important for your dog to get exercise. Sometimes, it's important to get out there in the fresh air. A lot of times in the winter, you'll have icy sidewalks. And I was kind of curious in regards to how well dogs can maneuver. We'll often get the kind of boots we need to kind of walk across places. And, of course, we should strive to kind of avoid it. You talked about crashing through the ice, but how do they deal when it comes to walking across ice?
Well, rock salts, all that kind of stuff, de-icing chemicals, they're irritating. So if your pet's outside, bring them in, get a little spritzer bottle or a little, container with some water, and rinse your pet's feet off when they come inside. Dry them off with a towel, so they don't get irritated and raw and that kind of thing. You got to take care of your pet's paws, just like they would if they were your own and you weren't wearing boots.
So boots, she's already said, I was going to ask you boots, lifesaver or scam, but you say booties for dogs that, are you saying in general or ones that are, have the smaller feet and the less hair?
The hairless ones, definitely.
They've got boots for dogs that are nicer than the ones that they have for people.
Yeah.
The truth is a lot of pets aren't going to wear boots no matter what you do. So if you find a pair and it works, great. And if you don't, when you come inside, rinse off their paws and dry them off.
Gotcha. Okay. This is interesting to me because there's some people who keep their dogs outside all the time. Obviously, we hate this. Is there a point where, and I'm talking where that, some people are like, well, he's made to be outside. People say that. Is there a point where tough dogs, let's say the Huskies, the working breeds, is there a point, and I know the answer is yes, but if you can talk to our audience about this, where they still need us to step in, even if they're pretending they're fine, that some of these dogs that people assume should stay outside all the time, that is not in fact the case?
Well, first of all, from a veterinarian's point of view, there is no dog that should stay outside 24/7 in the winter.
Bam.
On the other hand, if that is the situation and it's not going to change, then those pets need to have a proper shelter, with 4 sides and a roof. The bottom of the shelter needs to be heavily bedded, at least with straw, if that's the best you can do. You need to put hot water in there for your animal. Snow is not an acceptable substitute for water anytime. You need to start with hot water because if it's outside and it's cold, the water's going to get cold pretty quick. You need to give them extra food. Homemade food is a great option, but when it's cold and pets are outside, they need more calories so that they can make enough energy to stay warm. You need to be very cognizant of those things. And just a word about things like space heaters, again, well-intentioned, but risky because they can cause burns and start fires and things like that.
Great tips.
I
Great
will tell
tips.
you this though. You actually answered the space heater question was the one I kind of had coming for you. So I'm kind of glad about that. This is a weird question, and I'm just it's about a dog's biology, and I'm kind of wondering. I don't know if you know this, but if human beings go into ice cold water and you're able to rescue them, a lot of people make the mistake of warming them up too quickly. And what ends up happening is that people could be fine 30 minutes afterwards and then drop dead from a heart attack. That's a well-documented thing, especially in like wilderness adventure situations. If a dog goes into icy water and you retrieve them and you get them out, what kind of protocol do you have to do to make sure the dog is properly warmed? Or is it just a case where, you know what, they've been in that water too long, we're going to the vet right now? How do you handle a dog that has gone into icy cold water and then been retrieved out when it wasn't intended?
Well, again, if you can, get them out, bring them inside. I think put them in a warm bath, wrap them up with towels. If you have a thermometer, it's always good to use it. And certainly picking up the phone to call your vet or, a local emergency facility to address the situation makes a lot of sense to me.
We're talking with Dr. Carol Osborne. We're about out of time, Dr. Carol. We always love having you on. Really quick before I do a lightning round with you here, the chagrinfallspetclinic.com is where you want to go to find out more from Dr. Carol. Great tips and tricks and some of her offerings over there. Okay, dogs or cats? Who handles winter better?
Well, I think they all do the best they can, but remember, a lot of cats are outside. So if you have a vehicle that is parked outside, and even if you don't, it's a good idea to honk the horn and bang on the hood a couple of times because a lot of kitties will curl up right next to the engine so that they can stay warm.
Good reminder. Okay, this kind of goes with the space heater, but I'm actually talking about this more for inside because I've seen these. Heated beds, yes or overkill?
Again, I think it's overkill in a lot of cases, especially if you're inside and you've got the heat on. They can cause a lot of damage, more harm than good in many cases.
Okay, and then finally, indoor cats who think that they're outdoor cats. Is that dangerous or just dramatic?
Nobody wants to be locked up in a cell. And unfortunately, if your cat is not allowed to go outside, you can harness train them and all kinds of things. They're looking out those windows. And it's very frustrating not to be able to go out and enjoy the world that you can look at but not engage in. So, you have to make your own decisions.
Final question from me, Dr. Carol. In your experience, as a vet, have you ever encountered anything in regards to winter crises in regards to animals that has made you really kind of understand how to kind of stay on top of your clients and tell them you're not taking good care of your patients?
Yes. When it comes to grooming, especially when you have dogs with long, thick, or double hair coats, a lot of people don't understand that those hair coats only keep the pets warm when the coat is clean and groomed properly so that it's not all matted. A matted hair coat does not keep your pet warm. The coat is made so that it's free of mats and things like that. And in those cases, the coat will do its job to insulate and protect your pet. So get your pet groomed or keep the coats brushed so that they stay warm.
That's a great way to end this segment. I didn't even know that. I wasn't aware that I should have been aware of that, though. I'm covered in hair, and I don't take care of myself. I'm cold all the time. Thank you, Dr. Carol. We love having you on, as always. Happy New Year to you, and welcome back, and hopefully many more great conversations to come.
And thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick break here.
Take care of your pets because they take care of you. If there's nothing else you can remember, Jem, they take care of you. If you're not going to take care of your pet, why do you have it?
Do you realize how much of this show today has been spent talking about taking care of dogs and how dogs take care of us? It's been kind of extraordinary. I mean, we had BJ on for a full hour, now Dr. Carol. I feel like anybody who listens to today's show and owns a dog and doesn't know what the hell to do has two places they can go that can let them know how to take better care of their dog. Mm-hmm. That's kind of
And if you don't take care of your dog, I'll tell you where you can go.
Yep. To the pound and get one.
RadioNemo.com.
Straight to a punch in the ding-ding right there, baby.
Ooh, not the ding-ding.
Yeah, punch in the ding. If you don't take care of your pet, I'm going to punch you in the ding-ding. I said it.
Gonna kick in your front butt, punch you in the ding-ding, put you in a hurt locker, slap the pain combination on you, and open up a can of whoop ass.
That's right.
Put it on a shirt.
I said it. I said what it said.
Speaking of a can of whoop ass, when we come back on the other side of the break, I'm going to tell you what's coming up with OOIDA. More importantly, after OOIDA's preview is done, we're going to pivot to our good friend Lindsay Lawler, and that means country and western music news, both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds.
This one's a good one, guys. I promise.
I trust you.
Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Liam Neeson.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day and live that life, because come on down to Fast Sports Studios and also the Acrisure Studios on Road Gang Radio.
Bring it on down to Acrisure. Bring it on down to Fastport. Yeah. Jimmy, don't you love the idea, the visual, Jim, of someone saying, just think about it, somebody says to somebody, get a life. Like meaning it really, really crappy. Get a life. And then just like deadpan saying, come join me over at Road Gang Radio. And people being like so confused and thrown off. It's like you tried to say something negative and you're like, cool, join me at Road Gang.
Yeah, every day at 10:30 Central Time.
That guy needs to get a life. We'll send him over to Road Gang then.
Yeah, come on down. We'll take him. It made me think of, I took my daughter this, some stupid, terrible movie the other day where it's this dance, sing along. It was terrible. Anyway, but the Pink Pony Club song came out and it says something about, I forget the line, but something like, all losers come over here and dance with me. And Freya was like, Mommy, she said a bad word. She said loser, it's bad. And I was like, okay, yes, I've told you that is a bad word. However, how she's saying it is if you feel like a loser, if you feel unseen, come to me, I got you. If someone tells you get a life, come to us. We got you. Jimmy Mack, we got you.
By the way, in a time of grievance, in a time of everybody looking for that next angry hour to pull up a bar stool against, we are a coffee pot of good feeling and good vibes and a chance to actually escape the madness, as it were. The void that you're looking into, turn around. You got friends and people on the way. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your.
You sound like the wedding singer.
Yes, that's exactly what I was
Dan
thinking.
band.
You're the Dan band.
The Dan band, you know. Yeah. And I need you from the night. The guys at Road Law have just about seen it all as practicing attorneys working on behalf of commercial truck drivers. Jeff McConnell and James Manella join our friends Ashley and Scott over at Trucking with OOIDA in an encore presentation to break down their careers. Well, why would they want to break them down? A few memorable cases that left an impression, and much, much more. It's another edition of Trucking with OOIDA immediately after this.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's me. I have to pee. That's me. I have to pee. But that's why this is going to be the best version of country and western music news ever, because it'll be delivered with intensity. Intensity.
Waterfalls.
Don't go. Okay, so here's what's in this first story, guys. Is the ultimate? Is that a fat joke?
Is it?
Well, you tell me. Talking about Jelly Roll, and I don't believe we've seen a transformation like this, supposedly healthily, in a while. I'm hoping that everything he's saying he's doing is true.
Okay, we'll see.
I'm hoping. I mean, he doesn't have the skeleton Ozempic face. Look, so I'm hoping he's doing this very healthy. Not that Ozempic is not healthy. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Ozempic actually is made for somebody like Jelly Roll, right?
Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's
okay.
right.
He has not said that word though. So at least in this conversation. So Jelly Roll, guys, he's down to his fighting weight. He's committed to better health. And now the country singer, and I'm putting country singer, by the way, in air quotes there, not to discount him, just that he's not my definition of country singer, but that's what he's being called. So I digress. He went from, guys, 540 pounds at his heaviest to a very lean and mean 265. And he looks amazing. I mean, that's close to 300 pounds he's lost.
How tall is he? 6'5"?
I don't know. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. How tall is Jelly Roll? Hold, please.
6'1". Okay.
6'1".
Okay.
Okay. So 6'1", 265. He looks amazing, guys, especially because we know what he used to look like. Right. So he sat down recently with men. This is about to blow your mind how this came about, by the way. So wait for it. He sat down with Men's Health. I'm going to venture to guess that is not something he ever figured he would be doing, Jim. Like, that's got to be mind-blowing in itself, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And he says he is living in a dramatically different world these days. I would think so. We talk about perspective, Jim, like me at 5'2" and you at 6'2", and what a difference, how we see the world so differently. That foot makes a big difference. Almost 300 pounds makes a big difference how you see the world, how the world sees you, perhaps more importantly. So as a result of this hard work and the dedication he's put into bettering his health, he is on, not only did he do an interview with Men's Health, he is on the frickin' cover of Men's Health magazine. He told the publication that he was always inspired while thumbing through pages of Men's Health while he was incarcerated. And reading that makes me question it a little bit, because, by the way, we know that Jerry Springer is what they show in prison and in jail. I hope they have Men's Health magazine there.
They do.
Okay, good. That made me question a little bit. If you've spent time in jail, give us a call. Jokingly, but also seriously. Is there Men's Health there? Because I happen to know that TV shows they're showing are not great.
Really quickly, if you have,
Please.
We used to ride up on a bus. I would ride up with families who were going to visit people in prison, especially like, family kind of matter, stuff like that. And the number of people who would bring magazines for their loved ones, books for their loved ones, and there are a couple of prisons that actually have really good library systems, and they get subscriptions like that. But what you're talking about is a real thing too. Go on.
Well, no, that's fair. I mean, we do see people come out of prison and they're jacked because what else is there to do but work out? So perhaps Men's Health is there. Anyway, I digress. Yes. Okay. It's hard to not be inspired by his story. So he went from a life, of course, being in and out of prison to becoming a country music superstar, which is quite the juxtaposition. But his health journey is probably one of his greatest testimonies. He's so interested because this is so interesting because he's helped so many people. There's so many people, Jim, who say his music has actually saved their life, literally brought them out of very trying times, made them stop committing crime, made them walk away from potential suicide. Like, he is saving people's lives through his music. That is from the people he is saving. Here's what's crazy, Jim. Back in 2024, he declared a goal of his. He went out loud. He said in public, he went on his wife, Bunny's podcast. I wonder how she was able to book him. What a great get. He went on his wife's podcast, and he said, he was talking about his goals coming to fruition, or he was hoping his goals would come to fruition. He says, and I quote, 2 years ago, I want to be on the cover of Men's Health magazine by March of 2026. That's what he shared. He said, that's my new goal. I want to have it. I want that to be one of the biggest transformations. He beat that goal by 2 months. He landed on the cover of Men's Health magazine, January 2026, Jim. That's insane. That's either you can't just that's not a PR scheme, because he had to actually lose that weight. He had to become the person that Men's Health would not only interview but put on the front cover.
It could be a PR scheme, but if it was a PR, no. But I'm actually coming out in favor of what you're saying, what he's saying. That's a gamble PR scheme. That's the people at Men's Health saying, yeah, if you get down to 265, we'll do it. But if you don't, we're not going to do that for you. I don't care how bad you want to be. I don't care what a big star you are. We're not putting a fatty on here.
I don't care how big you are. You're too big for here.
Exactly.
But he's not. He got down. So to say, I want to be on in March of 2020, it's a reminder. He wrote it down. He said it out loud. He spoke it to existence. That is a reminder how powerful our intentions are when we set goals, guys. He made it happen. Now, the country singer, again, I put in quotes, he told Men's Health that nutrition and exercise, yes, of course, changed his life. But it was conquering his addiction to food that was really the foundation. We're gonna break this down a little more, because he struggled with and eventually conquered addictions with cocaine, alcohol, and codeine, amongst other things. And he recognized the signs of being dependent on food. He finally recognized that as an addiction. He knew he had to tackle that problem first. He said, and I quote, once I started treating food like an addiction, it changed everything for me. When I started really looking at the source of why I was eating, what was I eating for, etc., that's when everything changed. He said changing his relationship with food, it was paramount to kickstart the journey, but also altering the mindset. So shifting from, and here's where it's big, I think, shifting from a weight loss goal to a health goal. That's what made the difference. And that's a big thing. I think it gets overwhelming when we say, I've got to lose all this weight. That seems, how could I incrementally get there when you've tried and it hasn't worked? But when you shift to a health goal, it's very different, because we make these little steps that just make us feel a little bit better every day. And that's what changes the game. While I'm saying this, my husband just texted me a picture of him in the backyard right now out in the ice bath. That's one way we are shifting it here at our house. And we'll talk about the health mindset, Jim, as we break this down. But first, before that, I just want to say he did assemble a team to help him in this process. Now, let's be honest, being a massive star with endless amounts of money, that helps, and that's going to be everybody's comment. Well, of course he did. He hired all these people. Sure, but it doesn't do it for you.
Didn't save Amy Winehouse.
He consulted with someone named Gary Brecka of It's the Ultimate Human. That established your baseline. He joined a wellness clinic called Ways to Well. He hired a chef, a nutritionist who cooked his meals at home and traveled with them. So yeah, money's beneficial, but you also got to want it, and you have to commit to an entire life overhaul. So let's just quickly, especially this story obviously is important to me and makes sense for our audience with a lot of health goals who struggle with finding easy ways to stay healthy out on the road, Jim. But it's the mindset and treating food like an addiction. So before you put the Twinkie in your mouth, you got to stop and think, why am I putting the Twinkie in my mouth?
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you've got to conceive of yourself as someone who doesn't. Meaning that it's like, Dean talks about this, my therapist talks about this. You want to be the kind of person who says, I don't eat that. Not, I don't want to eat that. I'm not the kind of person who eats that. Kind of person who's living the life that I'm living does not eat Twinkies, does not eat ho-hos, doesn't eat ding dongs. By the way, do you know about his testosterone levels? Because when you sent me the stuff you wanted to talk about, I always kind of look at what you're going to talk about and say, okay, so what can I kind of get into that doesn't preempt anything?
Testosterone, you take that one, buddy.
By the way, when he at his heaviest, he had preteen boy levels of testosterone. That's what being a fatty does to you. Stops you from being a man. I don't mean that. I'm not being dismissive or a jerk. I'm not saying terrible things about those who are heavy.
No.
Physically, at a certain point of weight, you stop being a man in regards to the amount of testosterone your body produces. And at his heaviest, he was a preteen boy as far as his body was concerned.
Wow.
Let that land. Let that land. It's not just a matter of being the person you want to be. Think of the person you want to be and be that person in your head is the biggest thing. And I think in many ways, I'd be willing to bet that at some point, some incarnation of, I'm not the kind of guy who eats that shit.
Yeah.
That's what I really think. I mean, that's what it's got to come down to. You've got to make a decision, and that's a positive decision, as opposed to being like, I don't want to do that. I'm trying not to do that. Nope, I'm the kind of person who doesn't eat that. I did that with like all kinds of sweet stuff except for the donuts across the street. But I won't buy anything anymore from a gas station from the middle aisles. I won't do it.
Well, I don't even, I thought that this morning, the wonderful Gina Harrison, who sent all these sweets to our house, and I was so thankful for it, so grateful, but we don't eat that in our house.
Right.
And anymore. And so I was, it's interesting. I felt that this morning with you saying that now. It wasn't like, oh, I'll just take a bite today. It was very, and normally I would have done that. But the shift that's happened in our house is like, we actually don't eat that kind of thing. I'm going to take it to bus stops so other people get to eat it. There was also some stuff that we could eat, but you're right. It becomes and it's not a holier than thou thing either.
Nope.
It's like that's just not what we do. And there was a time where I did. You just there's different points in your life where you become something different.
I got to tell you, Lindsay, that food would have gone cold except it was Friday. If it hadn't been Friday, I wouldn't have eaten it until like noon. It'd have gone cold. It's cheat day. It's I've done 3 weeks of this now. The 12 to 8 thing. That food would have sat there cold. That we got over here, it would have sat cold until noon. But I got it warm because of that. And you let me eat it and asked Ray a question and bought me some time. That was really kind. I knew what you were up to. Well done.
Oh, well, thank you. Here's what's really cool, too. Jelly Roll, I mean, you see him in award shows and you see him speak, and he is very, very passionate about people really taking charge of their lives so that they can achieve their dreams. So this is cool. He hopes to build a wellness retreat center on his own. He has a 500-acre farm here in Tennessee, and he wants to build a wellness center out there. He wants to create the space where people can find tools, can find some rest and some, to help them get out of the strongholds of addiction. And that's somebody that, if you're struggling with something, if you're going through an addiction, you want to hear from somebody who's beat it, not somebody who doesn't understand what it is. So he's a guy that can help you through it. He says, imagine a place for people like us. He said this on Instagram. Imagine a place for people like us. Poor kids, down bad, when life was kicking our ass, and think about the resources we never had. We could change lives because we're on the other side of that now.
Very Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah.
The dream is to build a 100-acre facility where people can get their lives back on track. He says we'll have a traditional 28-day, 12-step program, but also really intensive mental health therapy, holistic approaches, the works. Now, guys, we've seen what he was able to do in a year with his own health. So I highly doubt that he will not make this wellness center happen, Jim.
I just think it's amazing. I think it's amazing. And like I said, and it sounds to me like he is making that a possibility for people of lesser means. And that sounds great.
It's somebody using their platform for good, and good on him for it. He's somebody that we can all at least listen to and be like, if that guy could do it, even with the money, yes, but that's what he's saying. If you don't have the money like I didn't at one point either, I'm now going to make that happen for everyone else. So very cool. Kudos to you, Jelly Roll. Keep being the king that you are. Okay. How fondly, you okay? You going to make it? Okay, good. You know how fondly I talk about songwriters over here and what they do in the Nashville community. And the Nashville and songwriting community lost another legend, the great and very kind Jim McBride, who was responsible for penning so many hits, such as Chattahoochee, way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, and chasing that neon rainbow, I'm living that honky-tonk dream. Alan Jackson hits. He crossed to the other side this week. His cause of death has not been revealed, but he was 78 years young. He is a Huntsville, Alabama native. His songs were recorded by country music giants including Johnny Cash, George Jones, Reba McEntire, Willie Nelson, Charlie Pride, Chris Christopherson, Randy Travis, Brenda Lee, Jerry Lee Lewis, Toby Keith, and so many more. Whew, you feel the weight of his impact.
Wow.
Impact.
Wow.
However, Jim McBride, his most successful singles actually were recorded by Alan Jackson. So Alan Jackson and Jim McBride they met back in the 1990s, and the duo collaborated on the hits Chasing That Neon Rainbow, Who Says You Can't Have It All, Someday, and Chattahoochee, like I mentioned. The latter song, Chattahoochee, it topped the Billboard Hot Country Songs chart for 4 weeks and won CMA awards for Single and Song of the Year in 93 and 94. It has been certified 3 times platinum. Alan Jackson honored his late friend and collaborator with a post on Instagram yesterday. Alan Jackson said, Jim was a very good man and a great and genuine songwriter. He understood country music and touched many with his songs. Jim and I wrote some of my favorite songs I've ever written together, and I don't know if my career would have ended up quite the same without his help, inspiration, and encouragement over the years. Thank you, Jim. Please rest in peace. Jim McBride was inducted into the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2017. He also received, of course, accolades with ASCAP, BMI, AMA, ACM. The list goes on and on. Billboard, to name a few. You could do a whole show, Jim, with the hits and songs that this legend wrote. So rest easy. Keep chasing that neon rainbow on the other side, my friend. But again, I want to bring up people like this because we listen to all that music and really don't think about who wrote it, the life that had to be lived in order to write it, how it was produced, how it got into your ear holes. And it's just a good reminder that we need to do a little more research when there's something we love. Figure out why and how it got to you.
Yeah, and on a kind of a note about passings, you know, many of us think about the time that our parents will leave us. Many of us have had our parents leave us. I also want to remind people, having had a friend of mine who was killed when we were both 18 in a car wreck, it sounds like Jackson's got a real sense of the world. But guys, every once in a while, pause and think about the people, not your parents, not your siblings, but think about your friends, the people who make your day a little bit brighter, and think about a world without them in it, for 2 reasons. One, because you need to be braced for that. At some point, someone is going to leave you, somebody that you really care about who is not a blood relative. We conceive of our blood relatives. We go to funerals of relatives a lot. But if you haven't been to a lot of friends' funerals, or very few, especially when they're like your best friend or somebody you really love and care about, who you just see every day, who's part of your rhythm, do 2 things. One, think about the fact that they at some point will pass, because we need to be ready for that idea. The second thing is, once you do that, give them a call. I mean, give them a call, give them a hug, let them know how important they are. What a point in your life. From what Jackson's comment was on his social media post, it sounds like that he and Jim were close to the end, and you know, that's important. You can hear the relief. You can always tell when people didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Say goodbye before it's long time to say goodbye by saying hello in the best possible way. Absolutely.
But don't approach all your friends and be like, I hope you don't die.
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah. It's like, you doing okay? I'm fine. Why? You sure?
I'm here in case you die. But my friend Michelle said the other day too. It's like when somebody pops in my head, I call them. She does that. When somebody pops in her head, she calls them. I think, or shoots a text or whatever. I love that too. Especially if it's somebody you haven't talked to in years. That's really cool. I do that a lot to people. I do it probably on a weekly basis. I'll think of someone that I haven't talked to in even 5 years and be like, you popped in my head, and it brings people such joy. So do that. More of that.
2 months ago, I did that with my friend Karen. I told you that story. I got on the phone. I'm like, hey, what's up? She's like, oh my God. I've been looking for you on Facebook everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, well, you can't find me because that's a shortened version of my name. And then, of course, she realized who I was and hung up on me. No,
I get it.
It's the best feeling in the world, man. When you get an old friend, and it's like, and literally you picked up where you left off. That's a great feeling.
It's a great feeling. You know, it's not a great feeling.
Getting kicked in the ding
Wallen.
Kick him in the ding ding.
Just kidding. Okay, here we go, Jim. Morgan Wallen. Well, he has parents. Have you ever thought about that? Like, I've never really thought about it till right now. Morgan Wallen has parents.
You ready? That's where he gets it.
Believe it or not, no. They're actually lovely people. or they're part of his fake family
You
in the
sound
PR
like Charles
stunts.
Grodin. You're
Actually,
lovely people.
Actually, lovely people. Or this is all one more part of the PR stunt, and the parents are from Central Casting. Could be that too. We'll see. But Morgan Wallen has parents, guys. And what in the world do you think those homies are like? Well, they're pretty nice. So Tommy and Leslie Wallen, those are their names. Sounds made up. They've supported their son. They've supported him through his early career setbacks. They've, of course, seen him rise to fame. They watched him as he worked through all this public controversy, to say the least. Now, I say that, but I'm going to digress for 1 second, because
Digress.
here I go. Is everything Morgan's done that big of a deal? Well, yes, I say. But, between the N-word and throwing a chair off a balcony, almost hitting a cop, yeah, those suck. So now that being said, there are a couple imbeciles. There's complete imbeciles in the world, lots of them, who do this kind of behavior and worse every single day. Morgan, of course, is in the public eye. And when you do one thing wrong, if you don't immediately become a saint after the fact, you're kind of screwed. And that's also a really difficult way to live life, of course. Now, I know it sounds like I'm defending Morgan Wallen, and I said I'm going to do things differently in 2026. That doesn't include defending Morgan Wallen. But I think we know that this is far from the case. Jim, make your sound, Jim. But it is worth the conversation, just of saying, you can do one thing wrong, you can do two things wrong. If you don't quickly be like, change the game.
My life is out of control.
No, this is just who I am. Deal with it. Or, worse yet, be like Morgan and kind of go quiet. I don't know. It's rough. But through it all, his parents have been by his side, which I guess is a good thing if you're his parents. But can you imagine having to claim a dummy over and over and over? I say that with all the love in my heart. But if your kid's a dummy over and over and over, and then throw in the mix that your kid's a dummy in the public eye over and over and over, imagine going to church or to the local restaurant with that. That's big.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to a local restaurant, you're going to be able to pay for one hell of a tab, though, if your kid is a local dummy named Morgan Wallen. By the way,
yeah, I think my dad would be like, "You be as dumb as you want. I'm laughing all the way to the bank."
That's exactly. By the way, with Morgan Wallen, there are no setbacks. There are only promotions.
Fair enough. Okay. So this, I will say, kind of cool, because this feels very old school to me, what just came out, by the way, as far as liner notes. When we used to have liner notes, that was the best part of getting the CDs, liner notes.
Well, how about, oh my God, and then you're killing
So he's
me.
done that. I remember I used to, when my early days of making CDs, and I would love, that was the best part. When we were done recording, I got to write the liner notes. I loved it. So the I'm the Problem album, fittingly the name of his album.
You are.
That album, by the way, spent 12 weeks on Billboard as #1, which in and of itself is a big deal, but especially these days when people are constantly putting out content to compete with. The fact that it was 12 weeks at #1 is a big deal. So the I'm the Problem album at the end of last year came out. It had this really cool re-release. It was expensive into this. It's a collectible, limited edition, 100-page glossy cover zine, including articles written by Morgan Wallen, interviews with him and his collaborators on the project. It has exclusive, never-before-seen photos. It has lyrics from all the 37 tracks on a 2-disc CD. And, Jim, here we go. It even includes a letter written by, take a deep breath, his father. Okay, in that letter, Tommy Wallen, the father, he brings a perspective to Morgan's struggles that is a little unexpected, but when you learn more about Tommy Wallen's background, it makes sense. Tommy Wallen is an East Tennessee pastor who works with incarcerated populations, and he said
reading men's health.
Yeah, reading men's health. He said that Morgan Wallen's struggles and his self-awareness of facing them, by the way, has changed the country star, his son, for the better. He actually empathized with his son's position on a personal level. He said, and I quote, Morgan Wallen's father says, "It takes a lot to admit that you might be one of the problems. I know because at a tougher time in my life, I had to say the same thing to myself." He said, "I've also seen a lot of people in that position through my work as a pastor. At the moment, they realize they may have ruined everything they worked so hard for. It's what you do about those problems that really matter, though. I am proud that Morgan has had problems in his life. If he didn't, he wouldn't be the man he is today, but I'm even more proud of what he's done with him." Okay. So Morgan Wallen has spoken about some of the ways he's matured since the low points of Chairgate. the chair throwing incident that happened in downtown Nashville. He says he's dialed his partying down quite a bit. He says he has actually not even been in a bar since that. He says he's more likely to spend time hunting or relaxing in nature with close friends or family. Maybe that's why he's quiet. And in this letter, Tommy says, well, that all made me smile. He said recently at a show they went to and that Morgan played in Wallen. Afterward, instead of going out to party, Morgan Wallen stayed back and cleaned up the suite, and that makes him happy. So anyway, Tommy and Leslie Wallen, by the way, they raised 4 children together, all girls besides Morgan Wallen. They live in Sneedville, Tennessee, and they are proud of their son. They continue to say they're proud of their son. So maybe I'll turn my tune around to Morgan Wallen. We'll see what he does next.
No, not doing it.
Not doing it?
Not doing it. Not turning my tune around.
Well, then you're the problem, Jim.
Oh, I always have been, though.
It's you. Hi, you're the problem. It's you. Okay, finally on this day in country and western music.
What happened?
History. Born on this day in Paintsville, Kentucky, was Crystal Gale. Her real name is Brenda Gale Webb. She's a country music legend, of course, known most for her 1976 country pop hit, Don't It Make My Brown Eyes, Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue. She's an award-winning singer. She has accumulated 18 #1 country hits during the 70s and 80s, also famous for her once nearly floor-length hair. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Boom.
Coming up next is Trucking with OOIDA. Our friend Scott and Ashley are going to sit down with a couple of legal smoothies and an encore presentation of, pretty darn good show about what's going on inside the industry and with some truckers, too. Check it out. It's great content. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Thank you, Lindsay.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S.
So he's driving south in the northbound lane.
So he's in the wrong lane
With a load of cattle.
With a full
live animal.
Full load of cattle. They have to shoot. They shoot the tires out, and they eventually shoot his windshield. And
with pellets hitting him in the chest.
Right.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, how's it going?
It is going great. How are you?
I'm great, especially because we have the guys from Road Law coming on in a few minutes.
That's right.
Which begs the question, of course, they help people who have gotten speeding tickets and a multitude of other things. You ever gotten a ticket?
10 and 2, Ashley. 10 and 2. That's how I drive.
So no?
Eyes on the road at all times. Yes, I've had a couple tickets. It's been a long time, though.
Yeah.
It's been a very long time. Although when I lived in South Korea, they've got traffic cameras, and I found out right before I moved that I had accumulated about 7 traffic tickets that I never knew about, so I had to pay that. I was not super happy about that.
No, I'm sure you
So I
didn't.
guess, yes, I have had tickets. I assume you have.
Only one.
Only
and I blame my job because I was a reporter at the time. And
that's good. Yeah.
Driving all
I'm sure
over
the
New
officer
Brunswick
loved
and-
that explanation.
Yeah, no, I know. I still got the ticket, but
Yeah, and there you go. Well, I'll tell you what, who's heard every excuse and every story down the line
I'm
is
sure they
is
have.
Road Law guys here, Jeff McConnell and James Manila. So we'll talk to them about their story, how they got started, everything else.
Yeah.
And then Tennille Flick, our chaos coordinator, is going to
That's what
join
she
us a
goes
little
by,
bit
yeah.
later to talk about the young kids, the youths, and
which we are not.
how they answer the phone. But we'll start with Road Law, and let's have a listen to James Manila and Jeff McConnell right now.
Remind us of our early days on overnight radio.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
all-nighters.
No, we won't be going that long, we promise.
Midnight to 6, and then go back to work. Go back to work at 9.
Wait a second. You were going. You did tell. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Let's start there.
Yeah.
What's this midnight?
Completely live.
What's this midnight radio thing you're talking about?
Well, we started with Dave Nemo and the Road Gang Radio Network in about 1997 or 8, and part of our advertising campaign or budget, they allowed us to go on the radio and do live Q&A for like 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that. And so we started doing that, and we were on one night, and Dave said, the switchboard's all lit up, and would you guys mind staying on? And so we ended up staying on from midnight, and I think we finally came off about 6 a.m. Stayed the whole show just doing Q&A with him, guys calling in from truck stops and mobile phones or whatever, and we ended up doing that quite a bit. And then we
did they have mobile phones? Did they have those then?
Yeah, they were pretty fresh.
Pretty fresh.
They were the size of a shoebox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
At any rate, we would do overnight radio with him, and we'd go open truck stops with him, and speedway truck stops in Louisiana and Mississippi,
and you need to understand that too, Scott. That was literally when they would open or christen a new truck stop in the Midwest and the South primarily. We would fly to the nearest airport commercially, rent a car, and drive to a truck stop and do live Q&A all night long. Drive back to the airport after that 6-hour stint, get on the plane, come back to Oklahoma City, the base, and come right back to the office.
Wait, so you guys were hanging out in truck stops from like midnight to 6 a.m.?
There were lines of people trying to ask questions.
Oh, my goodness.
And, they weren't vetted. We had no idea what they were going to ask. There were no metal detectors, so it's always interesting.
We had some quality time in some subway booths with the Remember the old ugly headsets or the earphones with the yellow yellow foam padding on them.
Did they at least give you a free footlong while you hung out in the booth?
Yeah.
No, we didn't get any free food out of the gig, but
oh my gosh,
we did pick up some clients.
Yeah, what were the quality of those questions? Because you said you got a little bit of everything. I can only imagine at 4 a.m. what kind of questions you're fielding from people who are standing in a line at a truck stop.
That hour.
Maybe I'm judging too much.
Yeah.
No, they were pretty similar to some of the stuff. Why did I get stopped for that? Why have I got a violation for that? Here's how am I going to fight this ticket? They would bring a copy of a ticket in and say, "What do you think about this?" I said, "Well, that is a familiar venue to us. I believe we know who the one of the assistant DAs is in that particular county, ironically, and generally they're pretty amenable to amending if you don't have a bad record." And they didn't want to talk about the court procedure, what we knew was going to be the most important topic. They wanted to talk about let's gripe about the officer. He wasn't professional. He treated me like a wild animal. Made me get out of the vehicle. I said, those are all just like now. Those are all really important factors. But let's try to take that unfortunate experience and maybe that untactful law enforcement officer, it does happen, let's take them out of the equation and let's get with the prosecuting attorney and for once in their life, not gripe about the citing officer, but let's put you, the driver, on this pedestal about, man, this guy is a deserved candidate of relief. Look at this drive record. He was professional. He was courteous. You know, you don't have any bad notes on the back of your ticket, prosecutor, that the officer wrote. So we're respectfully requesting this charge to be amended to a non-moving violation, something that doesn't allocate points, yet allows this individual to still submit fines and costs in a timely manner. And, you know, they're like, wow, okay, you know, what's the old adage, more flies with honey than vinegar or something like that?
Yep.
So, you know, don't start the conversation about griping about the law enforcement officer. That's not going to be effective in most cases. We found out, I would even say the hard way. It's just human nature, right? I mean, that's the prosecuting attorney. They got to listen to that all day. And why it may be very relevant, let's not start with it. And the facts of the case may be relevant. But again, if you've got a good drive record, man, I want to harp on that. I want to print it off and start bragging about it right in front of the judge. Your Honor, may I approach? I got a copy of James Minnell's drive record, which I probably wouldn't want, but I've got a copy of James Minnell's drive record, and we wanted to share this really important, valuable information. He's not a habitual offender. In fact, he has no convictions of any moving or non-moving violation for the last 36 months. Your Honor, that's unheard of. He drives 200,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
All those good points. And so you're already, you know, going the high road rather than making it such a defensive arena that you're going to confront and you're going to, you know, start really hammering on this law enforcement officer that they have to deal with all the time. And you usually get, you know, sometimes even in those occasions where it may have been a tense situation, that officer is going to come around because everybody's had time to cool off. It's been weeks or months since this stop occurred.
Yeah.
And most of the time, there's not a lot of recollection about, let's face it, they do a lot of these stops, and there's not a lot of recollection about that. So it's better to start with, you know, all those positive factors, I think.
Can we go back, Jeff and James, because, you know, you're talking about these sort of pieces of advice that you were giving out in a booth at a Subway and a truck stop in the middle of Louisiana back in 1997 or whatever year it was. You know,
or the Great American Truck Show, or what's the other truck shows? And we'd hit all these.
Mid-America Truck
Show, Great American Truck Show in Dallas.
Well,
anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just with that in mind, can you take us back? Because these are lessons that you've obviously learned over the course of a career in doing this, and that's why we like talking to you, because you've got this advice and it stands the test of time in a lot of cases. But can you take us back? You know, how did you both get into this, you know, niche in particular? Because as attorneys, you could have gone any number of directions, I would assume. Why did you land here with road law doing what you do?
Well, that's a great question, Scott. I often ask myself that question.
Every day when I wake up. Yeah.
I had personally trained and had taken a lot of foreign language, Chinese, and that sort of thing, and was going to actually go into some sort of international business transactions and whatnot, and made a couple of career choices and changes, and never went down that route, and ended up working at a firm. We did a little bit of traffic work, and that's where Jeff and I met, and we decided to take the traffic aspect and put a little different twist on it, and make a different model that we felt would be better for our potential clientele, and decided to strike out on our own.
And what year was that?
That was 1997.
Okay.
And so that's we broke out and knew about truck shows, and we knew about radio shows, and went with a overnight radio show and did some advertising. Had some really interesting commercials that they recorded for us, and got invited to do some on-air live broadcasts, and took question and answers and really kind of build up a little bit of credibility with the listeners and, especially with the show host who was 100% behind us and promoted us as to what we were offering and what we were able to do. And that really was a spark we needed to get going, and the machine's been rolling ever since.
Yeah. And Scott, I did not have any international business experience.
Don't speak Mandarin or anything?
I did not speak Mandarin Chinese. I did not go to school in Beijing, and but I had eaten Chinese food.
Okay.
And
there you go.
So no, anyway, we had met. We worked together at more of a defense practice. And I was doing before that. I'd done some insurance defense for some of the carriers. I won't say their names, but it's they're still in operation today. We were doing a lot of defense work for liability insurance companies, and man, that was fun. Probably more fun than this, but and I mean that facetiously and not seriously, because it was. You talk about triage and a grind. It was damn near every day that you were at the office, and it was something that brought a lot of experience. There was a lot of courtroom experience. There was a lot of that I really haven't had. People, everyone, you, Ashley, everybody. You have experiences. I'm not going to call them good or bad. They're just experiences, because they do add value, whatever those may be, whether you deem at the time they're good or bad. Eventually, they come around to just being an experience and something that gives you knowledge that you didn't have before. So it's kind of a positive thing, how it normally turns out. But so all that experience, and we were like, hey, we can do this. I like defense work. I like the courtroom work. Gosh, that's the live radio shows and all the in-person stuff. That would just seem second nature to do that and to be able to discuss this. And then it really, people seem to appreciate the information. And unlike a civil case, like where you sue people, our cases, you really get, I'll call them almost immediate, a remedy. You're within a 30-day window normally of a disposition of your case. So there's a lot of, finished gratification there that, hey, this is over. It was a good disposition. You get a lot of that. You don't have to wait years. But I like defense work. I do. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I'm curious how long, obviously you go to law school. I assume, you didn't get into the weeds of trucking and the trucking industry. How long did it take you guys to really feel like you had a handle on this industry, which has so much to it?
Yeah.
It was about 8:30 this morning that I kind of got the hang of it.
You just had a handful of clients their hearts just dropped into their stomachs.
30 years, 31 years. God. Yeah. Oh no, just kidding. Go ahead.
It's really an aspect of it is a little niche of dealing with federal motor carrier safety regulations. That aspect of it, that body of information, is not necessarily large. Really, when it comes down to it, civil procedure, criminal procedure, the various procedure, every court's different. I mean, every court has local rules, these sort of things. Really everything in most aspects of whether it's, traffic infractions or, regular criminal cases, there's a procedure involved. So the procedure is very similar across the board. It's just that you're dealing with different charges. You might be dealing with speeding tickets. You might be dealing with, heavier misdemeanor cases and that sort of thing. So the actual body of what we deal with, and you guys have heard it probably a million times, where we keep talking about the little green and white Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulation pocketbook that probably everybody saw in truck driving school. Maybe, you get one at a safety seminar. Maybe you carry one around with you. Our actual little area that we work in is essentially the one section, 383.51, where we've got, several pages of, what we call but what's called the major violations, the serious traffic violations. We've got, railroad violations and these sort of things. Predominantly, that section in and of itself probably encompasses, I would say, at least 2/3 of our practice, because, CDL holders in general, when you get those types of violations and you pay those kinds of violations, that's where you're getting the quickest response from a Department of Motor Vehicles in terms of a disqualification or suspension of your driving privileges. So that's kind of the primary body of work that we deal with in order trying to keep guys qualified to drive.
And if you've ever been, Scott or Ashley, I know if you've ever been to a brick-and-mortar Department of Motor Vehicle and had to sit down with a bureaucrat or a hearing officer, I know how enriching that experience can be, and really how quick and efficient all of that process
that's
is.
That's what they're known for. Yeah,
8 or 9 minutes, you're in and out.
Yep.
Now, that's not true, but think about doing that from California to Maine and from Washington State to Florida in every Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, again, that process, and then matching that with the driver's home state, so you've got 2 different motor vehicles that you're dealing with, and you're trying to make them correspond with each other. And sometimes they'll say, well, we need it electronically from the court, or sometimes they'll say, well, you have the resident bring the physical certified paperwork in. I mean, that type of coordination is, nobody wants to do it, but it is incredibly important, and it is a niche. And we've got some ins with a lot of the DMVs, people that we've known a long, long time that have, their special phone numbers that I will never give those out. That's like a secret recipe that you've been handed down. So anyway, those are very helpful folks, and bless their heart, they work very, very hard. I'll say what we battled more, and maybe I should rephrase that as just educating more. Re-educating more is district attorney's offices or municipal prosecutors, because for the last 2 decades they have been pounded when they go to these continuing legal education courses that are mandatory for all lawyers, or they'll have particular, maybe special district attorney, National Association of District Attorney meetings where they assemble and they talk about various factors, and they have speakers. And some of these speakers are from that state Department of Motor Vehicle. They'll come in from the legal department and they'll say, thou shalt not help amend, change a Class A driver traffic ticket. Because if you do, DA or assistant DA, you'll lose this state's federal highway money. And they may not say that, but it comes across what the DAs are hearing is, don't do that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a welcome message, because if you're a DA, an assistant DA, and you're new in the office, well, guess what calendar or docket that you draw? You draw the traffic docket. And it's just something to cut your teeth on, because it's great courtroom experience. You get to go through all the motions and hearings. And but if you hear somebody tell you can't do that, I mean, it's a great scapegoat if you're not really listening, and then you can throw that out. Oh gosh, I'm not to blame. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
I would love to help you. It's not our policy not to help you, but I can't help you because we'll lose our federal highway money for the state, and I can't take the backlash for that. So our job has become increasingly to send out information in writing, not published by the National Association of Defense Attorneys, but by the National Association of District Attorneys, publications that they publish. Take the time to draft and publish a quick reference masking guide. So this word masking is where I'm going with this. And you think if National Association of District Attorneys, they take the time to get together and draft and publish a quick reference masking guide, that a light bulb might come on to any DA's office around the country to say, whoa, my National Association is drafting and publishing this 4-page quick reference masking guide that tells me when I can and can't help amend, change a Class A driver.
Yeah.
You would think that would be some signal that there's not some strict prohibition or moratorium on helping a Class A driver, because that law doesn't exist.
Right.
I agree there needs to be a factual basis to do it, and I'm more than happy to crawl in the ring and give you 4 or 5 factual bases why you can do this. But don't sit there and tell me that it's illegal and not your policy. You're just being lazy, ADA, Assistant DA. I'm going to say it. You're being lazy, and it's a great thing to be able to lose your traffic calendar, because those aren't the shiniest, most fun cases to deal with.
Sure.
And now maybe you get to do some more capital punishment cases or capital crime cases, or maybe more salacious misdemeanor charges or sexy criminal charges. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's not fair. That's not fair to do that, because we all stood in the room and raised our hand and said we're gonna swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and actually read the law. We're a nation of laws, so damn it, read them.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my soapbox for the day.
Well, and you're laying out something, Jeff, that I think is important to kind of emphasize in why road law is such, is so valuable when you're looking for help and you need help in these cases, because, as you point out there, that landscape, the way that things have been kind of changed over the past few decades, how they are now, again, which jurisdictions are going to be more difficult to deal with, which ones are going to be a little easier to deal with. All these things, and you're kind of answering the question maybe here that I'm about to ask, but lots have changed. Lots of things have changed over the past 30 years is the way, and that's just the way life is. But in terms of what we're talking about here, what has been the biggest change, I suppose, dating back to 1997 when you were, fielding those questions at truck stops? What has changed, I guess, with the overall landscape in that time?
Well, I'd say the overall change is that we're having to work a lot harder in order to get the same kind of relief that we were getting early on. And, the whole story about the masking is probably the biggest issue and the biggest impetus that we face these days. And, it's not if you actually read the black letter law, the federal part of it, we're just not supposed to hide convictions. You can't stand at the podium and plead guilty or no contest, do traffic school, go on a diversion program, whatever it might be. The whole goal of it is to not hide convictions so that these things will report to somebody's motor vehicle record. And so, as Jeff said, there's no moratorium on making factually based amendments to these charges. But what we run up against is just the sheer, it's not only the prosecutors, we've got the court clerks who are being educated that, we can't help people. And then, it trickles over to the judges, and it's, it's almost like a misinformation campaign to, there was a court date the other day where the prosecutor was too scared to amend the charge, and so
I had to drive. I had to drive 40 miles one way.
So Jeff goes to court. Prosecutor's too scared to amend the charge. Pull out the National District Attorneys Association quick reference guide to masking. The judge asks for a copy of it because the judge wants to help people if they're worthy of help. And a light bulb goes on that says, gee, I think we can probably make factually based amendments and not run afoul of all this nonsense we've heard about masking.
Right.
So what it comes down to at the end of the day is that we have to work a lot harder to try to get the same results that we were getting early on, because, in the late 90s, early 2000s, if you had a good driving record, if you had a good court, if you had a good attitude with the officer and there were no bad notes, you generally could obtain some sort of an amendment or a dismissal for somebody based on those factors. And, we talk about it every day of the week with clients just because we keep a database of all the places that we work. So, we don't want to take your money just to call you back in, 7 days and say, hey, listen, I talked to the prosecutor and, he's a total masking fanboy.
Yeah.
And, they won't amend the charge for you. So, here's your options. So we try to educate up front, and we try to give, information to people so they can make an informed decision before they ever even hire us. we want to get a good result for the client just as much as the client expects a good result from hiring us. So that's really what we've tried to do over the past 25 plus years. Is we're very results driven. It's still, if somebody wants their day in court and they want to come and have a bench trial or a jury trial, that's still an option. But in the overall scheme of things, if somebody doesn't want to come back to court and we're just trying to mitigate or minimize damage to a driving record, we need to be able to say, hey, I think we can get that done for you, versus just having information at hand. And I mean, it's not uncommon that we hear it from drivers and other clients that call us that say, hey, I hired somebody and they said they could do X, Y, or Z, but they couldn't pull it off. And we can get in our database and say, well, yeah, we could have told you that if you would have called us.
Yeah.
You didn't need to waste your money, hiring somebody who said, hey, I'll do everything legally possible for you. That's kind of been the way we've operated since we started. We don't want to take your money unless we think we can help you.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
We're on the line with James Milla and Jeff McConnell, the guys at Road Law. And James, you just mentioned about doing this for, about 25 years. I'm curious, is there a case that's come across your guys' desk that is one that you just will always remember, always stands out?
Yeah, there's a case that happened, I'm going to say probably 25 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it was, it's sort of funny, but not really funny. But it was it involved a client who had taken some drugs, some sort of methamphetamines or something around Memphis, Tennessee. Got paranoid and thought somebody was chasing him. But long story short, he ended up driving the wrong way down Interstate 35 down here in Oklahoma City.
So he's driving south in the northbound lane.
That's not good.
He's in the wrong lane.
with a load of cattle,
with a full
live animals,
full load of cattle. They have to shoot. They shoot the tires out, and they eventually shoot his windshield. And
with pellets hitting him in the chest,
right?
And his white T-shirt.
His T-shirt, and so that particular case, in and of itself, for me at least, is the most memorable, just from the standpoint of we had an interesting photograph.
Well, what was that? What was that phone call like? What was the? Did you get a phone call in the middle of the night?
I recall, I think James Noda called me, and then the family had bonded him out of Oklahoma County Jail because he was out on a pretty substantial bond. So he had some financial ability to move around. So he's out of jail with his family, and they knew about road law. And Oklahoma County Jail is very close to our old office at that time. They brought him over in this bloody, shot-ridden T-shirt, and I came back to the office and met him in the office. And I'm like, man, I think you should have gone to maybe a hospital first before you came.
Before
you came here, but he was still probably under effects of whatever he'd been on. But
there was a picture we had of him, and he was standing in our office, and he had his hands up, and he had shotgun pellets on the bottom of his forearms.
They didn't take him to the hospital. No medical.
I don't know.
I don't.
They might have cleaned him up, but I don't remember whether
they were pretty mad at him.
But
well, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
At any rate, the offer from the prosecutor was 20 to do.
20 to do. That was the offer. 20 years to do in prison. That's what they wanted. That was the plea.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm like, well, that ain't much of a plea, man.
No.
I remember.
Step back.
I remember Jeff said, my client's not going to jail or something like that.
He's not going to jail. This is first offense, guys.
We had a very liberal judge, and she I guess it was a blind plea because the prosecutor wanted massive jail time.
No recommendation at all.
And so long story short is the guy got off on a suspended sentence. He didn't do any jail time other than what he spent in the county jail, and he had to buy the officer a new pair of boots because the officer cut his boots up or something on somewhere on the truck or broken glass or something like that. But
wait a second.
That was.
Wait a second. Is that? This is. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm not a lawyer.
Thing?
Is that a common thing? Hey, you gotta buy this deputy a new pair of
make restitution. I don't think I've ever had to buy equipment before. If a client had to buy equipment for, maybe there's a general fund that goes to with fines and costs, but not specifically mentioned in a plea agreement where that specific equipment. It was crazy. I mean, it took a year to resolve that thing, but I think the ADA, I think he resigned after that. He was so incensed that the judge gave that plea, but it was a lengthy probation. It may be like 5 to 8 years, and the guy complied. He was never got in trouble again, never had to go to prison, but 20 to do on a first offense. Yeah. And let me just add, there were no animals harmed in that situation.
So, but I was going to ask, nobody else was hurt except for that.
Nobody else was hurt. I mean, by the grace of God,
they didn't lose a single cow on that whole.
Didn't lose a single.
But but it was a seriously dangerous event. Of what was going on, so we laugh about it a little bit, but in the overall scheme of things, it could have been horribly. It could have been a very bad situation.
I didn't think James was going there. I thought he was going with the guy that relatively new driver within 6 months of graduating and coming onto the road, and he was going through a fast food restaurant either for self-service or for delivery. But his turn was a little wide, and he caught one of the landscaping boulders underneath the rear axle. And of course, I'm going to assume that if you catch a boulder underneath the rear of your trailer axle, you might know that, or reasonable drivers should know that.
You would think so.
But he just kept going.
It wasn't hard to find him because there was the boulder that was there, and he also had a tree that was stuck.
I think I remember reading this story. Actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. To the DOT bumper, he was dragging a tree, and the rock was stuck up under the front side of the axle, and so he wasn't hard to locate him when leaving the scene of the landscape accident. But that was another one. There's an old Pennsylvania case that was early on. many drivers may know, if you get off the Pennsylvania Turnpike and you're rolling at 80,000 pounds, a lot of these little places, the roadways aren't rated for that kind of weight. So we had a guy that literally called us from a phone booth. They still had those back in the late 90s.
Yeah, explain that for our younger listeners. That's it's a specific place where there was an
actual phone booth
with a wire.
Where you open the door and you had to go in and close the door.
So the guy calls from a phone booth, and he's literally crying for the most part, and he said, "I missed my exit." And so I got off the turnpike to make a U-turn to come back around, and I got stopped. And I'm holding this piece of paper, and it says I owe the state of Pennsylvania $42,000.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's $1 a pound.
Too.
$1 a pound. It's $1 a pound, and the roadway wasn't rated for 80,000. So he says I owe $42,000, and he was just panicking, freaking out.
Yeah.
And so that was another interesting early case that we had.
Mm-hmm.
And in both those cases, the boulder in the parking lot and that one.
Yeah.
Do you remember the resolution? Were you able to kind of smooth things over in the end?
And nobody went to jail for the boulder. I think restitution was mandatory.
Sure.
Of course, we had to put the landscaping back, or at least pay them. To make them whole. So that's always key in any accident, whether it's with a boulder or with another vehicle or single vehicle or damage to anything that's owned by state or municipality. You
got to make it right.
Guardrail. Where's your insurance? Make restitution. We'll provide that to the court. Everybody's made whole. Let's go on down the road. But yeah, so that was good. I think he may have been again at that time. I don't think there was a masking issue, so he may have been allowed to be on probation at that time. And then I'm sure he was successful and complied with the defensive driving course and all those requirements. I'm pretty sure we saved him of a conviction.
But the important thing to remember about these accident cases, especially with the ones where you hit something and you go, is that, today everything's on video for the most part.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So someone's either filming you do it, or there's a camera somewhere. Back then, we didn't have all the video footage. People didn't have dash cams, and people didn't, weren't recording stuff and that sort of thing. But the bottom line is, on these accident cases, and it doesn't have to be attended property, so to speak. I mean, if you leave the scene of an accident, you're looking at a 1-year disqualification of your CDL privileges. But the real life aspect of that is that nobody's going to employ you.
No.
Yeah.
If you've been convicted, I mean, you can get your CDL back after 12 months. But once that entry is on your driving record, leaving the scene of an accident, I mean, you're just not employable. It's just there's not a whole lot of people that want to take the risk. And that's, from our brothers and sisters on the other side that are doing plaintiffs' work, suing people. If you employ somebody who then gets in another accident, you have a whole aspect of, negligent retention, negligent hiring. You're talking about big dollar verdicts. So, they're very sensitive, to those kinds of things. And that's, why we always harp on the fact, trying to keep your motor vehicle record as clean as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and, I think that's, again, why you two guys are great on these topics, because you've got advice and you've got years of experience behind it. Some of the advice is as simple as, don't do meth and get behind the wheel of a commercial truck or run over a boulder and take off.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I would imagine most of your cases are a little more subdued and kind of by the book.
Sure.
For people listening to this, common sense, I think, goes a long way. But, and I'll ask each of you this, what piece of advice would you give for a truck driver listening right now as they navigate so many things in their daily lives on the road, just trying to make a livelihood? When it comes to this kind of stuff, what piece of advice would you give them?
Scott, I would say, the thing that I want to say, I think be the most important would be at a scene of a stop, of law enforcement, just be professional, be tactful, be courteous. You can call road law after a stop, but if you've already tied our hands, with some negativity that the citing officer has written on the back of their copy of your citation that they hand personally to the district attorney's office, we're screwed.
Yeah.
We're totally done. I mean, you can hire us, we can do everything we can, but if those negative notes are there, then usually there's not much leeway. There's not going to be much of a recommendation. Most important, be courteous. That's all you got to do. Be professional, be courteous, think of the long goal. Think of, what is the goal? What are you trying to do? We're not trying to be confrontational at the scene. I understand it's a very, very tense opportunity when you're stopped. There is a lot of anxiety, and we certainly get that. It's a scary situation. Just remain professional and be professional. Don't allow those bad notes to go on the back of those citations.
Yeah.
Don't tie your lawyer's hands.
James, you want to answer in Chinese?
Well, it's been a while, so I'm gonna pass
give it a go.
on
It'll be
that part
fine.
of it. But
let's wait. The only thing I think he remembers is all the profanity. So you better be careful.
Hey, we'd like to hear those. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, I'll try to nutshell mine because I have a lot of things that in my mind, and the first thing is that this is your livelihood. This is the profession that you've chosen to do, and what you have to understand is that there are a lot of pitfalls out there, whether you're in a commercial vehicle or whether you're just, in your own personal vehicle. And so you really need to take to heart that this is what you do to make money, to support your family, whatever it is. So, when we get to the laundry list of things that we see here every day of the week, alcohol and drugs, number one,
3-digit speed tickets while you're on vacation.
Excessive speeding. I mean, you have one motor vehicle record. You have one driver's license. You may have the privileges of a Class A CDL, a motorcycle endorsement, whatever it is, but you still only have one driver license and you have one motor vehicle record. So you can't be on vacation in a rental car doing 120 miles an hour through the state of Georgia. The other big one that we see, the cell phones. I mean, the cell phone texting and wireless devices are now serious traffic. They're serious traffic violations, and it doesn't matter whether you're in a big rig or whatever it is. So we must do probably, 25 to 50 cell phone cases a week.
Yeah.
Put the phone down. Get a hands-free device. Get a cell phone holder, but don't hold the phone to your ear. Don't text, while you're driving. But the overall, I guess the overall message is this is your livelihood. You got to be so careful, today, because it's so easy to blemish your record or to, with drugs and alcohol, to get into the clearinghouse and get into that whole. I mean, that's a whole different rabbit hole of a different conversation topic that nobody wants to be involved in if you don't have to be. But treat it like it was a brick of gold or something. I mean, having those credentials and having that ability to drive and do what you do is that's your main focus. So you got to stay away from the things that are going to have those privileges taken away from you.
Yeah, great advice.
Yeah. One last thing, guys. For anybody listening who may need it, where can people go for more information?
Well, they can call us. We have a toll-free line. It's 888-276-8000. You can also go to our website at roadlaw.net, and we have a function on there where you can contact us through that, and email will get sent to either Jeff or myself, and we can answer you via email. And predominantly, that's the best way to get us.
Yeah. Let me say it like our old radio days, Ashley.
Yeah.
Call Road Law, 888-276-8000. That's 888-276-8000. Road Law.
You still got it.
We'll throw some sound effects in there, and we'll make it sound real snazzy. Some 1990s, mid-1990s sound effects.
There you go.
I like it.
If I can dig up some of the old advertising
pretty
bad.
I would love to hear those, actually.
That would be good.
Yeah, send those our way.
You have to have a cassette player, though. Scott. I don't know if you
I'm
remember.
sure there's
those.
one of those
We'll find one in the basement somewhere. I'm sure. Yeah.
Maybe a vinyl around here somewhere. I don't know.
8-track. We're not going back to 8-track though. We're not going that
That's
far.
before my time. Yeah.
I think
One of the old
records before
recording
your time.
tubes. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your
Yes,
time. I do
thanks.
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Really enjoyed it.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Speaking of stories to share, I saw this one, Ashley, a little while back about phone etiquette that I sent your way. It came from a post on X from a recruiter who said he does a ton of phone interviews and said he's noticed something about Gen Z and their telephone habits, that he calls a lot of them about job opportunities. And when he does, a lot of them don't say anything. Apparently, when he calls them, not even a hello. When they answer the phone, he can hear them breathing. He can hear some background noise. He knows they're on the line, but that many of them wait for the other person to say hello first, the person who made the phone call. This set off a whole discussion online, as these kinds of things typically do, and here in the office as well. Anytime we kind of see a story like this, Ashley,
we all congregate.
Yeah, we tend to congregate around the desk of one of our colleagues here at the show, Tennille Flick, who, is it safe to say she's got strong opinions, solid opinions?
Strong would be an understatement, I think.
Strong is an understatement. So we thought, why
Lively.
why not share her with the world? You just heard her there. So here she is, world, Tennille Flick. Tennille, how you doing?
I'm good.
So how do you answer the phone?
Hello, like most people should.
Right.
Or, I mean, even yo. Something.
You have a
don't pick up the phone and then just wait.
Yeah. No, you have a very distinct phone.
Oh, does she?
Voice. Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, you're very pleasant on the phone.
Well, at work, my work phone.
Yeah.
The work voice.
Phone, yeah.
The work voice. Yeah. But when we had this initial discussion too, I think it set off this thing, because we have kids, and yours are, older, so they answer the phone, I would assume. But we had this discussion. You even asked them too, like, hey, how do you answer the phone? And they all said what you said, right? They all said hello. They all say hello.
Yeah, basically. My youngest, who is almost 13, she was confused by my question, for one.
I had to reread this as well, because I was like, wait, what are they saying?
Yeah. She was like, you mean, like, you're calling me and I answer, but I don't answer. I don't say anything. And I was like, exactly. And she was like, well, I wouldn't answer the phone. If I didn't know who it was, I wouldn't answer.
Right. That's what a lot of people do now with all the spam.
And rightfully so. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't pick up the phone and sit
wait.
there.
Yeah.
Well,
it makes it awkward.
Especially because this is a recruiter.
Yes,
and assume these people are looking for jobs. Like, say hello.
Well, not only that, but
it's scheduled.
They knew, exactly. They knew that this
They know
person
who's
was calling at this specific time,
That
and
is
they even
wild.
had this person's phone number, so they knew they could have put that in their
Yeah.
phone as like, this person will be calling at this time.
I will say the only time I do this is when it does look like a spam call. And if I do answer it, I'm like waiting, because then it's like the automated, like.
Yeah. Well,
so I guess that's the only
You
time
can
I
kind
do
of hear that, though. You can kind
Yeah, there's like a
click
pause,
or a
yeah.
pause or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my question is it just habit for them? If they are anticipating this phone call, are they doing it intentionally, or is it just habit because they don't do it any other time?
Or is it that nobody taught them? I think I try to put the shoe on the other foot kind of thing, with these situations where I think these are people who grew up without landline telephones, without actually having to call people. It's all texting and Snapchat and all that kind of thing. So maybe they were never taught how to answer a phone. I'm
like
trying to give benefit of the doubt.
etiquette.
Yeah, phone etiquette.
That goes back to parenting.
Yeah.
I mean.
And you think with a little rotary phone that is usually a toy that your kids have, hello?
Oh, yeah. Do they still even make a rotary
Yeah, they
phone
do, yeah.
toy?
Yep.
That's
My
interesting.
kids have those, yeah.
That's like a relic of the past.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to the Gen Z, and Gen Z did kind of respond to this and defend themselves in some of these cases, essentially saying, we get so many spam calls. This is just kind of default on what we do. And then there were, but then there were other ones too. And I don't know, you got to take these things, for what they are. It's are they trolling? I don't know. I mean, one person said, why can't you speak first? You literally called me, which is
That's not a great mindset, but carry on.
And then somebody, the whole point of the word hello was to have a specific greeting to signal that you picked up the phone. So yeah, I don't get it.
No, and the fact that this recruiter, this happened so many times that he actually, made a post about it is quite telling, I think.
Yeah. So it's happening a lot. Exactly.
What was he recruiting for?
A job.
Do we know?
Just some sort of job. I don't think he gave specifics on it.
Apparently, it's work from home, don't have to talk to
Yeah.
anyone kind of job.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Not customer service,
No,
probably.
could you imagine picking up the phone here and being like, well, you called me, so
Yeah. What do you want?
take it away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd even take, what do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to just silence.
Nothing. Yeah.
Well, then it becomes a standoff too. You're just sitting there in silence. The two people who's gonna speak
gonna
first.
speak
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Well, I tested this with Chris.
Your husband.
Yes, my husband. I called him. He answered, and Chesney was in the car with me, and we just sat there.
But you called him.
I called him.
Yeah. He said hello, I
No.
assume. Oh, wait, he didn't say hello?
Oh, no. No, you're right. He was calling me.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And I answered, and
But you
Chesney
didn't
and I
say anything.
just sat there. We didn't say anything.
Uh-huh.
And you could hear him like, what?
Try to process what was going on.
Well, then she and I start laughing, and he was like, what's going on? So I had to tell him the whole thing, and he was like, yeah, I mean, I was about to hang up. I thought something was wrong. I thought maybe your phone was trying to connect to the car, and something was not working right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what you think
People
when
are
they
gonna be
don't say
confused.
anything.
They're not
You
gonna
don't-
be-
You think something's wrong.
He didn't say anything before he hung up, or he did he
Well, he heard them laughing.
Yeah,
So he's like,
yeah.
"Wait, they're there.
We didn't do a very good job of testing,
Right.
But we tried.
Yeah. It's a generational thing.
It is, yeah. My kids, I don't think are Gen Z, but they're more like when I'm on the phone, they're like, why can't we see them? Because they're just so used to FaceTime.
Yeah.
Which is like, imagine that concept when we were kids.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like we were talking. Like I'm not a huge fan of actually talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Like I will prefer text. I think like a lot of maybe younger people. I'm not young by any means, but I do wonder too. Like as we go down, down the line here into the future, is it going to be just hologram? I mean, you see like Back to the Future or something. It's like a hologram call or something. Like what do you do then? Like you're gonna have to say something, right, when you pick it up.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I will always say something.
You will always say something. Yeah.
And if Gen Z's listening, say hello, please.
Yeah, it's like the thing. Like I understand where they're coming from with the spammers and like the fear of like having their voice stolen or whatever. But
I still don't understand that. Don't answer the phone.
Yeah, don't answer the phone.
Let
Just
it
let it go to
voicemail.
voicemail.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
If it's important enough, they will leave you a message.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved also too. Someone said, "You mean there's an audio version of the Gen Z stare?" Which I was like, that's pretty spot on. I kind of like that. Yeah, for sure.
It's funny.
Yeah. As we've talked about before, if you do say hello or don't say hello, I guess, give
And
us
have a good reason.
and have a good reason. Or if you have a reason or don't have a reason, let us know. We do have a hotline. You can call in and you can say hello, 1-800-324-6856. You can also email us at podcast@ooida.com. So we've got a few ways to do that and to reach out to us. There we go. I think we hit it.
Don't just call in and breathe into the phone, though. Don't do that.
That's
That's creepy.
That's a different hotline.
Yeah.
We do not want those. We do not want those calls. You'll have to find a 1-900 number, I think, for that. Do they still have 1-900 numbers?
I don't think so, Scott.
What?
Do you even know what a 1-900 number is, Ashley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
There's a story there. Ashley just like, yes, I do know what a 1-900 number is.
I don't know because of you guys. Or like,
wait, no, time out. No.
No, just for your reaction. I know. But yeah, I don't know if those exist anymore.
I
You got
haven't.
the internet, Scott.
I haven't thought of that in a long time.
Well, you're welcome. I don't know. Tennille, we thank you for your time. We'll have you back soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And there you have it. The what's the word we should describe Tennille Flick as?
I think chaos coordinator is the best way to describe
the coordinator
her.
of chaos, Tennille Flick.
She keeps us all
in check.
Trucking along.
Well, she tries to keep us all in check.
She tries.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we do say hello when we answer the phone.
Yes, we
and
do.
we say goodbye when we're leaving.
We don't expect you to start talking. So if you do call us, which you can do at 1-800-324-6856, we will say hi.
We will say hi and maybe bye as well. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, James Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.